Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Vigilante Deku Was Trained by Aizawa. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku swung his legs over the edge of the building, looking out at the city lights. This was where Izuku felt the most at peace. He closed his eyes as a cool breeze blew and he wanted so badly to just take his mask and beanie off to feel the breeze through his hair. But he knew he couldn't. As if to cement that, Izuku could sense a presence behind him. Instead of turning, he simply called out, "Yo, Eraser, took you long enough." The hero just huffed an acknowledgement as he took his seat beside Izuku. "Hey, kid." Izuku sent the man a small smile, although he couldn't see it through the mask covering half of Izuku's face. "Rumor has it that this one teacher from UA expelled their whole class," Izuku told Eraser with a smirk. The hero just rolled his eyes at Izuku. "Well, I heard that they didn't have any potential." Izuku hummed and watched the city lights flicker, evidence of the thousands of lives moving around them. He had grown quite fond of seeing the city like this. After a few minutes of contented silence, Eraserhead stood and stretched. "Ready to go, kid?" he asked over his shoulder. Izuku nodded and stood up, following the man on his regular patrol. It had been quite the surprise to Izuku the first time Eraserhead had invited him on his patrols. And by invited, Izuku actually meant that the man had dragged him around the city without telling Izuku what the F was going on, and he finally figured it out for himself. It had been a year and a half since then, and Izuku felt rather confident in his skills. He was trained by a pro, after all. It helped that Eraser had kindly donated some items to Izuku, like his collapsible bow staff, his assortment of knives hidden on his person, and an upgraded mask that was just like his old one except much more secure. Other than that, Izuku had argued with the man to keep his casual jeans, hoodie, and beanie, which he argued helped him blend in. The one thing that hadn't changed since going on patrols with Eraser was that he kept out of the larger fights. Sure, it bothered Izuku to be left out and not able to protect Eraser, but he also understood that he was a newbie. He could hold his own fine with drunkards and small-time crooks with little to no fighting experience. But he understood he'd probably end up being a liability in a raid, not to mention that in the eyes of the law, he was a vigilante. Eraser did, however, allow him to tag along on surveillance missions, which were great practice for all the stealth training Eraser had given Izuku. Since then, they had gotten closer, if Izuku did say so himself. He even got exclusive Eraserhead information, like the fact that Eraser was married and that he had a major weakness to cats. About halfway through their mostly peaceful patrol, Eraserhead stopped them on a roof. He tossed something to Izuku, who caught on reflex. It turned out it was a baggie full of assorted berries. "My husband made me promise to give those to you," Eraserhead explained as he pulled out a jelly pouch from his utility belt. Izuku nodded and opened the baggie. "I see he's given up on his attempt to cut you off," Izuku commented as he nodded towards the pouch. "He says I'm a lost cause, but that it's not too late for you to be saved." Eraserhead sighed and then caught Izuku's gaze. "His words, of course, not mine." Izuku nodded as he turned around to take his mask off. Right. So, when do I finally get to know who the mystery husband is?" Izuku asked as he popped one of the berries into his mouth. Eraserhead scoffed behind him. "Right around the time you tell me who you are." "All right, that seems fair," Izuku said, eating a few more berries before pocketing the rest for when he'd be hungry later. He secured his mask before turning back to Eraser. "Do I get any hints at least?" Eraser raised an eyebrow at him before answering. "Do I get any?" Izuku thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. Eraserhead seemed to have expected it but still managed to look disappointed. Izuku had contemplated telling Eraserhead multiple times, but every time he tried to, it was like the words were caught in his throat. He was worried about what Eraser would do when he finds out that Izuku is actually just a useless Deku. Once he finds out that he had been wasting his time and energy training Izuku, he'd definitely leave Izuku. It's what everyone else did. What made Eraserhead so special? The only reason he had told Izuku that he'd help train him to be a hero was because he didn't know. "Well then, I guess we'll both just have to wait a bit more," Eraser said, bringing Izuku back from his spiraling thoughts. Izuku kept his mouth shut in fear of what he might say if he opened it, and just nodded as he followed Eraserhead through the rest of his patrol. He headed back towards the Nishimuras as he remembered he had school the next day. That would surely be great fun. Izuku tried to remind himself it was only for one more year, and then he was off to high school, where people hopefully had enough intelligence to not act like quirk discriminating a-holes. He knew that was asking for so much. He was asking to be treated as a human being after all, except he's quirkless, so how dare he want that? Right. Izuku peeked through the kitchen window, making sure the light was off and no one was inside. After he was sure, he slid the window up and awkwardly shimmied through. Izuku removed his shoes as he crept silently through the house, up the stairs to the room he slept in. Not his room. The Nishimuras made that clear when Izuku first arrived. Nothing was his. He changed into comfier clothes to hopefully get a few hours of sleep before school started, slipping his bow and knives into a hidden compartment he had sewn into the bottom of his backpack where his hero analysis notebooks were also safely kept. It wasn't uncommon for his room to be turned inside out or for his bag to be dumped in search of anything that they could punish him for, so Izuku learned quickly how to hide things more effectively. Not the most ideal living situation, but Izuku was one of the lucky ones, or at least that's what his social worker always told him. Izuku folded his pillow over his head in an attempt to shut his constantly flowing thoughts, praying for sleep. And sleep he did, only after a few hours of tossing and turning in bed, resulting in a grand total of 2 hours of sleep. Izuku groaned when he heard the others in the house begin to wake up, signaling that he should probably get up too. Rolling out of bed, landing with a soft thump on the floor, Izuku started getting ready, sending a silent thank you to Eraserhead's blessing of a husband. Izuku grabbed the bag of berries before heading straight for the door. Normally, he'd have to swipe something from the cupboards because his foster parents believed in the kids being able to fend for themselves. Izuku snacked on the berries as he walked to the school, trying to guess what the other kids would try to pull today. It was a fun game. If Izuku was right, he usually ended up with a few new wounds, and if he was wrong, he still ended up with new wounds. When Izuku entered the classroom, he couldn't help the frown that formed on his lips. On his desk sat a vase with a single red spider lily. Damn, that was his third guess. As he walked to his desk, he sent a glare to the other students who were already there, but they just snickered as he passed. Izuku picked up the vase and dropped the whole thing into the garbage bin. Honestly, how much money did the students spend on vases each year? He was actually kind of curious. Izuku sat back down in his seat, pulling out his notebooks and other school supplies as he recognized a very familiar set of footfalls. Internally groaning that his prayers of somehow waking up in a universe where Bakugo doesn't exist were not answered, Izuku prepared himself for the explosions and screaming. No matter how much he prepared or knew what was coming, he always ended up flinching at the explosions, much to his own chagrin. How the boy hadn't lost his voice completely was a mystery. Bakugo entered the classroom, eyes landing on Izuku immediately. Deku, and so it begins. By the end of the day, Izuku had had every insult known to man thrown at him, and he sported a few nicely blooming bruises and light burns. Wonderful. All in all, a fairly average day. Shouta was worried, something he wasn't used to and would really like the annoyingly persistent feeling to go away. How could he not be worried seeing the kid so clearly beat up every day? And Shouta knew it wasn't from their patrols, and he was almost completely sure that Shade wouldn't go off and do dangerous things himself. The only answer was an awful one. It left a bad taste in Shouta's mouth, and he didn't know how to get rid of it. Just ask him about it if you're that worried. Hisashi had told him one night when Shade had shown up with a slight limp and a bruise on his cheek that had been mildly burned. After treating the kid, he threatened him that he'd take him straight to the police if he didn't go home and rest. That hadn't had the reaction Shouta had wanted. The kid disappeared for a week, and even when he did manage to catch up with him, the kid was pretty distant. I don't think it's that easy, Zashi. Shouta sighed as he rubbed a hand down his face. He just wanted to help the kid, but he wouldn't let Shouta in. And besides, say he does tell me that I'm right. You really think he's just going to give up his identity? Hisashi seemed to process his words and frowned softly, glaring at the table. After the first signs of abuse, Shouta had talked to Hisashi that night, and they both agreed that if they could, they'd do what it took to get the kid out of that situation. What could Shouta say? The kid grew on him. It was hard not to like him, even with the minimal information Shouta was allowed. He was a good kid, brimming with potential. Not to mention he was smart as all hell and picked things up unnervingly easily. He'd be a great hero someday, Shouta had no doubt. Is there nothing we could use to find him? Hisashi practically whispered. Shouta thought for a moment before shaking his head. All I know for certain is that he's 5 foot nothing, and has green eyes, but those could easily be contacts. Shouta paused for a minute, thinking everything over. Although I highly doubt that since the kid has no money ever, still no conclusive evidence of his quirk, I still think it might be some sort of intelligence quirk or perhaps some other quirk that's difficult to apply to heroics. Hisashi nodded and then sighed heavily. That's really not much to go on at all. The baby could be in real danger, he said, his frown deepening. I know, Zashi, I know. But I don't want to breach the kid's trust by following him home or forcing him to reveal his identity. I don't want him to. Shouta trailed off, his gaze finding the floor. You don't want him to hate you, I know, Shu. Shouta nodded slowly, not saying anything. They sat in silence for a while longer, both thinking about how they could get Shade out of a potentially abusive situation. Even if he didn't stay with Shouta, he just wanted the kid safe. And if that wasn't with him, that'd be fine. It had to be. Shouta would make it okay. For the kid. Izuku was already having a shitty day. So, of course, the universe decides, why not go all out? It was the 1-year anniversary of his mom's death. An unfortunate case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time and getting caught up in a villain attack. The villain had since he apprehended and brought to justice, but that didn't bring his mom back. So, clearly, not a great day. He got caught earlier that morning trying to break into one of the cabinets, and Fumiko, his foster mother, had given him a nice welt on his wrist for it before telling him that he could go that night without dinner. Not being able to do anything else and not wanting to make the situation worse, he apologized and left for school on an empty stomach. He had a little bit of money he could use to buy something after school. Of course, getting to school, his day continued its downward decline. On his desk was yet another red spider lily and the usual suicide baiting throughout the day. It deviated only slightly when their teacher announced to the whole class that Izuku was taking the entrance exam for UA. The idiot also neglected to tell them that he was only applying to the Department of General Education, not the Heroics Department. He was well aware he would most likely fail the practical portion of the exam. This started a nasty chain of events. As soon as the bell rang, Bakugo was on him like chlamydia on a koala. Shitty Deku, what the F do you think you're doing applying to UA? Bakugo growled, grabbing Izuku's collar. Izuku just sighed as if he was dealing with a small child's tantrum, which he pretty much was. Bakugo, calm down. I'm not applying for the heroics course. No need to worry about your precious spotlight being claimed. Yet, that didn't seem to calm Bakugo as he threw Izuku to the ground and delivered an explosive punch to his face. Doesn't matter, Shitty Deku. I'll be the only one from this shitty school to get into UA. He sneered at Izuku and started to walk away. Izuku rubbed his cheek. That was definitely a burn. Before Bakugo made it through the doorway, he turned back to Izuku, manic grin on his face. Why don't you do all of us a favor and take a swan dive off the roof? If you're lucky, you might even get a quirk in your next life. Izuku sat frozen, his heart beating in his ears. He could faintly hear Bakugo's friends laughing, but they sounded so far away. It was like Izuku was underwater. He couldn't breathe. He was used to the suicide baiting from the others, but Bakugo had never. Not until now. Izuku wasn't an idiot. He knew they weren't friends, not anymore, but he always thought that maybe. Izuku forced air into his lungs and thought of the pattern that Eraserhead had tapped on his back whenever Izuku had a panic attack while they were out. It wasn't often it happened, especially more recently, but when he had first started shadowing Eraser, they happened across a few things that triggered Izuku. Izuku's breathing began to even out as he tapped the pattern shakily on his knees. He took one more deep breath and stood up. Guess he was wrong about ever mending his friendship with Bakugo, he thought bitterly, before Izuku could get too stuck in his own head. His stomach growled, reminding him he had yet to eat anything. He packed up his bag and made his way out of the school. He bought a cheap bento at a grocery store and then walked around a bit, looking for a decent place to sit and eat in peace. While he walked, his thoughts crept back up on him. They reminded him over and over of Bakugo's words. What did that idiot think he was doing? If Izuku had listened, Bakugo would never be able to become a hero. Izuku was too lost in his thoughts to hear someone's voice, only startling when something slimy forced its way into his mouth. Izuku panicked, dropping his bento and clawing at the slime. Tears formed in his eyes as his lungs screamed for oxygen and tried to expel the foreign substance. As black dotted his vision, his hazy mind registered another voice, and then the world was gone. When Izuku regained consciousness, his cheek was even more sore than it had been before, and his throat felt like it was on fire. He looked around dazedly, not registering the large blonde man in front of him. After his mind was able to process that, yes, that was All Might standing in front of him, Izuku began internally freaking out. All Might, sir. Izuku tried, but his voice was rough from whatever had tried to enter his body. I'm glad you're all right, my boy. Now that you're awake, I should hurry and get this guy to the authorities. His voice echoed on the walls of the underpass painfully. Wait, All Might, Izuku shouted, desperation clear in his voice. He wasn't sure what he wanted, but All Might was in front of him. The number one hero turned back to face Izuku with his signature smile. Maybe, can I still be a hero if I don't have a quirk? The question was barely more than a whisper, but he could tell All Might heard, and Izuku regretted ever asking the question. All Might's slight frown said everything he needed to know. No, I'm sorry, my boy, but you cannot become a hero. Being a hero with no quirk is dangerous. There are other ways you could help people, like becoming a doctor or a policeman. Both are very respectable professions. All Might smiled brightly at Izuku, and he felt his heart plummet at the words. All Might probably said goodbye, but Izuku didn't hear him. That same feeling from earlier was crawling its way up his throat, and he wanted to vomit, but there was nothing in his stomach to get rid of, so he just ended up dry heaving. The pain from dry heaving and from the villain that tried to enter his body helped to ground Izuku and prevented him from having another panic attack. He sat in that underpass for what felt like hours, but when he checked his phone, only a few minutes had passed. Slumping against the wall of the underpass, Izuku took a deep breath and then began to collect his stuff that had slipped from his backpack during the commotion. He picked up his notebook and was flabbergasted to see All Might's obnoxious signature taking up 2 full pages. That was his school notebook. What the F was he supposed to do? Write around it. Honestly, what is with blonde idiots? Izuku muttered to himself about stupid blondes and their stupid egos as he went about collecting the rest of his things. He realized he was missing the bento he had bought and looked around for it. When he found it, he dropped to his knees in despair. When Izuku had dropped it, it must have come open because there it sat, face down on the concrete. Izuku lifted it up, hoping that the plastic lid beside him did not in fact belong to his bento, and the contents were still nice and safe within their container. As Izuku had said, the universe had decreed that Izuku had a shitty day, so of course, when he lifted the container, all of the precious, delicious food fell to the concrete. Izuku walked back in the direction of the store to buy another bento when explosions went off only a few blocks away from him. Izuku rushed towards the danger, because, as Eraser had always told him, he was a reckless idiot with a death wish. And oh, if only Eraser had knew. Finding the source of the explosions was actually his childhood friend turned bully gave Izuku a mix of emotion. On one hand, this is karma. On the other, that was the same slime villain that had attacked Izuku earlier, and he knew how terrifying and awful it was to go through that. Izuku looked around and angrily noted that there were indeed multiple heroes, and yet they were sitting on their asses. Izuku scowled at them and then turned back to the villain. He made eye contact with Bakugo, and he was sure Bakugo would murder him for interfering, but if no one else would, the useless, quirkless loser would have to step up. Izuku charged, ducking through the crowd and toward the rampaging villain. He did consider getting his bow or maybe one of his knives from the hidden compartment, but decided it'd be bad if anyone saw him and happened to recognize them. Instead, he decided his backpack itself would do the trick as he threw it towards the only obvious vulnerable spot on the villain, his eyes. With the villain distracted, Izuku got to work pulling on Bakugo, tuning out his screams that he didn't need Izuku's help. Just as Izuku managed to get Bakugo's torso free, no thanks to the other boy, there was a strong gust of wind that literally blew the villain away. However, the two boys weren't spared either. Both boys were blown back a ways into the alley, hitting more than a few things on their short trip. The other pros finally rushed in, picking both boys up. However, that's where the treatment differed. Bakugo was praised for his bravery and heroism while Izuku was reprimanded for being reckless and stupid. He listened silently, not saying anything in fear of what would happen if he did. So, he listened. He listened as their words entered his mind, bouncing around and joining all the others that put him down every day. But one person's words stood out more than the others. You cannot become a hero. In the quiet of the room Izuku slept in, he felt the tears sting his eyes. He could still be a hero. He would become a hero. He could, right. Izuku woke up sore and aching all over and briefly wondered when the hell he was hit by a truck, and then he remembered. You cannot be a hero. Right, he thought bitterly. Thanks for the reminder. Izuku rolled out of bed, every movement pressing against his bruises painfully. He went about his morning routine, being extra careful of all the aches on his body. When he made his way downstairs, he found Akane, the other child the Nishimuras were fostering, in the kitchen. She was 3 years older than Izuku and had been there before Izuku came to live with them. She was quiet and kept to herself, which the Nishimuras approved of, not to mention she was allowed into the kitchen to make food. Izuku was only allowed in when he had to clean up from dinner, so it was more than he was allowed. Izuku moved to the door and slipped his shoes on. Akane turned in his direction and then turned back to the counter where she continued to prep something. Hey, she called, getting Izuku's attention, and he turned to her. They had talked maybe a dozen times since he had gotten there. Not that they had been unpleasant. They were usually awkward attempts at conversation or the odd time that she'd sneak food for Izuku. She made sure the food was never enough to be noticed by the Nishimuras, but it was enough to tide Izuku over until his punishment was up. His punishment being that they refused to give him food, so he either had to go out and buy his own or starve. But Akane was more neutral than anything else. Not that Izuku minded. He understood that that's what she had learned worked best in the house for her own survival. Akane made her way over to Izuku. Here, she held out a container that looked like it had rice in it. I couldn't use anything else or else they'd notice, but it's better than nothing. She paused for a moment, shifting her feet awkwardly. I know yesterday was the anniversary for you, Mom. I hope this helps. Izuku finally took the container with a whispered thank you, and Akane started back to the kitchen when she turned back around. She sent Izuku an almost exasperated look. And please stop stealing food. The more you do it, the longer they'll withhold stuff like that, she said, pointing to the container. Izuku nodded and slid the container into his backpack before heading out. He had lost his lunch privileges ages ago and hadn't been allowed to take anything for lunches, though he suspected that Fumiko had forgotten why he didn't get lunches and just took pleasure in Izuku's suffering. As for breakfast, Izuku preferred getting to school early and ahead of the bullies than suffering through a meal with the Nishimuras that early in the morning. Izuku went to school, trying to avoid thinking about anything really. He just hoped that it wouldn't be as shitty of a day as the previous one. Of course, he forgot that it was him that he was talking about, so obviously, his luck was the worst. As soon as kids started to make their way into class, everyone rounded on Bakugo, and Izuku had to listen to them all praise Bakugo. Izuku could have sworn he saw the other boy's head grow a few sizes. After classes were over and the other kids cornered Izuku behind the school because apparently he's living in a teen drama, he was painfully reminded of just how battered he had gotten the day before. He just did what he could, protecting his head with one arm and his stomach with the other. Once they tired themselves out, spitting insults his way, they left Izuku to wallow in his pain until he decided he needed to get back to the Nishimuras. Izuku made it back, treated his wounds, and then sat through another horribly awkward family dinner. After dealing with the dishes, Izuku was finally allowed to retreat to his room. He sat on his bed, facing the closet when his shade hoodie caught his eye. Maybe he could go out and... You cannot be a hero. Right, maybe not. Maybe, just for one night, he'd take a break. Shouta scowled down at the city as he went about his normal patrol. He was confused and concerned. Shade had completely dropped off the map for months, just disappeared. Shouta had contacted Tsukachi to see if maybe he was just in a different area, but neither had heard anything since May. The months just passed with no word until suddenly, a month ago, Shade was spotted. According to reports, he was different. He was being extremely reckless, getting involved in things that he should know he can't handle. Damn it. Shouta had no idea what he was supposed to do other than simply keep a lookout for him. He had to find the kid before he got himself killed. When Shouta finished his patrol, he went to the area where Shade had used to spend most of his time. After spending nearly an hour looking, Shouta was about ready to head back home. His Ashi had been blowing up his phone. He turned to head back home. Eraser. Shouta turned around, and it took a second for him to place the young woman in front of him. Shimizu, he greeted with a nod. She seemed to look around Shouta before leveling him with a sharp glare. Where is he? Shouta sighed. I was hoping you had seen him around. Shimizu studied him for a long moment. And if I have? Shouta whipped his head to Shimizu, hope seeming to find its place in his chest. Have you? Shimizu's lips twitched in the beginnings of a smile. You really do care for the kid, huh? She said, less of a question and more of a statement of fact. Shouta nodded hesitantly. Good. He needs someone who cares. Poor kid's gone long enough on his own. Shouta pushed his own very sudden and unexpected jealousy at the fact that Shimizu seemed to have information about Shade that he had not shared, mostly because the kid had never told Shouta anything, ever. You know something? He asked carefully. Shimizu began walking, waiting for Shouta to join her before she spoke again. I was the first one he helped. I was also the one who gave him his name. After explaining how dangerous it was to give someone his real name, she shook her head fondly before glancing at Shouta. I don't know what you think you know about him, but the kid isn't okay. We've tried to explain the shit he goes through isn't okay and he should tell someone, but he just laughs it off. Says he doesn't want them getting into trouble. Shimizu scoffs. I say, give him hell. It's what they all deserve. Shouta decided that seemed like a good place to cut in. Who is they? Shimizu gave Shouta another glance before shaking her head. You know, I really wish I could tell you, but I also don't want to betray the kid's trust. He deserves better. But if he hasn't put his complete trust in you yet, then I don't think it's a good idea for me to say anything more. That should be enough to convince you he needs someone to save him. Yeah. Shouta nodded without even thinking about it. He knew the kid was in trouble, but having someone confirm it, not only what he had suspected, but that had heard it from the kid himself. I don't plan on giving up on him. Shimizu gave him an approving nod as they made it to her door. Shimizu put her key in and Shouta turned away to head to his own home. He looks up to you, you know. Shimizu called after Shouta. You mean a lot to the kid. Don't let him down. She paused for a moment and then turned around fully. And after you finish telling him to get it together and stop being a dumbass, tell him to come and visit. Gets lonely around here. Shouta nodded and continued his way home. It was another week before he found Shade. FFF. Izuku looked down at himself, lifting his hand from his abdomen and letting out a breathy laugh. Of course, this would happen. He knew it would, eventually. He expected it. He knew he was being a reckless idiot, but he didn't know what else to do. He needed to do something, but he couldn't face Eraserhead. Not until he figured his shit out and decided what path to take. Did he still want to be a hero? Stupid question, he hissed at himself. He'd always want to be a hero. The real question was whether or not he still thought he could. No, idiot, he hissed again. It's a stupid question because you're bleeding out. Oh, right. Yeah, that was a lot of blood and he was certainly feeling a little lightheaded. At least the poor sap who was being mugged managed to get away. It was Izuku's luck that the mugger had some kind of knife hand quirk. Izuku put pressure back on the wound, willing his mind to focus on what he should be doing. Hospital? Maybe. He could just say that he was the one that got mugged. That'd be believable. And then they would call his foster family. No hospital, then. Izuku groaned and slid down the wall of the dimly lit alley. Looking around, Izuku frowned. This was where he was going to die. Some disgusting alley, amongst all the other trash. Izuku gritted his teeth and pushed back off the wall. He didn't know why he kept fighting, but he continued until he made it out into the street. Maybe if he made it to Shimizu's, she could give him a hand. Kid. Yes, because this was already going amazingly. Izuku turned to look at Eraserhead. Hey, Eraser, long time no see, he greeted, lifting his hand in a wave without thinking. Eraser's face paled, and Izuku realized that was his wound-covering hand. Eraser rushed towards Izuku, and it was at that moment that his head got all fuzzy and nice little black dots edged his vision. Before he realized what was going on, Eraser had picked him up and was carrying him somewhere. Izuku struggled, or what he thought of struggling, but with his current state of consciousness, it was more like weak wiggling. Keep still, problem child. Eraser's voice was tight with something close to concern and maybe fear. Izuku shook his head, trying to focus. No hospital, he managed, or hoped he did. Eraser's steps faltered before he continued, turning down a different street. All right, kid. No hospital. I'm taking you to someone who can help, okay? Izuku hummed in response and closed his eyes, lulled by the steady thudding of Eraser's footsteps and his heartbeat. Just as Izuku thought he would get some well-deserved rest, Eraserhead jostled him. Izuku sent him a weak glare, but Eraser just shook his head at him. No sleeping, kid. I need you awake, you hear me? He told Izuku, his steps quickening. Izuku grunted and did what he could to stay awake. But it was getting really hard. His eyelids felt like they were made from lead. He felt like if he just let himself fall asleep, it'd be one of those rests where you wake up feeling absolutely amazing. Okay, Eraserhead started, his voice wavering slightly. You want to hear about my cats? He asked, and that definitely caught Izuku's attention. Neither of them made it a habit to share personal information about themselves, but if getting stabbed was all Izuku had to do, he would have done that a long time ago. Okay, so that was a lie, but still. Izuku had gotten so little information about Eraser, he was desperate. Well, I have 3. Eraser started, and Izuku couldn't help the small chuckle that escaped him because of course he does. The oldest is McDonald because I found him in a McDonald's bag. Izuku huffed a laugh, and he could have sworn Eraser cracked a smile. Or maybe that was the blood loss. Shut it, problem child. I can't be perfect at everything. That earned another breathy laugh. We call him Mickey for short though. Our second one is Pickles. Izuku outright laughed at that, and then immediately regretted it as his stab wound began throbbing painfully. I didn't name her. That goes to my husband. I asked him what to name her, and apparently he panicked and just shouted the first thing he thought of, which happened to be what he was craving. Izuku vaguely registered that they were slowing down, and then they were quickly buzzed into a building while Eraserhead continued. And our baby, our sweet little angel, is Bucket, but we call him Bucky for short. Izuku stared blankly up at Eraserhead. You speak of him as though he'd have some sweet, super cute name. You named him Bucket. Izuku spoke with a surprising amount of calm, although he was pretty sure that was the adrenaline. Did you find him in a bucket? Eraserhead shrugged awkwardly as they arrived at a door and used his foot to tap on it. No, we did not find him in a bucket. It's just, Eraser's voice tapered off into more of a mutter, he's just as dumb as a bucket, so it fit. Izuku gawked at the man, completely missing the door that swung open to reveal a small woman with gray hair that traveled down to her waist. She ushered them in, directing Eraserhead to the couch where he set Izuku down carefully. Izuku hissed as the movement caused him to twist slightly and pull at the wound. The old woman tutted, and Izuku eyed her suspiciously before glancing at Eraserhead. He hadn't thought about it too much, but he really did just let the man take him to some random person's house. Eraserhead seemed to understand what Izuku was trying to convey as he gestured to the old woman. This is Recovery Girl. She's the youthful heroine, Izuku whispered almost reverently as he stared wide-eyed at Recovery Girl. The woman chuckled at Izuku as she pushed Eraserhead out of the way. That's right, dearie. Now, let's take a look at your wound. Why don't you take off that mask? Can't imagine that's doing much good for you right now, she said with a stern look. Izuku shook his head and then swallowed thickly. No, please, I am okay. Recovery Girl seemed hesitant and looked back at Eraserhead, who just shrugged and shook his head. Recovery Girl sighed before grabbing scissors from a medical kit Izuku hadn't noticed on the coffee table. I'm going to have to cut away your sweatshirt. Okay. Izuku whined at the thought of cutting through his hoodie. It was his only one after all, but nodded and closed his eyes. He could hear the scissors tearing through the fabric and mourned the loss of his hoodie. He'd have to see if he could get a second-hand one somewhere. Maybe Shimizu would give him one of her old ones. Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts by the sharp intake of breath from the other 2 occupants in the room. Carefully opening his eyes, he noted that they were both staring down at him. When he looked, he was confused. The wound didn't even look that bad. It was only sluggishly bleeding, so he didn't understand. Kid, Eraser breathed. His voice sounded so broken. Where'd those come from? Izuku looked up at Eraserhead only for him to be pointing down at Izuku. He looked, but he couldn't understand what he meant. Oh, right. Those. I'm super clumsy. Izuku tried, but that just got him a frown from both adults. Recovery Girl composed herself first, feeling around the wound and looking at it. Doesn't look too deep. Thankfully seems to have missed anything too important. Just clean it up a bit and some stitches should work just fine, she muttered more to herself than the other two in the room. Recovery Girl got to work cleaning and stitching, and Izuku did what he could to not pay attention to it. He might have had a high pain tolerance, but that didn't mean he likes it. A hand was placed on top of his head, and Izuku startled slightly when he realized it was Eraserhead. Bucket walks into walls, he stated plainly, and Izuku had to do everything he could to not start laughing. His eyesight is fine, just sometimes his depth perception is off. Eraserhead shrugs, but he's super sweet, if incredibly shy. He still doesn't trust Nimiri. He stops short, eyes widening only a bit as he looked down at Izuku, who had a manic grin spreading. "Oh," Izuku said, his voice lilting and an eyebrow raised. "Nimiri." Eraserhead looked like he wished he had left Izuku in the streets, and Izuku couldn't really blame the man. After a moment, his face turned to one of more concern than annoyance, but he held his tongue after a quick glance at Recovery Girl. "Finished," the old woman announced with a satisfied huff. "Now, I can heal you as much as your stamina will allow, which, judging by your eye bags, is not much, or I can just help jumpstart the process. If I do as much as your stamina will allow, you will be out for the rest of the night, most likely, but if I just jumpstart the healing, you should be coherent enough. Although I would suggest being escorted," she explained, giving Eraserhead a pointed look when she told them Izuku should be escorted. "Just jumpstarting it should be fine." "You've done so much already," Izuku said with a shaky smile that neither Recovery Girl nor Eraserhead could see. Recovery Girl nodded and moved to kiss Izuku's forehead. He could feel the exhaustion crash into him like a tidal wave, but forced himself to power through. "Thank you for all your help," he told the older woman, who nodded at him. "Of course, dearie, though I do wish you hadn't gotten into the situation that caused that in the first place." She shook her head and sighed as she made her way out of the room. Eraserhead extended a hand to help Izuku up, but he hesitated slightly. Izuku frowned under his mask and pushed himself off the couch himself. He thanked Recovery Girl again and left her apartment with only a slight limp. When he got out of the building, he noticed that Eraserhead was very unsubtly trailing him. Izuku narrowed his eyes at him in question, but the man just shrugged and followed as Izuku turned to start walking. Truthfully, he had no effing idea where he was at that moment, so the first order of business was figuring that out. He wrapped his hoodie around himself where it was now cut open. "So, you gonna tell me what's been going on?" Eraserhead spoke cautiously from beside Izuku. When he didn't answer, Eraser just sighed. "You disappear for nearly 8 months and then show up. Being a completely reckless idiot, I might add, worrying not only myself but other people who care about you as well." The last part caught Izuku's attention, and he glanced over to the man. "What do you mean?" Eraser met his gaze for a moment before turning back to the road ahead. "I mean, I happened to come across Shimizu a week ago while I was hunting for you, and she was worried. She also told me to tell you to come visit when you stop being a dumbass." Eraserhead paused for a moment before shrugging. "Or something along those lines." Izuku took that in. He hadn't meant to worry Shimizu. He had probably worried the others too if Shimizu was worried. Izuku frowned at the thought but shook his head. He'd go visit sometime later. "You gonna tell me what's going on or what?" Eraserhead said, doing a poor job of sounding disinterested. Izuku rolled his eyes at the man and then did his best to come up with a somewhat believable lie. "Entrance exams," he decided on. "Very believable." Eraserhead raised an eyebrow at him. "Really? Now he actually did sound interested." Izuku nodded. "Yep, very worried about it. You know, it's tough being a kid. Gotta worry about getting into a good high school and whatnot." It took Izuku exactly 27 seconds to realize he had majorly effed up. "Wait, no, it's okay." Eraserhead glanced down at Izuku. "You know, I did share a lot with you. I think it's only fair I get something out of it too." Izuku scoffed but latched onto the reason like his life depended on it. It helped him not feel like he had just signed his own arrest warrant. He knew it was irrational. It's not like Eraserhead could find him with just the information that he was going into high school. "So," Eraserhead said slowly, drawing out the word, "you thinking about UA?" Izuku couldn't help himself and barked out a laugh. Then his injury made itself known and he groaned. Eraserhead glanced at Izuku expectantly, and Izuku remembered that he had even let a name slip, even if Izuku had absolutely no way of finding who the person attached to the name was. After a long moment, Izuku nodded slowly. "Yeah, I am." Eraserhead seemed surprised that Izuku actually admitted it. "I see. I suppose I'll see you for exams, then." Izuku had to physically restrain himself from reacting. Even if he did plan on applying to UA still, he certainly wouldn't be applying to the hero course. He's not that stupid. He knew he wouldn't get in. He was quirkless. If he did still plan on becoming a hero, which he wasn't even sure about, he would have to do something big, so they didn't have any reason to not allow him into the hero course. Like winning the sports festival. Izuku just hummed in agreement before coming across a familiar intersection. "Oh, I know where to go from here. Thanks, Eraser. See ya." He called and headed across the street, hoping the man would get the message and not follow him. Thankfully, he did. And he called a goodbye as he turned the other way. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to the Nishimuras, trying to ignore his mind replaying the things he told Eraser over and over, reminding him of how much he told him and how much he knew now. He tried to tell himself that it was okay. Eraser couldn't track him down with what little he knows. Right, Izuku didn't go out as Shade for the next month in order to heal properly. He did go out as Shade to go see Shimizu, who gave him a piece of her mind for worrying them all so much and then hugged him tightly. It made his chest uncomfortably warm and he couldn't ignore it no matter how hard he tried to. Finally, after another month, it was time. The day of reckoning, if you will. Izuku got up extra early and tried to burn off the extra energy by going for an early morning jog, but it barely helped. He was practically buzzing with anticipation. Akane had given him a look and then slipped him a Kit Kat which had made him smile before he left for the exam. When he made it to the school, he was shocked at just how large it was. It was certainly fitting for the best hero school in Japan. But pictures of the place did not do it any justice. Izuku made his way through the halls to the classroom he was assigned for the exam, noting how absolutely ginormous the doors were. He took a cautionary peek inside the class, scanning for the familiar spiky blonde hair. Thankfully, he found none and he prayed that meant they were in different classrooms. He found the desk that had his name on it that was awkwardly enough right next to the desk where the only other person in the classroom sat. Izuku sat down and took out his pencil and eraser. Izuku took note of how his desk neighbor was now staring wide-eyed at Izuku's desk with a kind of longing. Finally, the other boy looked up to meet Izuku's questioning gaze. Eraser, he said intelligently. Yeah, Izuku said slowly. It's an eraser. The boy shook his head and then composed himself. No, it's Eraserhead. Izuku couldn't help the small smile slip onto his face. Oh, yeah, he's one of my favorites. The other boy brightened considerably. Mine too, he exclaimed before quickly shutting himself down and apologizing. Izuku waved him off. It's all good. I get weird about heroes too. When I was younger, I would never shut up about them. That got a light chuckle from the other boy and made something in Izuku's chest tighten. So, are you applying to the hero course? Izuku's smile faltered, but before the boy could backpedal, he responded. No, I wouldn't get in anyway, so I'm just gonna wait. The boy furrowed his brows for a second but nodded anyway. Then he suddenly stuck his hand out to Izuku. Shinsu Itoshi. He introduced himself. It's nice to meet you. Izuku eyed Shinsu's hand cautiously before taking it. Midoriya Izuku. Likewise. Shinsu went to say something, but when he opened his mouth, more kids started filing in, so Izuku sent him a small smile as they both faced forward, waiting for the exam to start. If Izuku had looked back at Shinsu, he might have seen the light blush that colored the other boy's cheeks. Izuku left the exam feeling confident that he'd get in. It was difficult, yes, but not so much so that Izuku had too much trouble answering any of the questions. As he left the school, he couldn't help but picture Eraserhead's frustration trying to spot him in the practical for the hero course. Just the thought made him chuckle. Baby school would be fun. Izuku resolutely ignored the echo of Shinsu's laughter in his mind as he walked faster back to the Nishimuras. Maybe if he walked fast enough, the thoughts couldn't catch him. Shouta was ready to cry. Not that he would, yet, but he was close. He had watched the tapes for nearly every hero course applicant and none of them fit his problem child. Although, he did identify a number of troublesome brats that Nedzu would almost certainly saddle Shouta with. Maybe Shade had lied to him about applying to UA. The thought made Shouta frown. The kid would be an excellent underground hero. He had more than proved that, and with a little more training and experience, he could be unstoppable. Shu, are you still watching the exam footage? Hazashi's voice came from behind him and Shouta just grunted in response. Hazashi sighed and came up behind him, turning the monitor off. He could have used his quirk for the exam in case you were watching so you wouldn't be able to recognize his style. Come on, let's head home. You can rewatch the footage later. Cats won't feed themselves. Shouta reluctantly relented at the reminder of the cats and followed his husband. He would find that kid if it was the last thing he did. The night after Izuku received the letter that told him he had been accepted to UA, which he had expected, but actually getting it was a whole other story, found him on his usual rooftop. He hadn't been intending to go out and do vigilante things, but he had promised Shimizu that he'd drop by when he got the letter. Shimizu had taken the night off work and surprised him with Katsuden when he got there. She gave him a warm hug and told him she never doubted he'd get in and how proud of him she was. Izuku cried so hard he started hiccuping. As it got later, Shimizu shooed Izuku back home to get some well-deserved rest, but he just felt so restless. His senses were wired, like there was something coming, he just didn't know what. So, he took a detour to his rooftop where the rustling of fabric coming from behind Izuku told him that his favorite underground hero had found him. Eraserhead didn't say anything as he came and sat a good distance away from Izuku. Izuku was reminded of how grateful he was to Eraserhead for respecting his boundaries. For the most part, acceptance letters were sent out. Eraser's voice was bordering on disinterested and clearly fishing for information. Should have arrived by today. Izuku nodded, a small smirk hidden behind his mask. Yep. Eraserhead glanced sideways at Izuku. You gonna tell me if you got in? Izuku scoffed and then turned his gaze fully to the man. What? And have you hunting me down? Eraserhead rolled his eyes before they softened. Kid, I'm going to hunt you down regardless. And besides, I'm not going to arrest you or anything. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Eraser. He figured that he was safe enough to be around the hero like they were, and not have to worry about being arrested, but if he got a hold of Izuku's identity, there's nothing to say that Eraserhead wouldn't bring him in, especially after finding out that he's quirkless. And then he'd just leave Izuku, and he'd be alone again. Izuku's heart sank as his thoughts started to get away from him before he shook himself. Focusing back on Eraser, Izuku took a deep breath. Then what? At Eraserhead's furrowed brow, Izuku took another steadying breath. What are you going to do? The man turned away from Izuku, leaning back on his hands. Honestly, I'm not sure, kid. Make sure you're safe. Officially take you on as an intern when the time for internships comes. He paused and turned his head to Izuku. I just want to see you succeed and not constantly trying to hide injuries from me. He gave Izuku a pointed look and Izuku shrunk back a bit. Sorry, he whispered. After another moment of silence, Izuku pursed his lips and prepared for the worst. What if I can't become a hero? At first, Izuku wondered if the underground hero had even heard him. If you can't become a hero, or if you don't want to be a hero. Izuku paused at the question. Did he want to be a hero? Yeah, sure, it's what he's always wanted. But he also always knew on some level that he just couldn't. His mom had apologized when he had asked her if he could still be a hero. Bakugo beat him down for still wanting to follow his dream. The number one hero straight up told him that he couldn't. Eraserhead was the only one who had told him he could, but Eraserhead didn't know. If he knew, can't, Izuku breathed, his gaze traveling slowly to meet Eraser's. What if I can't become a hero? Eraser frowned into his scarf. There is literally no reason why you, of all people, can't. You have more potential than anyone in my new class. The hero let a small smirk slip. Trust me, I watched all of the exam footage. One has raw power and above-average intelligence, but he definitely has some superiority complex. Another has an amazing quirk but zero control and an undiagnosed learning disability. And one who, if I didn't know his family, I'd question if he was human. Izuku chuckled, his heart beating nervously at the obvious mention of Bakugo. So, trust me when I say you can be a hero, problem child. Izuku felt calmer, less nerves and more to think about. Eraserhead seemed so sure that no matter what the reason why Izuku couldn't become a hero, it was stupid, and Eraser would show him why. Maybe, if Izuku told him, he'd tell him that he could still be a hero. That Eraser would continue to teach him and not abandon him. Izuku opened his mouth to tell him, just say it, but he couldn't. The words turned to shards of glass in his throat, tearing and ripping through him as he continued to try to push them out. Finally, Izuku gave up, shoulders slumping as he did his best to stave off the tears. Izuku sniffled and cleared his throat. Yeah, he turned his gaze back to Eraserhead. I did get in. And before Eraserhead could say anything, Izuku stood up and sprinted back to the Nishimuras. Shouta was frantic as he searched the school's database by quirk because he didn't have anything else to go on other than that his kid was a first year. He searched through those with intelligence-based quirks first but came up with nothing. He stared at each individual student from the heroics course, all 40 of them. Again, nothing. But he couldn't be sure. All he had to go on appearance-wise was his height. Shouta was pretty sure the kid's eyes were green, but he'd never seen them in proper lighting, so that wasn't even concrete. Shoo, Hazashi's voice was thick with concern. Shouta could guess why. He probably looked insane with his hair a mess, clothes disheveled and eyes bloodshot. What are you doing, babe? I will find him. Shouta hissed as he continued his search, checking non-physical quirks that could be considered useless. Hazashi nodded, setting a grocery bag on the counter, and avoided stepping on the needy cats that weaved around his feet. Well, good luck with that. You sure he's going to UA? Shouta massaged his temples and turned away from his laptop. He told me himself. Hazashi raised an eyebrow. Well, so, you actually made a good deal of progress, huh? Shouta thought about that for a moment and realized that yes, he had made quite a bit of progress with the boy. When they first met, Shade would never even take his eyes off of Shouta, which helped while they were training, but it got pretty obvious the kid didn't trust him. He would always make sure that he was behind Shouta too. He would never give up his back. I'm worried, Zashi, Shouta admitted in a small voice, one that he only ever used around Hazashi. He wasn't okay. Shimizu told me some things, concerning things. Hazashi's eyes widened at the implication that their suspicions were right. We'll just have to try harder, make sure he knows that he'll be safe with us. Shouta smirked and breathed a laugh as Hazashi made his way around the kitchen. So, have you seen your class list for the new year? Hazashi asked, clearly trying to change the subject. Shouta nodded and sighed. If Problem Child didn't give him gray hairs, those kids certainly would. Yeah, it's going to be absolute torture. Hazashi tutted and brought Shouta a cup of coffee. Really, the best husband ever. No contest. Come on, it won't be that bad, Hisashi told him. Shouta gave him a blank stare. Hisashi, Nedzu has forbidden me from expelling more than one student a month. A month. Hisashi closed his eyes for a long moment and took a deep breath. Shoo, you expelled your entire class this past year. I think Nedzu's compromise should be tolerable. Shouta pouted and Hisashi chuckled at him before leaving to go back to the kitchen to start dinner. If Shouta could just confirm that the kid was safe, wherever he was, he would be satisfied. Mostly, he had grown fond of the kid, even with his occasional chaotic energy. He was the type of person you couldn't help but want to protect. Or maybe that was just Shouta. Either way, the kid was more important than Shouta could admit, although Hisashi had a way of just knowing. Now, as long as he could keep his other friends from finding out about the kid. Deep breath in, hold, and out. Again. Why was Izuku stressing so much about this? Because it's a new school filled with more people who will most likely treat him as less than human simply because he doesn't have some stupid superpower. Yeah, that'd do it. It didn't help that over a decade of trauma had him believing what they all said about him. Logically, he knew he wasn't worth less than other people, but trauma brain said that he was useless and stupid and worthless, just a Deku. In conclusion, trauma sucked. Did Izuku need therapy? Probably. Was he going to seek out and ask for help? PFFD, no. You gonna go in, bean sprout. Izuku's head whipped to the left, ready to tear into whoever was making fun of him that early in the morning. His scowl softened when he recognized the other person as the boy from the exam, the Eraserhead fan. Ladies first, troll doll. Izuku responded with a smirk as he bowed and opened the door dramatically. He heard Shinsu scoff, but he entered class first. Izuku slipped in after him, using the other boy's height to hide himself. Shinsu seemed to notice, raising an eyebrow at Izuku, who just shrugged his shoulders and then slid by Shinsu and made a beeline for the seat at the back of the class beside the window. As he sat down, he heard Shinsu swear softly behind him. What happened to ladies first? He sighed and sat in the seat next to Izuku's. Izuku tried his best to calm his heart. Was this a potential friend? Would he want to stay Izuku's friend after he found out? Izuku's face fell as the realization dawned on him that no, Shinsu would probably drop him as soon as he found out. Izuku looked out the window, hoping that was an obvious indicator that he didn't want to talk. He didn't want to be rude, but he also didn't want to get hurt. Before long, the class was full, kids introducing themselves and talking about their middle schools. Izuku made his presence as small and unnoticeable as possible, hoping they'd all ignore him. He half wanted to go to Eraserhead's class and thank him for drilling the stealth training into him. The door slammed open to reveal Present Mike. "What's up, listeners?" he said, using his quirk to amplify his voice just enough to get everyone's attention. Once everyone was looking his way, he sent them finger guns and grinned. "We gotta get to orientation, so let's get moving." Everyone got up and followed Present Mike, whispering about how Present Mike's our teacher. How cool is that? Izuku couldn't blame them. He was pretty excited that Present Mike was their homeroom teacher. He was one of the few heroes that Izuku thought actually did their job properly. The orientation wasn't too long, just introduced the staff to the students, fairly standard. Izuku did note that Class 1 wasn't in attendance. He wondered what kind of torment Eraserhead was putting his students through on the first day. Then he wondered if the hero had just expelled his entire class again. The thought brought a small smile to Izuku's face. He hadn't forgotten that Bakugo was included in that class. As the staff members were introduced, Izuku's blood ran cold as a familiar burly figure stepped on the stage and everyone went insane. Izuku couldn't hear anything other than the incessant ringing as he glared up at All Might, standing in all his glory. Why was he there? How is he going to be teaching children? Who the F thought this was a good idea? Izuku remembered the Hero Commission existed, which brought on a whole other brand of hatred and anger, and he got lost in his thoughts. While Izuku wasn't paying attention, the students began to move. They must have been dismissed. Izuku shook his head, trying to physically expel the negative energy he got from just the thought of the #1 hero and the corrupt organization he worked for. "We have to go back to the classroom to grab our schedules, and then we're free," Shinsu informed him in a very familiar, disinterested tone. Izuku pushed the thoughts of how similar Shinsu and Eraserhead were as he made sure to keep to the back of the group, making his presence as small as possible. As he was focusing on "no one look at me, I am not here, you do not see me, nothing interesting going on back here," he noticed that Shinsu was not having the same luck. A few of the other guys in their class had introduced themselves, and although Shinsu was polite enough, he wasn't making an effort to continue the conversation they kept trying to start. They didn't seem to appreciate that. They started bombarding him with questions, and Izuku couldn't help but feel bad for the boy as he was clearly uncomfortable, and that only got worse when one of them asked, "So, what's your quirk?" Shinsu's expression went from uncomfortable to completely blank as soon as the question left the other boys' lips, but none of them seemed to notice the shift. Shinsu gently pushed the arm that had been slung over his shoulder, turning a glare to the one that asked the question. Why does that matter? Izuku's steps faltered. That was not the reply he was expecting. In truth, Izuku was quite curious about Shinsu's quirk. The way his hair seemed to defy gravity. Izuku had theorized that he might have some type of levitation or telekinesis quirk, or one that was centered around his head. Or maybe something with his eyes due to the different colored pupil. But other than that, there were no other indications of his quirk. Izuku couldn't help himself. He wanted to know, but fortunately, he had more tact than the aholes who were hounding Shinsu. Come on, man, it's a harmless question, another guy drawled. Izuku rolled his eyes. Right? Harmless? As if he hadn't suffered for a decade because of a harmless question. Shinsu went to answer, but Izuku chose that as his moment to step in. Sickly sweet smile on his face. You know, I read something really interesting on UAS website. Izuku started. The other boys looked confused and slightly perturbed by the sudden interruption. They really don't take kindly to quirk discrimination. Apparently, if it's bad enough, you can even be expelled. Izuku laughed and then grinned maliciously at the boys. Wouldn't it be a shame to be expelled the first day of school? They all had different levels of horror and terror at Izuku's words and aura, but ran to move closer to the front of the class. Izuku smirked to himself. Quirkist aholes trying to establish some sort of stupid hierarchy first day of school. He muttered under his breath before falling back to his previous place at the back. Holy F, Shinsu whisper shouted, turning his head to look at Izuku with an incredulous look. Before Shinsu could say anything else, they arrived at the classroom and Present Mike handed them their course schedules on their way out. Izuku grabbed his schedule and rushed through the halls, taking off in a sprint as soon as he was free. He wasn't sure why he did. Logically, he knew Shinsu wasn't mad at him for stepping in, but another part of him was telling him that the other boy was mad. Izuku would just let that be future Izuku's problem. Izuku made it home to an unimpressed Fumiko. Skipping class this early. Izuku forced himself not to roll his eyes or make any outward reactions. He had learnt early on that any kind of reaction would be deemed an attitude and would be punished. No, it was just orientation and grabbing our schedules today, Izuku told her, keeping his voice perfectly even. Fumiko huffed but turned away and continued whatever she was doing. Izuku was just glad he hadn't been denied dinner or locked in the basement again. Neither were fun, but Izuku tended to find new ways to piss his foster parents off every day. Izuku just wanted to sleep for approximately 8.5 years. Instead, he thought about what Eraserhead had told him. Part of him still wanted it to be a hero, but another, louder part told him he could never be one. Izuku didn't want to think anymore. He put his headphones on and turned the music up as loud as he could handle, his future hearing loss be damned. He just wanted to drown out the voices. It was exhausting. He wasn't sure how much longer he could continue this. And then, this other kid, he was like 3 feet. Shouta rolled his eyes at his Ash's obvious exaggeration, but let him continue. He steps up to them and in the sweetest voice and the absolutely cutest smile on his face basically told them to F off. It was so hard to keep a straight face. I have a good feeling about that one. Hazashi nodded as if to affirm the idea that the kid in question was promising. Shouta shook his head and sighed, his energy completely drained from the couple hours he spent with his new hell class. Sounds like your class is better than mine, at least. Hazashi sent Shouta an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Chu. They can't be that bad though. Right? He asked, almost hopeful. Oh, how Shouta envied that optimism. Shouta just looked Hazashi in the eyes, willing him to see the absolute chaos he had gone through in not even one full day with them. Zashi, I walked into the class to Tensei's younger brother scolding that one angry Pomeranian, who, I should add when he did the ball throw test, screamed die. Another kid is almost definitely a pervert, but I don't have evidence. Another is, well, how to say, an edgelord? Am I using that right? Hazashi nodded enthusiastically and Shouta continued. Not to mention, I met my quota this month. Shouta pouted. Hazashi looked at Shouta in shock, which, really, he shouldn't be. You already expelled a student. Shouta nodded. Yeah, I told them I'd expel whoever came in last. Yeah, but don't you usually pull the whole logical roost thing on them? Hazashi asked. Shouta shrugged. He had no potential. Didn't even seem like he wanted to be there. Hazashi nodded slowly like he didn't believe Shouta's words. Right, certainly not to make room for any possible vigilante children. Shouta glanced at Hazashi sideways but didn't say anything to refute, which definitely confirmed it. Hazashi shook his head in amusement and then kissed Shouta on the forehead. You're lucky I love you, he told Shouta before Hazashi stood up from the couch and exited the room. Shouta rolled his eyes. Yeah, well the marriage is legally binding, so you're actually stuck with me, he called out to Hazashi. He could hear vague muttering from another room and allowed a small smile. Izuku went to school the next day feeling pretty good as he walked into the classroom and immediately noticed the annoyed but wary looks he was getting from the boys who had ambushed Shinsu the day before. He sent them a bright smile as he passed and then settled into his seat. He also noticed how Shinsu kept glancing at him like he wanted to say something, but before he could decide to, Present Mike walked in and started class. It wasn't until lunch that the opportunity for Shinsu to approach Izuku presented itself. Izuku had chosen a table in the back corner of the cafeteria, his back to the wall. You don't get trained by an underground hero and not become a little bit paranoid. It could save your life. He had spotted the purple-haired boy before the others saw him, half hoping he could avoid him a bit more. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. As their eyes met, Izuku was sure his heart stopped and then restarted as Shinsu started toward Izuku's table, tray in hand. Izuku silently cursed and looked around himself for an escape, but before he could, Shinsu was placing his tray down in front of Izuku. Mind if I sit? Shinsu asked as he sat down. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Shinsu but turned back to his katsudon, which, holy shit, Lunch Rush was not given enough credit. The only thing ruining his perfect meal was Shinsu. Well, okay, he wasn't ruining it, but Izuku couldn't help but be uncomfortable. He was just waiting for Shinsu to find out that he's quirkless and then he won't speak to him again. That's for the best, isn't it? A small part of Izuku, one that had only made itself known recently, said that Shinsu was okay. Although that part of Izuku reasoned that it was because he was nice to look at, which was a whole other can of beans that Izuku did not have the time nor the energy. So, Shinsu started, "What you did yesterday? That was pretty cool." Izuku actively ignored the blush that threatened to color his entire being at Shinsu's words. Izuku shrugged as casually as he could and muttered, "Anyone would have done the same." Shinsu shook his head, a scowl on his face. "No, they wouldn't. I should know." Izuku snapped his eyes up to Shinsu's face, suddenly very curious. Was he quirkless like Izuku? "People call my quirk villainous." Shinsu glared down at his food, probably afraid of Izuku's reaction, which was fair. "Oh," Shinsu looked up at Izuku, confusion, fear, and amusement warring on his features. "Oh, you sound disappointed." Shinsu chuckled nervously. Izuku's mind shut down and then rebooted so fast he got dizzy as he tried to think of some way to save this so he wouldn't have to tell Shinsu. Or maybe he should just rip the bandage off. "Your hair," he said haltingly. "I thought your quirk had something to do with levitation or some kind of telekinesis." Shinsu furrowed his brows, eyeing Izuku up. "Who's to say it's not?" Izuku shrugged lamely. "Well, you said it's villainous, and I can't think of any quirks that could be considered villainous that have to do with levitation or telekinesis, which leads me to think it's probably some type of mental quirk. Those are more often considered villainous than most other types of quirks." Izuku paused for a second, studying Shinsu's slightly slack-jawed expression. "Either that or some type of quirk that activates with sight, similar to Eraserhead's. Maybe something to do with sleep if your eye bags have anything to say. Although it could also have something to do with your voice. It does seem to be unnaturally smooth, so it wouldn't be a stretch to guess." Shinsu stopped Izuku's rambling with a hand raised. Izuku couldn't fight the flush on his cheeks as he realized what he had done. He knew people found him creepy, especially when he analyzed them. "I have many questions," Shinsu said almost breathlessly. "First, you got all that from, what, one conversation in a handful of hours of observation?" Izuku looked away, making himself as small as possible, and shrugged. Shinsu continued, "Okay, next, why would you be disappointed I don't have a levitation or telekinesis quirk?" "My mom had one," Izuku answered truthfully before he could think about it. Shinsu's face fell as the words left Izuku's mouth. "Had." Izuku couldn't look at the other boy, turning his eyes to the exit to his right instead. "Yep." Shinsu took a moment and then seemed to recover and understand that Izuku wasn't going to and didn't want to elaborate. "Okay, last question. Was that your quirk or something? Because that was." "No." Hitoshi's heart stuttered at the other boy's curt response. It was clear that somewhere along the way, Hitoshi had crossed a line. He was just too socially inept to know which particular line it was. He scrambled after the other boy as he stood up to leave the cafeteria, not wanting to lose their possible friendship. He remembered the day of the exams and how the other boy not only knew about Eraserhead but somehow had merch. Hitoshi didn't know much about friends or how to make them, but he thought that he and Midoriya had bonded at least a little bit. Hitoshi caught up to Midoriya as the boy headed for their classroom. Hey," Hitoshi tried, and Midoriya spun around, leveling him with a blank stare. "I just wanted to say, I'm sorry." Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. He was not good at this. "I'm not really great at the whole socializing thing, and I get it if you don't want to talk to me if you already know what my quirk is about. I just wanted to apologize if I said or did anything that crossed a line or something." He trailed off. Midoriya kept his face perfectly composed through Hitoshi's rather embarrassing apology. Hitoshi shifted nervously, about to tell the boy he would stay away from him from then on before Midoriya sighed. "No, I should be sorry," the smaller boy said, his eyes finding his sneakers. "I just get a bit defensive when it comes to my quirk." He practically spat the word, shoulders relaxing. Hitoshi nodded in understanding. Maybe the boy also had some kind of villainous quirk. That'd make sense why he was so opposed to quirk discrimination. "I totally understand. My quirk is, well, it's called brainwashing." Hitoshi waited for the backlash. Maybe Midoriya would just walk away and not say anything. What he wasn't expecting was for Midoriya to fall into some sort of trance-like state as he mumbled about the applications of Hitoshi's quirk and heroics. "You sure that's not your quirk?" Hitoshi asked without thinking too much about it, and then he wanted to kick himself in the shins. The other boy had literally just said he didn't like talking about his quirk. Hitoshi felt even worse as Midoriya glared down at his sneakers and snapped his mouth closed, biting his lip hard to stop himself from speaking. "I don't have one." "Oh, F? Yeah." Hitoshi really F'd this up. He ran a hand through his hair and blew a harsh breath out. "Wow, I am in a hole." Midoriya looked up at Hitoshi finally, his composure broken as he furrowed his brows. "I just assumed you had a villainous quirk because you were so serious about quirk discrimination. I'm so sorry." Hitoshi really hoped he hadn't just F'd up his first potential friendship. Midoriya was really nice, and he liked Eraserhead, and he was cute and definitely not the point. "It's fine, it's not like you knew," Midoriya muttered, looking a little perplexed. Hitoshi shook his head. "No, it's definitely not okay, and I hope you can forgive me." And Hitoshi took a deep breath in, willing himself to be brave. How could he be a hero if he couldn't even do this? "I hope you'll still consider being my friend." Midoriya took a step back, and for a moment Hitoshi was worried that the other boy was going to take off. Instead, Midoriya stood stock still, his face twisted in utter confusion. Why? Why what? Why did Hitoshi want to be his friend? That was a stupid question. Why wouldn't he want to, right? Of course, Midoriya would be cautious. Hitoshi would be too if he wasn't sweating from his nerves. "Because I want to be your friend." He tried to make his voice as sincere as possible to convey to Midoriya that he was serious. "You're really nice, and you're smart, and you like Eraserhead, and I'm not good at talking to people." Hitoshi braced himself for Midoriya's rejection, but instead, Hitoshi's ears were blessed with a sound that couldn't be human. It was far too cute for this earthly realm. Hitoshi gaped at the green-haired boy in front of him as he giggled before seeming to realize where they were and schooled his expression into a much more reserved smile. "I wasn't expecting that," Midoriya said honestly, "but I wouldn't be opposed to becoming friends with you." Hitoshi felt a relieved smile worm its way on his face. "Cool." Midoriya nodded before leading them to the classroom. "So, about your quirk, is it voice-activated, or does it have to do with eye contact?" Hitoshi glanced sideways at Midoriya as they sat at their desks. "I mean, the other person has to respond to me for it to activate." Hitoshi had to smother a laugh as Midoriya nodded, and his hands twitched like they were aching to move and do something. "That's really cool, by the way." "What is?" the green-haired boy asked with a tilt of his head which was definitely not cute. Hitoshi gestured vaguely to Midoriya. "The way you were able to just know things about my quirk before I even told you." Midoriya nodded but looked a little confused. "Usually people think it's creepy." Hitoshi scoffed. "Yeah, well, usually people are a-holes." Midoriya smirked at Hitoshi before he continued to ask questions about his quirk, and Hitoshi found that he didn't mind discussing his quirk with him. He even found it, dare he say it, enjoyable. While the two boys talked in the classroom, neither noticed Hisashi, who was doing his best to hide behind a clipboard as he totally did not spy on his students. Those two were the ones Hisashi was the most concerned about. He saw their files. One was quirkless and the other had a quirk that would definitely be called villainous. And yet, here they were, sitting in the empty classroom, having a conversation full of small smiles and soft laughs. Hisashi smiled and observed them. He dubbed them the Fluffy Boys. Because of their hair, obviously. Izuku dropped down on the guy they had identified as a serial mugger. He caught the guy by surprise, but not enough for Izuku to restrain him. The guy whirled around to face Izuku, a snarl on his fox-like face. Unfortunately for Izuku, the guy was actually skilled, not your run-of-the-mill mugger. Izuku blocked a swipe with his bow, losing his grip on the staff before it was sent flying off into the alley. Izuku tutted and turned back to Foxface, whose snarl was more of a sneer. Foxface swiped at Izuku again, catching his arm, and by the stinging sensation followed by a warm wetness, Izuku could tell he hadn't dodged fast enough. Eraserhead was going to lecture him for the next week because he got hit. Great. Izuku glared at Foxface, eyes scanning the area for anything else he could use when he spotted some sort of fabric. Izuku didn't think too hard before lunging and grabbing the article of clothing and wrapping it around each hand, turning back to Foxface. He waited until the man attacked, and then Izuku caught his fist in the fabric between his hands and twisted. When the man was sufficiently caught, Izuku ducked in between his legs and pulled, forcing Foxface into a somersault that landed him hard on his back. Izuku internally winced as he twisted Foxface's arm, flipping him onto his stomach and pushing his arm up his back. Izuku tried to settle his heart as he felt Eraserhead's presence moving from the shadows. He glanced back at him, glaring softly. Didn't think to maybe give a hand. Izuku huffed at Eraserhead, but the man just shook his head at Izuku. "You had it handled," Eraserhead shrugged lazily. "Plus, I would have stepped in if you needed it." Izuku accepted the zip ties the hero handed him and secured Foxface before he stood up, letting Eraserhead take over as he called the cops so they could come get him. Izuku headed up the fire escape while Eraserhead waited for the police. Even though Izuku mainly only worked with Eraser, he didn't think the cops would just kindly forget his acts of vigilantism, as if that's what it could even be called. After another 20 minutes, Eraser finally made his way up to the roof. "You good, kid?" Izuku turned his head to look at Eraserhead. "I'm fine." The hero chuckled, a sound that if you didn't know him would sound a lot like a sigh. "Usually you're more vocal. Something happened at school." Izuku scoffed. "What are you, my dad?" As soon as the words left his mouth, they left a strange aftertaste and his heart sped up. Izuku desperately ignored the full body reaction he had to even implying the man in front of him was his dad, or that he saw him as such, because he didn't. At all. Definitely not. "I might have made a friend," Izuku said quickly. Eraserhead hummed. "That's good. It's weird." The hero looked over at Izuku at that. "And why's that?" Izuku shifted, trying to get comfortable. "I've never really had any." Izuku's voice was a mumble, and he could see Eraserhead lean in to hear him. Eraserhead reached into his utility belt before turning back to Izuku with his first aid kit. Izuku turned towards him and half took his hoodie off, allowing him better access to the wound on his arm. While the hero was cleaning the cut, he looked up at Izuku. "So, this friend." Izuku groaned, but Eraserhead ignored it. "What are they like?" Izuku thought. "Well, he's really nice. He has a really cool quirk, and..." Izuku trailed off. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow at him and Izuku sighed. "And he doesn't care about my quirk, or lack thereof." Eraserhead nodded, finishing off bandaging Izuku's wound. "That's good. He sounds like a good kid." The man paused before meeting Izuku's eyes, and Izuku could swear there was a smile there. "I'd like to meet him sometime." Izuku suddenly couldn't think, couldn't speak, could barely move. He made an abortive noise and then tried to cover it up by clearing his throat. He stood up quickly. "Right, well, it's been cool, I gotta go now." Izuku ran to the fire escape, hoping that Eraserhead hadn't noticed how many times his voice broke. Hitoshi was oddly excited for school. He hadn't felt that way since, well, ever. He had a friend, and his friend didn't mind that he had a villainous quirk. Their classes were standard. Hitoshi took notes diligently, pausing every so often to glance at Midoriya, who seemed like he was bored more often than not. Hitoshi briefly wondered how smart Midoriya really was. He clearly had a talent for analysis, and he was scarily observant. Hitoshi felt like there was a lot more to Midoriya than the smaller boy let on. It made Hitoshi curious, but he wouldn't push it. Midoriya would come to him when he was ready. When the lunch bell rang, they stayed back in class so they could get some clarification for their math homework from ectoplasm. As they were walking to the cafeteria, an alarm sounded and the people around them seemed hysterical. Teachers were trying to calm them down and direct them, but Midoriya seemed to panic before grabbing Hitoshi and dragging him into the closest room. That room ended up being the staff room. Hitoshi went to ask Midoriya what was going on when the smaller boy nearly tackled Hitoshi, shoving him underneath a desk. Hitoshi made a sound of surprise, and then Midoriya's hand found his mouth and covered it. Hitoshi moved to remove Midoriya's hand when he stopped. Midoriya's eyes were focused and hard, his body rigid and tense as if he was prepared to attack. His whole demeanor had changed. Hitoshi tried to peek around the desk, only catching sight of a swirl of purple and a leg stepping through when Midoriya pushed Hitoshi back. Midoriya's eyes flicked all over the room, searching for something. There was muttering behind them and papers rustling, and Hitoshi could see the purposefully even breaths Midoriya took. He could almost see Midoriya's mind trying to work through a possible solution before Midoriya could think of something. The intruder made a humming sound before laughing softly. Hitoshi shuddered involuntarily. They listened to the steps retreat. The person called for someone, but Hitoshi could barely hear over his rising panic. Midoriya appeared around the desk and then hauled Hitoshi up, even with Hitoshi's longer legs. He still had to hurry his steps to keep up with the green-haired boy. "Midoriya, what's going on?" Hitoshi asked in a hushed voice. Midoriya glanced back at Hitoshi, that look from before still in his eyes. It was like his whole aura had changed. Hitoshi felt his head spinning from how quickly things were happening, barely able to comprehend half of the things going on around him. Going to find someone. Shouta was doing his best to calm the panicking students, sending them to their classrooms when he noticed two students in particular. One was scowling and dragging the other, and the taller one looked almost horrified when his eyes met Shouta's. The green one made his way to Shouta, and Shouta raised his eyebrow at him. The boy went to say something and then clicked his mouth shut. He took a steadying breath before speaking slowly and clearly. "Sensei, the intruder alert," was a false alarm. Shouta interrupted him with a sigh, although he knew that wasn't true, or at least not completely. The press wouldn't just suddenly decide they didn't care about UAS defenses. Not when they knew the consequences of breaching the barrier. Shouta noticed the purple one tugging gently on the green one's uniform jacket, but the green one simply swatted at him without looking. "It's just the press, there's no need to panic." The green one glared hard at Shouta, his jaw clenching, and then he closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were softer, and his face relaxed into something more deadpan. In that case, the suspicious person we saw suspiciously entering the staff room via a suspicious purple mist was simply a figment of our imagination, he asked, his tone light as if he hadn't just dropped a proverbial bomb on Shouta. The green one tilted his head, smiling sweetly and causing Shouta to startle at how quickly this kid was switching between emotions. Did I mention he was suspicious? Shouta narrowed his eyes at the green one and then glanced behind him at the purple one, who was still staring at Shouta like he couldn't believe he was standing in front of him. Shouta met the green one's eyes before tipping his head back, motioning for them to follow. Thankfully, they did, or the green one did, and simply dragged the purple one along. They made it to the lounge. No teachers inside. Most were trying to deal with the students and the press. He brought the 2 students to the couches and sat down, silently telling them to do the same. The green one complied easily, and after being tugged on, the purple one seemed to realize and sat down, finally looking away from Shouta. Explain. Shouta was never one to waste time. Unfortunately, that seemed to be a specialty of the students. We were late to get to the cafeteria. We were still in the hall when the alarm went off. I panicked a little and dragged us to the first room that I saw, which happened to be the staff room. Once inside, I noticed a strange purple mist and hit us both. A man came out of the portal. He was wearing dark clothes, red sneakers, and had light hair. I didn't get a good look at his face, but he was pretty thin and probably around 190 centimeters. He didn't seem too concerned about anyone coming into the staff room or even thought that there might be someone there. The green one scoffed like he would have infiltrated a high-security school better, which Shouta was beginning to think he might be able to. Shouta nodded as the door opened to the lounge, Hizashi entering and then freezing when he saw Shouta and the 2 students. Hizashi put on his usual smile he used when as his hero persona. Hey, little listeners, what are you 2 doing hiding out here and here? Shouta noted the concerned lilt to Hizashi's voice. The green one was the one to speak again. Sensei, we happened to see the intruder, so we were just giving our statement. Shouta raised his eyebrow at the kid, but he just smiled politely. Hizashi nodded absent-mindedly. Right, well, you 2 better get going. Class will start soon, Hizashi said without his usual bravado. That concerned Shouta. The green one stood up, tugging the purple one with him, and bowed before leaving. As they exited, Shouta heard the purple one speak finally. That was Eraserhead. The Eraserhead. And I totally embarrassed myself, he whispered loudly. Hizashi turned to Shouta once the door closed. Someone had destroyed the barrier. Shouta brought his gaze to meet Hizashi's. Someone had destroyed it. What do you mean? I mean that the barrier was just gone. At Shouta's silence, Hizashi sighed and shook his head. Nedzu says it's got to be some kind of quirk. It was like it turned to dust or something. And none of the media had any quirk that could do anything even close to that. Shouta blew out a harsh breath. Then he remembered. All right, so, we've had a break-in. What are we doing to make sure this doesn't happen again? Hizashi frowned and Shouta felt his blood begin to boil. Nedzu said that the commission will probably issue a gag order for the teachers while they investigate. He doubts that they'll do much more than that, though. There'll be more information at the meeting after the little listeners go home. Shouta processed Hizashi's words, reminding himself to take deep breaths. This was a disaster. He just hoped it wasn't too optimistic to think that that'd be the end of it. At the end of the day, Shinsu had invited Izuku to his house. Izuku accepted without hesitation. He was excited to finally have a friend to hang out with, not to mention it'd keep him from having to go back to the Nishimuras. As they walked after getting off the train, Shinsu was still going on about Eraserhead. He was pretty stunned at seeing Eraserhead in person, and then completely embarrassing himself in front of him. Izuku told him he'd have to get used to it if he was going to get into the hero course. So, I kind of assumed before, but do you want to be a hero? Izuku asked. Shinsu frowned slightly and shrugged his shoulders. It's mostly out of spite. Everyone has always said my quirk is villainous and I could never be a hero. Izuku thought about that for a moment. I don't think your quirk is villainous, he said matter-of-factly. Shinsu raised an eyebrow at him. No quirk is inherently villainous. I mean, look at someone like All Might. Izuku had to consciously stop himself from making a face just saying his name. His quirk is considered heroic, but with the amount of damage it can do. If he was a villain, he could probably destroy half of Musutafu with a well-aimed punch. Izuku paused to make sure Shinsu was following. So, it's not the quirk that's villainous, but the person. Your quirk is what you make it. If you become a hero, then your quirk is a hero's quirk. Shinsu looked like he was deep in thought, so Izuku let him parse through his thoughts on his own. After a few minutes, Shinsu looked up at Izuku with a stunned expression on his face. You're right, he breathed like he was also surprised by the fact. Izuku smiled and shrugged. I know. Shinsu shook his head and steered them both down a road into a decent-sized house. It looked really nice, much like the neighborhood surrounding it. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little out of place, but he pushed the feeling away. Shinsu led Izuku inside and they left their shoes at the entrance. The purple-haired boy disappeared into the house, leaving Izuku distracted as he admired all the photos on the walls. There were a few that only had one person in each, Shinsu. and who Izuku assumed were his parents. Izuku noted that Shinsu clearly got most of his looks from his father, a man who had a small but gentle smile, dark, gravity-defying hair, and the same white pupils Shinsu had. Want anything to drink? Shinsu called from where Izuku assumed was the kitchen. You got anything fun? Izuku called back. He could hear Shinsu scoff. I got orange juice. Izuku shrugged, looking back at the pictures. Good enough. Although Shinsu shared a lot of his features with his father, he got his coloring from his mother. The woman had a bright smile, contrasting the tired look she had in all of the pictures. She had pale skin, soft lilac hair, and eyes which were surrounded by dark circles. Izuku guessed that the clear loss of sleep might have something to do with her quirk and wondered if perhaps his father's interesting pupils had something to do with his quirk. As Izuku continued down the hall, he smiled at the family, watching as Shinsu's pregnant mother suddenly lost her baby bump and a tiny Shinsu was added to the couple's lives. There were pictures of Shinsu growing up, his school photos lined in order once he was old enough. Slowly, Shinsu seemed to lose his smile until the most recent school picture, the one from his third year in middle school, just had him staring blankly at the camera. Izuku grimaced. He understood all too well the reason for the change. Izuku startled when something soft brushed against his leg. He looked down, finding a soft, fluffy gray-haired cat with yellow eyes. Izuku cooed down at the cat who meowed back, and Izuku was a goner. He would commit war crimes for this beautiful being. Izuku reached a hand down and the cat butted its head against it. It walked closer and Izuku wrapped his arms around it, picking the cat up. The cat purred, seeming pleased that Izuku understood what it wanted. Izuku started speaking softly to it, whispering sweet nothings as she drifted off to sleep. So, I lied. We don't have orange juice, but we do have apple. Hope that's... Shinsu trailed off, noticing the gray feline curled up and thoroughly enjoying being in Izuku's arms. I see you've met Mei. Izuku smiled softly, turning his gaze down to the baby. I would murder so many people for her, Izuku whispered. He was startled by Shinsu's laughter. She's very friendly but is usually scared of new people, Shinsu explained once he had calmed down. Izuku nodded and followed Shinsu to what he assumed was the living room. Izuku tried to look around as subtly as possible, but he was in awe at the expensive television and furniture and various other things that made up the room. As they settled into the couch, Izuku heard keys in the front door and, like a totally normal person, was set on high alert. Izuku jumped up, startling Mei awake in his arms as he held her closer to his chest and put himself in between Shinsu and the hallway where he could hear voices coming from. Shinsu went to say something, but before he could get anything out, two people who looked suspiciously like the couple in the photos Izuku had been looking at rounded the corner. Everyone stopped as if frozen in time as they took one another in. The woman was the first to recover, giving Izuku the same bright smile he had seen in the pictures. You must be the boy Hitoshi's talked about. It's so good to finally meet you. He was very excited when he met a fellow Eraserhead fan at the exam, she told Izuku, leaning in to loudly whisper the last part. Shinsu's face went beet red, and he frowned. Mom, he practically whined, and Izuku had to fight to keep a straight face. Izuku relaxed fully, a relieved smile on his face as he tried to pretend that he wasn't ready to attack his new friend's parents. That would have gone over so well. Midoriya Izuku, it's very nice to meet you. Your son has an amazing quirk, Izuku said as he awkwardly bowed with Mei still held close to his chest. Shinsu's mom looked shocked and then she turned to her son. I like him. She turned back to Izuku. And please, just call me Hiromi. The grumpy one is Kiyoshi. Treat this place as your second home. She paused, eyeing Mei in his arms with a smirk. Although, it appears you've already been accepted into the family. Izuku stared deadpan at Hiromi. I would commit the most heinous crimes if only she requested it of me. There was a beat of silence where Izuku realized he probably shouldn't have said that before everyone made some sort of amused noise. Hiromi outright laughed, tears forming in her eyes as she doubled over. Hitoshi chuckled, shaking his head, and even Kiyoshi let out a huff of amusement. As Hiromi calmed down, Kiyoshi walked up to Izuku and stuck out a hand. Izuku shook it awkwardly, keeping his hold on Mei, not willing to let her go just yet. You should stay for dinner, the man told Izuku. Before Izuku could even attempt at protesting, Hiromi was at her husband's side, beaming at him. Yes, that is, as long as you are allowed. Izuku's heart stopped, and his body went cold as he fought to keep a polite smile on his face. Of course, Hiromi nodded and headed off, presumably to the kitchen, while Kiyoshi seemed to give Izuku a worried look. Izuku tried to smile to show he was okay, but he could tell it was making the man's concern worse, so he turned to deposit Mei in Hitoshi's arms and grabbed his phone from his bag. He thought about dialing Shimizu instead, knowing she'd play along, but decided against it. Maybe he'd go to voicemail. Hitoshi was sitting on the couch, Kiyoshi hanging back and leaning against the doorframe, keeping an eye on Izuku as he shakily dialed the Nishimura's home number. Izuku prayed for it to ring out, but of course not with his luck. Nishimura's. And it was Naoko, his foster father. Wasn't that just perfect? It's Izuku, he started, not missing the click of Naoko's tongue. I was wondering if it would be okay if I had dinner at a friend's. There were quiet voices, but the receiver picked them up clear enough for Izuku to hear, and he had to physically fight to keep his smile on his face. "It's the boy," Naoko said, holding the phone away from him but not far enough. The annoyed sigh definitely came from Fumiko, which was proved correct when she spoke. "What, did he get in trouble already? It's not even the second week of school. I told you we should have just pulled him out. No need to bother such a school with some quirkless troublemaker. Honestly, how did his mother raise him?" There was a noise of agreement before Naoko explained it was because Izuku wanted to have dinner at a friend's house. Izuku barely heard the rest of the conversation, answering on instinct alone when Naoko told him it was fine, but he'd have to do his chores when he got home. Izuku could handle whatever they had to say about him, but whenever they mentioned his mother, he felt all common sense and any thought for laws fly straight out the window. "Yes, sir," Izuku ground out. He had long since dropped his fake smile, instead putting effort into not cursing Naoko out over the phone. Lucky, Izuku reminded himself, I'm lucky. It'd be worse if I was sent to an institution. Just 4 more years. He hung up harshly, taking a steadying breath before he realized he wasn't alone in the room. He cursed at himself for forgetting something so important and turned towards the two with an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. They said it's okay," he said with an awkward laugh. "Midoriya," Shinsu started, from the look on Shinsu's face. He had heard most of the phone call, if not the whole thing. Kiyoshi turned to his son, a serious look on his face. "Hitoshi, go see if your mother needs a hand in the kitchen." The man stepped forward and crouched down to be closer to Izuku's level when Hitoshi had left the room. Izuku silently cursed tall people. "Midoriya, are you safe?" Izuku swallowed thickly, his mouth suddenly dry. He did his best to smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you." Kiyoshi looked into his eyes for a few moments more before frowning. "My quirk allows me to manipulate people's emotions when I make eye contact." The man started, confusing Izuku as to where he was going. In the back of his mind, something registered, but he was too afraid to give that thought any substance. "My quirk also allows me to get a feel for what the person is feeling if I concentrate hard enough." Izuku felt the blood drain from his face as his stomach dropped for a second time in only a few minutes. Before Izuku could come up with some half-truth, Kiyoshi was speaking again. "Midoriya, if you need help." "I'm fine," Izuku said, his voice hard. He winced and took a deep breath, Kiyoshi waiting and letting him work through his thoughts. "I am fine. I can deal with this. This is the best I can get right now. My only other option is an institution, and they wouldn't take kindly to a quirkless loser. I can handle myself." Izuku willed his emotions to reflect how he felt and was satisfied when Kiyoshi lowered his gaze and nodded. He reached out a hand to Izuku again, except this time, he held a piece of paper in his hand. "If you ever need any help, call me. Anytime." Kiyoshi waited for Izuku to take the business card. "Hitoshi doesn't make friends easily. We don't plan on letting him lose you." Izuku nodded, wishing he had Mei back in his arms. A minute later, Hitoshi returned, cautiously peering around the room, Mei in his arms. He met Izuku's eyes and nodded his head behind him. Izuku followed him silently through the house, mostly tempted by Mei's eyes on him, calling to him to pet her and love her. Hitoshi had led him to a fairly plain room, mainly black decor with hints of purple here and there. Hitoshi sat on his bed, motioning for Izuku to do the same. As soon as he sat down, he found himself with an armful of cat as Hitoshi scowled at the floor. "I'm not great at this," Hitoshi said, reminding Izuku of only a couple of days before when he had apologized to Izuku. "But I want to make sure you're okay." Izuku glanced to the side. He knew this would happen eventually. "I'm assuming that wasn't your dad." Izuku nodded and sighed. "The short version is that my dad left my mom and me when I was diagnosed quirkless, and my mom passed away in my first year of middle school. Since then, I've been living with the Nishimuras." Izuku pet Mei as Shinsu took that in. Do they hurt you?" Shinsu's voice was so small, almost scared. Izuku supposed that made sense. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Shinsu. "It's better than if I was in an institution." Shinsu frowned at Izuku's words but nodded nonetheless. Silence fell over them like a thick, uncomfortable blanket. "So, about your dad's quirk," Izuku started with a smirk. Shinsu didn't recover as quickly before he just sighed and answered all of Izuku's questions that he knew the answers to. Shouta looked around the bus at his students. They were all energetic and talking to each other, and he couldn't help but think of a face mask wearing Vigilante. He was glad the kid had made a friend. He needed them, and hopefully, he learned it easier than Shouta had. Shouta's thoughts drifted to the meeting that had been held the day before, regarding the current field trip Shouta was taking his class on. He and Hisashi had asked that the field trip either be cancelled or at least postponed until they had caught whoever had destroyed the barrier. Nedzu had wholeheartedly agreed that that was in the best interest of the students. Unfortunately, the school board had stepped in. They rejected Shouta's proposal, saying that they had to show that the school was safe. Shouta had wanted to argue that they hadn't even taken time to upgrade their safety measures, but Hisashi had stopped him. As upset as Shouta was, arguing further would have done them no good. So, there he sat, hoping that they could do the rescue exercises and get back safely. Of course, things don't always go as planned. Shouta swore under his breath the moment he saw the swirling purple mist in the middle of the USJ. As he readied his goggles, telling his students to stay back, he couldn't help but think of Shade again. Shouta had stressed the importance of knowing how to pick his battles, and yet, here he was, about to jump into the middle of a fight where he was severely outnumbered and had little to no advantage. He'd definitely get a decent lecture from the boy if he made it out. Shouta couldn't think of that though. He had students to protect. Hisashi was in the middle of teaching his homeroom class English, watching from the corner of his eye as Midoriya stared down at his hands where he was attempting to spin his pencil on his hands. Hisashi wondered if the kid was some type of genius. Anytime any of the teachers called on him to answer a question, he would answer correctly. His genius theory wasn't his top theory though. Hisashi's top theory was that the kid had too much time to spare when he was younger and simply consumed anything he could. His theory was supported by the couple of times he had seen the kid start paying attention to note down something that he likely hadn't known before, and then go back to zoning out. The alarm startled everyone, but Hisashi was quick to calm the students down. That is, until he realized the only thing the alarm could mean. Then, he ran. Hisashi wasn't thinking as he ran to the emergency location when something like this occurred. Most of the teachers were there, some staying back to protect the school. They all loaded onto the bus once it had slowed down, not bothering to wait for it to stop completely. Hisashi's leg was bouncing nonstop as he thought of Shouta. If anything happened to him. Hisashi glared at his lap. He had heard that the number one hero had wasted his time that morning helping civilians that would have been helped by the many other heroes in the area. Hisashi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, doing his best not to imagine the worst-case scenario. Hey, Hisashi glared at who had interrupted him and then turned his glare back to his lap instead. Nimori didn't deserve his anger. He's gonna be okay. Hisashi nodded absent-mindedly. He knew that Nimori was trying to reassure herself as well. This wasn't easy for anyone. Tensei's younger brother was asked to explain the situation as best he could, and he did. Hisashi just didn't hear a word. The bus lurched to a stop as they finally made it to their destination. They all rushed inside, and Hisashi was horrified at what he saw. What he noticed first was All Might, his form steaming in that way that the staff all knew meant he was nearing his time limit. Then he saw Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima, all nearing unconsciousness and with a few minor wounds. His eyes scanned, looking for his husband, and when he found him, he let out the most enraged sound he had ever made. He stunned the villains that remained standing. However, they were too slow to capture the ones who appeared to be running the show. Hisashi had other things to think about. He ran to Shouta's side, Asui and Minta moving aside. Hisashi looked over Shouta's bloodied and broken body and pushed back the emotions welling up to the surface. There would be time to cry over him when Shouta was awake to make fun of Hisashi. He called a paramedic over and they brought Shouta to an ambulance on a stretcher. The whole time, Shouta had barely even opened his eyes, and oh god, the blood. There was so much blood, and it was all over Hisashi, and no matter how much he wiped, Hisashi's head shot up to see Nimori with a strained expression on her face. He looked down at the hand that she had placed on his forearm in an attempt to stop him obsessively rubbing his hands on his pants to rid them of Shouta's blood. Hisashi watched as the 3 other students were taken away in ambulances, hearing them tell other teachers that it was just quirk exhaustion and a few cuts and bruises. Nimori steered Hisashi to Shouta's ambulance that was just about to leave as they got Shouta strapped in properly. Go, we'll handle things here. Hisashi nodded and hopped in, not saying anything to the paramedics who were working to stop the bleeding as they gave Shouta something for the pain. Shouta groaned, and Hisashi couldn't imagine he was comfortable with the number of braces they had on his body. Hisashi hung his head, and for the first time in a long time, he prayed that someone would save his husband. Izuku felt restless since Present Mike had sprinted from the classroom. Another teacher had come around and told them that it was self-study until further notice. Self-study for unsupervised teenagers turned into everyone doing whatever they wanted. Izuku turned to Shinsu, who looked mildly concerned. What do you think the alarm was for? Shinsu asked in a low voice. Izuku thought for a moment. I'd say it's probably some kind of breach. How do you figure? He moved to the seat in front of Izuku since the girl who sat there had left to go talk to her friends. Izuku shrugged and sat back. I mean, the intruder alarm yesterday. The dude was looking for information. Probably for planning something. What? Some guy to Izuku's right shouted, and their friend tried to shush them. Shut up. I just heard the teachers talking in the hall. Apparently, it was Class 1A. They were on a field trip and their teacher almost died. Izuku didn't bother listening to the rest. He was already up and heading for the exit. He checked quickly to make sure that there were no teachers in the hall and then sprinted out, ignoring Shinsu's calls to him. As he ran, he shifted his bag to his front and unzipped it, pulling out his hoodie and jeans. He saw a teacher and ducked into the bathroom. He didn't bother getting into a stall and just started undressing. Midoriya, Shinsu said behind him, sounding out of breath from chasing after Izuku. He ignored him in favor of shoving his feet into his jeans. He had to focus on getting his clothes changed. He had to, because if he focused on the fact that Eraserhead could be in a hospital somewhere dying and he had no clue if he was going to survive, he was going to start hyperventilating, and oh good, now he actually was hyperventilating. Midoriya, Shinsu shouted as he shook Izuku. Izuku finally focused on the purple-haired teen and Shinsu seemed to relax minutely. What's going on? What are you doing? I have to go, Izuku said simply. He continued to pull his hoodie over his head, but before he could head out of the bathroom, Shinsu caught his wrist. What are you doing? He asked again, eyes searching Izuku's. Izuku pried his hand from his wrist. He did not have time for this. I'll explain later. And boy, did he already regret saying that. Shinsu finally let him go, nodding. Izuku rushed out of the bathroom and somehow made it off of school grounds without much trouble. He supposed the teachers were busy enough. Izuku pulled out his phone and searched for the nearest hospital, and running the whole way there. He just needed to see Eraserhead, to see him breathing and okay and alive. Izuku entered the hospital and realized a glaring problem in his master plan. How the F was he supposed to get into the hero ward? Izuku looked around to see if he could slip his way into the hero ward, but that was a stupid idea. Izuku whirled around to face a plain-looking woman, probably in her 40s, wearing a dark blue nurse's uniform. He tilted his head until a name vaguely registered in his mind. Fujiwara, he asks carefully, not totally sure. The woman smiled at the name and nodded. Izuku vaguely remembered Fujiwara had been a friend of his mom's while she had worked at the hospital. What are you doing here, Izuku? You're not hurt, are you? The woman asked, pushing his face this way and that to check him over. Izuku laughed awkwardly, her touch making Izuku's skin crawl. It wasn't her fault. Izuku just wasn't great with physical contact. Ah, well, I'm actually here to visit a teacher of mine, he told her. It wasn't a lie, per se. Fujiwara looked surprised and then ushered him over to the nurse's station, where she situated herself at the computer. And their name, dear. Izuku glanced to the side. Eraserhead. He's a teacher at UA. Fujiwara stopped and gaped at Izuku before her face lit up. You got into UA, she shouted. Oh, your mother would be so proud of you. Izuku nodded and then waited as Fujiwara realized she was meant to be looking up where the teacher was. She made a humming noise, not a great sign. He's in the hero ward, obviously, and had to have some extensive healing done, and even then, he's not in great shape. She looked up at Izuku and he could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Will he be okay? He asked, barely above a whisper. Fujiwara softened her gaze. He should be good to go home by Monday, although he should still be resting through the next few weeks. Izuku nodded and felt his body sag in relief. Fujiwara made a contemplative face as she studied Izuku. I'm not supposed to allow people into the hero ward who aren't authorized. Izuku felt tears well in his eyes. This was all too much. He just wanted to see him. It felt like emotional whiplash. Please, Fujiwara, I only want to see him to make sure he's okay with my own eyes, Izuku pleaded. Fujiwara looked Izuku up and down. School ID. Izuku looked up, confused. Where's your school ID? Fujiwara asked. Izuku fumbled in his bag, bringing out his wallet and almost dropping his ID multiple times before he handed it over to Fujiwara. She scrutinized it, and the moment her brow furrowed, Izuku knew he may have just F'd up his chance to see Eraserhead. I know, it says I'm in Gen Ed, but the truth is I know Eraserhead personally. Izuku tried to make Fujiwara see his sincerity. After a long moment, Fujiwara sighed and handed his ID back. Fine, but there will be no next time, young man. Izuku shoved his ID into his bag, not bothering to put it back into his wallet, and followed after the woman. As he did, he realized that her uniform seemed to be different from the other nurses around them. Fujiwara scanned a keycard and a set of heavy doors opened to reveal an elevator. The elevator took them to a floor with a large sign that read Hero Ward. Izuku noticed that all the nurses in the Hero Ward wore the same dark blue uniform as Fujiwara. That made sense, Izuku thought. Fujiwara had information on a hero's condition, something that should not be easily accessible. Izuku was suddenly very thankful to Fujiwara and vowed to buy her a gift basket later. They stopped in front of a room and Fujiwara spun on Izuku. Now, I will be back here in 15 minutes. After those 15 minutes, I will be escorting you back to the main lobby. I expect you to behave yourself, young man. She leveled him with a stern look that had Izuku thinking of his mother. Yes, ma'am. Fujiwara nodded and then smiled as she walked away. Izuku realized he could go in and see Eraserhead. He took a deep breath, checking the hallway to make sure that no one was there, and then he tucked his hair into his beanie and put his mask on. Izuku opened the door and walked inside. His breath caught in his throat at the sight of Eraserhead, bandaged from head to toe. What the F happened? Shouta was in pain. At that point, all Shouta was pain. Hazashi had left earlier to go feed the cats and grab clothes for them both and anything else to keep them busy while Shouta was in the hospital. Shouta heard the door open and assumed it was one of the nurses coming in to give him some more meds until he heard a sniffle. Cracking an eye open and turned as much as his body would allow, he saw Shade, tears streaming down the kid's face as he took in Shouta's condition. Shouta smiled softly and did his best to motion for the kid to come closer. He did, very slowly, as if he was afraid that if he moved too fast he'd hurt Shouta. The kid came to stand next to Shouta's bed. His hands hovered over his casted arm. His hands were shaking so badly and Shouta couldn't help as his heart broke as he watched his kid. "I'm okay, kid," Shouta tried to tell him, but as soon as the words left his mouth, the kid dropped to the ground, sobbing silently. The silent part worried Shouta, but he pushed the thought away for later. Instead, his mind helpfully provided him with the fact that his kid was hurting. And he couldn't even effing hold him, damn it. Shouta attempted to soothe the kid as best as he could from his spot on the hospital bed. "It's okay, kid. I'm okay. I'm alive. I'm going to recover. I'm not going anywhere." He kept muttering reassurances and waited for the kid's body to stop shaking like a leaf in a windstorm. Shouta almost missed the barely there whisper of, "I thought I lost you." And didn't that just shatter what was left of his heart? He sounded so broken, so lost. Shouta would have given almost anything to hold his kid. "Me too," Shouta responded without thinking. But it was true. He thought those were his last moments, in front of his class, possibly having to watch as they were killed by some psychopathic villain with a grudge against All Might. Shouta didn't notice at first that the kid was no longer on the floor, but standing, white-knuckled at his bedside and glaring at Shouta with the most lethal glare he had ever seen from the kid. "Never do that again," he ceased. Shouta found himself nodding automatically. Shade nearly fell into the shitty plastic chair behind him, exhaustion taking over his features. Shouta didn't know what to do, so he just watched the kid. He looked so tired. Shouta wondered if the UA workload was getting to him. He didn't think so. He knew his kid had a wicked smart mind, so he wasn't worried about that. Shouta wanted to know. He wanted to ask what was wrong and have the kid tell him. No sarcastic comments, no topic changes. The truth. Shouta wanted to know. He wanted to help. After a few minutes passed, the kid looked up, bloodshot eyes meeting bloodshot eyes. "I have to go," he whispered. Shouta scowled at his bandages, wanting so badly to tell him to stay, but he knew he couldn't do that. He would wait. This was proof that Shade trusted him, enough to break into the hero ward of a hospital. If Shouta's intuition was right, then Shade would tell him soon. Shouta nodded slowly and the kid got up. Shouta heard the door shut softly behind him and once again wished he could have held him. The kid probably would have let him. Shouta shook the thoughts out of his mind and waited for Hisashi to come back. Izuku sat on a rooftop looking over the city. He was trying to calm down after seeing Eraserhead like that. His phone buzzed for the millionth time and he finally checked it. Most of the messages were from Shinsu. One from Akane asking where he was. He sent a quick message to Akane that he was at a friend's. She replied that she'd tell Fumiko and Naoko before they got mad. Izuku read through the messages from Shinsu. Izuku sighed and stood up, turning to make his way to Shinsu's. His only friend deserved an explanation. Izuku was just so tired. He was exhausted and he just wanted to lay down and never get up. Instead, he forged on, making it to Shinsu's house. He knocked and was immediately greeted by Shinsu. The taller boy looked Izuku over before nodding him inside. "I told my parents you might be coming over and they left to get stuff for dinner," Shinsu explained when Izuku looked around the quiet house. They appeared at his feet, mowing up at him. Izuku smiled softly and picked her up. Shinsu smiled at them before he noticed Izuku watching him and turned back around, the tips of his ears turning red. They made it to Shinsu's room. Shinsu sat in his desk chair this time, facing the bed. Izuku took the offered spot and sat down. Izuku's mind was in turmoil. His thoughts whirled around him, too fast for him to catch anything. Something Izuku did catch was the question of whether he still wanted to be a hero. He had been thinking about it and he wasn't sure, but now, like effing hell, he was letting Eraserhead get hurt like that again. He would become a hero if only so he could watch the others back. Before that, he would get into his class, no matter what it took. His thoughts began to fit together as he formulated a plan. "So?" Shinsu prompted when Izuku hadn't said anything. Izuku's eyes snapped up to Shinsu, who startled slightly. "Training? What? Sunday? You come to Dagaba Beach. I'm going to start training you," Izuku told him. Shinsu looked skeptical and ran a hand through his hair. "Okay, 1, you didn't answer my question, and 2, what?" Izuku sighed and held May closer to his chest. "Okay, so, I may or may not have known Eraserhead for the last 2.5 years. Shinsu went still at that, but Izuku ignored it and kept going. "I can't explain everything to you yet, but I will, one day, probably soon." Shinsu came back to himself. "Wait, you know Eraserhead?" Izuku nodded and then Shinsu's brows furrowed. "Hold on, then why didn't he recognize you when you told him about the intruder?" Izuku winced a bit at the question. "Well, he may not know me as me." Shinsu closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and taking a deep breath. "All right, so, what does he know you as?" Izuku kicked his feet back and forth off the edge of the bed. Shade, he mumbled. Shinsu leaned in. What? Izuku took a deep breath and met Shinsu's eyes. He knows me as Shade. He doesn't know I'm quirkless. He knows I go to UA. And I am not ready to tell him. Yet. Shinsu nodded as he processed Izuku's words. The other boy looked up at him with a concerned look. And he's okay. Izuku nodded and Shinsu let out a relieved sigh. In training? Shinsu asked after a moment of silence. What for? Izuku scoffed at the other boy. For the festival, of course. We only have 2 months to prepare. It's gonna be tight, but I think we could get you into winning shape. Izuku put a hand to his chin in contemplation as he analyzed Shinsu from head to toe. Shinsu gave him a wary look. You make it sound like some kind of torture, he laughed nervously. Izuku smiled at Shinsu. Not his regular one, but one that was reserved for when he was feeling particularly sadistic. Hizashi propped Shouta's pillows against the headboard so he could be semi-comfortable during the night. Over the last week since the USJ, they had created a kind of routine between them. And then, oh Shouta, it was the cutest thing, Hizashi continued, fluffing up the pillows. The fluffy boys were sat around Midoriya's desk and they had one of his little notebooks open and they looked like they were plotting. And I just had to know. So I went over, but as soon as I was within 2 meters, Midoriya looked up with the sweetest smile and stuffed his notebook into his bag. Shouta huffed a laugh at his pouting husband. You're not seriously upset that they left you out of whatever chaos they're plotting? Hizashi gasped and put a hand to his chest, scandalized. They would never cause chaos. Shouta just stared at Hizashi. Neither budging. They are the exact type to cause chaos. Just wait, it will happen. Shouta paused. And try not to encourage them to make friends. Hizashi looked outright appalled. Why would I not encourage them? They need more friends. They deserve more friends. Shouta shook his head. If they make more friends, they'll be just like them and then I have no doubt they'll destroy the school or take down some major organization or something of the sort. Hizashi contemplated Shouta's words before he smiled. You know, I think that might be fun. Shouta groaned. He had to deal with his students at school. And then his husband at home. When did he get a break? The two of them were quiet as they got into bed. Shouta had just closed his eyes when he heard Hizashi turn towards him. What's up, Hizashi? He asked without opening his eyes. What do you think of the school still doing the festival? Hizashi asked in a small voice. Shouta opened his eyes and looked at his husband. I think it's stupid to still hold the festival. But you know we don't have a choice. The commission is pushing for us to continue. The only thing we can do is make sure the kids are safe ourselves. And that's what we'll do. Hitoshi panted, hands on his knees. Midoriya, what the F? Midoriya laughed ahead of him. The sound way too cute for someone this terrifying. Come on, Shinsu. This is easy. We have to work our way up. Today we're only going 5 kilometers. Hitoshi stared at Midoriya. He threw his hands up in the air. Right, my bad. It's only 5 kilometers. Midoriya smiled. Exactly. Next week we'll move up to 7. Hitoshi groaned and cursed how out of shape he was, especially when compared to Midoriya who had barely even broken a sweat. Come on, this is just the warm-up. Hitoshi groaned again as he forced his legs to move even though they felt like jelly. By the time Midoriya let him stop, he felt like his legs weighed 45 kilograms. A water bottle hovered above his face where he laid on his back on a piece of beach that the two boys had cleaned. Hitoshi snatched the water and would have chugged the whole thing if it wasn't for someone taking the water bottle away. Hitoshi glared at Midoriya who just smiled and raised his eyebrows at him. I told you, you can't chug water like that. Pace yourself. Midoriya handed the water back and Hitoshi continued to glare as he drank slowly. After Hitoshi had a 5-minute break which was about an hour too short, according to Hitoshi, Midoriya had Hitoshi follow him in his stretches. Hitoshi thought he was fairly flexible. In gym class he was usually the most flexible guy. Although, he was also the fastest guy in his class, but it seemed nothing compared to Midoriya. Midoriya sat comfortably folded in half at the waist, his head touching his shins as he held the stretch for 30 seconds. Hitoshi did his best to follow along, Midoriya occasionally stopping his stretches to help Hitoshi in his. After stretching, Midoriya went over basic hand-to-hand combat. Hitoshi was surprised when they had first started hand-to-hand. He had asked Midoriya if he actually knew how to fight and in the next second, he found himself on his back with the wind knocked out of his lungs. He learnt really quickly not to question Midoriya. He knew how to do things and that was that. If Hitoshi wanted to learn, he could learn. Just don't ask questions. Hitoshi sparred with Midoriya, at first with Midoriya going easy to give him a chance and then when Midoriya deemed that they were done with sparring, he would always choose the most brutal and embarrassing way to take Hitoshi down. The small boy was terrifying. Not to mention, the first time Midoriya took off his shirt, Hitoshi just about died on the spot. The dude was deceivingly jacked. Hitoshi had to slap himself to get himself to stop gawking at Midoriya before the boy noticed his staring. Hitoshi was sure that it'd go over great. Drooling over his only friend ever, Hitoshi did his best to squash his crush down. Yes, the boy was absolutely adorable, but they were friends. Just friends. Midoriya started staying at Hitoshi's more often than not. only ever going back to the Nishimuras to do chores and then leaving again. The more Hitoshi and his parents found out about the Nishimuras, the more they wanted Midoriya out of that house. They've talked to Midoriya multiple times, but he just tells them that he's fine, telling them that he's even doing much better since he goes to Hitoshi's house so often. Hitoshi would be offended by the fact that his parents seemed more excited to see Izuku than they were to see Hitoshi if Hitoshi wasn't also always excited to see the boy. A month to the festival and the boys had cleaned up more of the beach. Hitoshi had made some decent progress building up muscle mass, and in his hand-to-hand, Midoriya stopped them one day, standing in front of Hitoshi, and then attacked him. Hitoshi almost didn't dodge, but thanks to Midoriya's Spartan training, his muscle memory had also improved. Hitoshi managed to block Midoriya's attacks for a good 10 minutes before he messed up his footing and fell on his ass. Midoriya had laughed at him and then helped him up. As he pulled him up, he said, "We're going to do something different today." Hitoshi narrowed his eyes at the shorter boy. Something new never meant anything good. Hitoshi got into a slightly defensive stance, which made Midoriya grin widely. "What were you thinking?" Midoriya's sadistic grin surfaced, sending shivers down Hitoshi's spine. "Use your quirk on me." Hitoshi startled at the command. "You want me to use my quirk on you?" Hitoshi spoke haltingly. Midoriya nodded, his curls bouncing as he did. "Yep, it would be better if we had a third person so I could take notes. But we'll have to make do," Midoriya told Hitoshi matter-of-factly. Hitoshi wanted to argue, but he had learned better in the month and a bit he had known Midoriya for. "Okay. You ready?" "Yup." Within a second, Midoriya was under Hitoshi's control. He could feel Midoriya tugging experimentally on the hold Hitoshi had on his mind. Midoriya stopped for a second and then he started struggling hard. Hitoshi immediately released his quirk, worried. "Are you okay?" he asked, running to the boy. Midoriya smiled widely. "More than, I was just trying to see how much I could resist and if it did anything." Hitoshi was mildly curious. He had never really done much experimenting with his quirk for the fear of being called a villain. And Midoriya had an almost crazy glint in his eyes, and it should not have made Hitoshi think how attractive it was. "Nothing," Izuku breathed, excited. Midoriya ordered Hitoshi to go again. They kept going until they found Hitoshi's limit for how many times he could put someone under his control. The cutoff seemed to be 27 times, with no commands, simply putting the person under his control for a few seconds and then letting go. After Hitoshi released Midoriya the 27th time, he ran up to Hitoshi, concerned, twisting his features. "Shinsu, are you okay?" he asked. Hitoshi didn't understand. Sure, he felt a bit tired and lightheaded, but it wasn't too bad. He could keep going. "I'm totally fine," he assured the smaller boy. Midoriya pursed his lips as he looked Hitoshi over and sighed. "Let's stop for today. 27 is your current threshold." Hitoshi was almost distressed. He could keep going. He felt totally fine. "Midoriya, I'm fine. I can do more." Midoriya looked back at him and raised an eyebrow before he shook his head. "No, your nose is bleeding. You did really good work today. We can continue quirk training another day." Hitoshi wiped under his nose, surprised to see that Midoriya was right. He frowned at the blood on his hand and accepted the tissue Midoriya handed him. Hitoshi felt good despite the bleeding nose. He had never used his quirk like that, and as he walked over to where Midoriya sat on a washing machine, writing away in his notebook, he could see that the boy had many more plans for Hitoshi and his quirk. Midoriya snapped his notebook closed, a light blush coloring his cheeks and highlighting his freckles. "No peeking," he pouted. Hitoshi chuckled softly and held his head back farther. He could tell Midoriya was still really self-conscious of his notebooks, no matter how many times Hitoshi told him his analyses were absolutely incredible. Midoriya was especially protective of the things he wrote about Hitoshi, telling him that he'd just think it was creepy and it would be better if he didn't know. Hitoshi didn't want to push too much, so he'd just try to sneak glances but never got far. Hitoshi huffed at being caught once again. "Well, let's head back home." Midoriya nodded and hopped off the washing machine and grabbed his bag. Hitoshi walked back with Midoriya, talking about their upcoming math test Midoriya was going to help Hitoshi study for. Hitoshi decided he was okay with this. Midoriya was an amazing person. Hitoshi was okay as long as he had the boy in his life. It didn't matter in what capacity. Hisashi came home a month before the festival, pouting. Shouta assumed it was because he was forced to stay late to finish some marking, but when his husband flopped down on Shouta and started whining, Shouta got curious. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. Hisashi whined again before turning his face to Shouta. "You might get an amazing student in your class after the festival." Shouta furrowed his brow. "What do you mean, Hisashi?" Hisashi huffed and then said up fully. "I mean, Shinsu, one of my fluffy boys has been gaining a noticeable amount of muscles, and I'm sure he plans on transferring to the hero course after the festival." Hisashi pouted again. Shouta considered Hisashi's words. "You think he could win?" Hisashi paused and then nodded. "With Midoriya in his corner, I don't think there's anything those two can't accomplish." Shouta nodded before returning to his own work. He was finally getting out of his casts, so he was allowed to start working on more cases. He hadn't even been able to see Shade since he had seen him in the hospital, and he was a little bit worried. He just hoped the kid wouldn't do anything reckless while Shouta couldn't get him. Izuku woke up and anxiety was on him immediately. He wondered why he was suddenly feeling so anxious until he checked his phone and remembered. It was May 13th, the anniversary. Izuku contemplated staying home after the previous year's awful luck but ultimately decided he should go. It was different. He had been avoiding Bakugo the whole year and so far was doing a phenomenal job. Shinsu was definitely getting suspicious of his actions though. Izuku knew he should tell Shinsu. If Izuku waited too long he might decide he's too much work to accommodate. Izuku knew he could be a lot, with his notebooks and always asking questions and somehow getting into some sort of trouble. He knew, he just wasn't sure how Shinsu would react, which, logically, was stupid. Shinsu wouldn't be mad at Izuku for getting bullied. But there was that other part of him that convinced him that he would leave him, finally see how useless Izuku was. Izuku sighed and rolled out of bed. He didn't want to have to think anymore. Once he got to school, it would get better. Izuku got to class way too early. Not even Present Mike was there. He sat at his desk, taking his notebook out to finish his sketch of Shinsu. He couldn't get his eyes right and it was starting to make him mad. Izuku groaned and put his notebook back in his bag as Present Mike walked into the class. The teacher smiled gently at Izuku and Izuku did his best to return it, but judging by Present Mike's worried gaze, he hadn't done it well. "Hey, little listener," Mike said, walking slowly towards Izuku. "Is there something going on today?" Izuku wanted to laugh. It was that day, the day that seemed to go wrong every year. He was just trying to keep his expectations low, so he didn't disappoint himself. "I'm fine, sensei. Just not a good day." Mike nodded before sending him a somewhat quizzical smile. "The day hasn't even started yet, though. There's still time to make it better." Izuku just smiled. It wasn't like Present Mike knew about his mother's death or that it had happened on that same day, 3 years ago. Present Mike seemed worried but satisfied enough to leave Izuku alone so he could stare out the window. The class started filling up, Shinsu coming in at some point, but Izuku was perfectly content to dissociate during their classes. Shinsu kept quiet during lunch as well, occasionally encouraging Izuku to take some bites of his curry. At the end of the day, Shinsu steered Izuku to the train and then to his house. No words exchanged between the two of them until they were in Shinsu's room. Shinsu sat Izuku down on his bed and crouched in front of him. "Midoriya, what's up?" he asked softly, tilting his head to the side a bit, a habit that he had recently picked up from Izuku, much like Shinsu's habit of rubbing the back of his neck that Izuku had picked up. The thought of it made Izuku feel a bit warmer as he returned to reality, the fuzziness in his fingertips and edges of his mind fading away. Izuku looked back into Shinsu's violet eyes. He ignored how pretty they were in favor of smiling softly in order to reassure him. "Today's the anniversary of my mom's death." Well, that wasn't what he had meant to say. Shinsu seemed just as surprised as Izuku felt. "Sorry," Izuku mumbled, looking away. Shinsu was silent for another moment before he seemed to shake himself. No, I'm sorry I didn't know. I could've, I don't know, done something." Shinsu blew out a harsh breath and scowled at his bedsheets. Izuku shook his head. "No, you couldn't have known. I never told you. It's just, today hasn't been a good day since." Shinsu furrowed his brows as he studied Izuku's expression. "What do you mean?" Izuku worried his lip between his teeth, unsure if it was the right time to divulge his tragic backstory to his only friend. Izuku looked back at Shinsu, seeing how concerned and sincere he looked. Shimizu was always telling him to tell Shinsu, ever since he had told her about the boy. She was the one who had told him from day one that Shinsu would be good for him. She used the excuse that her quirk told her, but Izuku suspected she just wanted him to have more people to support him. "I won't force you to talk about it if you really don't want to, but my dad says it's better to talk about these things and he's kinda, a professional," Shinsu told him with a small nervous smile, trying to lessen the tension. Izuku nodded and Shinsu got up from his crouching position to move to his desk chair. Before Izuku could start, Mei surprised him, jumping up beside him and curling up next to his leg. He really would do unforgivable deeds for the small feline. "I said I'd tell you someday, right?" Izuku hesitated and Shinsu nodded, keeping his mouth shut. "Okay, I guess I'll start from the beginning. When I was little, before everyone was getting their quirks, I had a friend. He was my best friend." Izuku allowed a sad smile at the memory of him and Bakugo. He would never understand how things could have gone so badly so quickly. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't wrap his head around it. "Kaken and I were going to be the greatest hero duo." Shinsu grimaced as he guessed where it was going. "After my 4th birthday came and went, with no sign of a quirk, my mom took me to the doctor. They found that I have this stupid joint." Izuku scoffed. A toe joint had ruined his life. "My father left the next day." Kaken didn't know what to do, so he reacted how he always did to things he didn't understand. He got mad. He started to tease me. He'd call me Deku. Shinsu made a distressed noise at that, but Izuku kept going, making sure to keep his eyes on Mei. Useless, worthless, that kind of thing. No one ever told him to stop. If anything, the adults encouraged it. By middle school, I was completely isolated. Kakin and his lackeys would do everything they could to hurt me every chance they got. I was always getting in trouble for disturbing the class and instigating fights. My grades weren't great because half the time they accused me of cheating. It started to get worse in my second year. I would get, red spider lilies, Izuku whispered, clearly not quietly enough as Shinsu flinched hard. They'd tell me to, you know. Anyway, I could deal with it, even after losing my mom in my first year. It was hard, but I was raised to be strong. So, I was able to endure it, keeping my goals in front of me to encourage me to continue. I was going to be a hero, if for no one else but my mom, and so that no one else had to lose their mom. May meowed at Izuku and he chuckled softly as he ran a hand through her fur. It was a year ago today that things changed. It was a really shitty day, between the usual bullying and suicide baiting, and then our teacher announced that I was applying to UA. Kakin told me himself to take a swan dive off the roof, and if I was lucky, I'd be born with a quirk in my next life. Shinsu looked horrified when Izuku chanced a peek at him. Too many emotions warring on his features. I didn't obviously. Not that I didn't think about it, but I didn't actually do it. Afterwards, I ended up having a run-in with a villain who came to save me but the #1 hero. Izuku laughed bitterly and Shinsu looked confused. He saved me, and I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk. You want to know what he told me? Shinsu's face told Izuku he had an idea. But Izuku continued anyway. He told me I can't become a hero. And then he left, not even making sure I was okay or getting me to paramedics or a hospital to make sure I didn't get any sludge in my lungs. So, yeah, that's kind of the censored version. Shinsu's eyes widened a bit. That's the censored version. Izuku nodded and Shinsu ran a hand through his hair. Midoriya, I am so sorry, he breathed, his eyes shining with unshed tears. Izuku laughed, startling Shinsu. It's not your fault. And besides, Izuku paused, glancing away from the other boy before finding his gaze again. I've got one friend now, so it was worth it. Shinsu froze and then hung his head. His shoulders shook and Izuku got up, disturbing Mei, but she didn't seem to mind too much. He felt like he should do something, but he didn't have experience with friends. He tried to think of what his mom would do. Izuku stopped in front of Shinsu, bending down so he'd hear him better. Shinsu, can I touch you? Shinsu didn't bother giving a verbal answer, throwing his arms around Izuku instead. Izuku let him hide his face, holding on to Izuku like his life depended on it. Izuku felt his own eyes water. Sorry, Izuku said gently when Shinsu's soft sobs subsided. Shinsu glared at him. Don't you dare be sorry to me. Izuku nodded at the serious tone. Shinsu wiped his eyes, sniffling as he did. I'm gonna find them and I'm gonna brainwash them to walk into traffic. That startled a laugh out of Izuku, which got a small smile from Shinsu. You can't do that. It's illegal, Izuku told Shinsu with a shake of his head. He couldn't have Shinsu getting arrested because of him. Although I wouldn't be opposed to a little brainwashing to make them sing some song and do a little dance. Maybe find a way to get it on live television. I'll record it and keep it forever. Shinsu shook his head, but his smile grew, so Izuku counted it as a win. Shinsu tightened his hold on Izuku, which he had honestly forgotten about. And Izuku blushed furiously, thankful Shinsu seemed too busy glaring into space. I hope you'll tell me if anything like that happens ever again. Izuku considered his words and then nodded hesitatingly. I swear, if I ever meet any of those a-holes, I will destroy them. Izuku laughed nervously, pushing on Shinsu's arms to encourage him to release him. Shinsu didn't comply, giving Izuku a suspicious glare. Well, Izuku avoided eye contact. You might meet one of them sooner rather than later. Shinsu let go of Izuku in surprise, allowing Izuku out of his awkward position, half on Shinsu's desk chair and half standing. What do you mean? I mean, one of them attends UA. Shinsu looked positively furious, and then immediately calmed down in that way was even worse than visible anger. Who? Izuku shook his head. He had shared enough for one day. Shinsu, I'll tell you when the time comes, but I don't want you doing anything stupid. Shinsu scowled at his hands that sat empty in his lap, his cheeks flushing lightly. It's not stupid if it's for you. Izuku was sure his face was bright red as he turned away from the other boy, hiding his face and making a noise of embarrassment. Shinsu teased him until they heard his parents get home, going downstairs to greet them. Of course, neither Hiromi nor Kiyoshi missed the chance to tease Izuku about how red he still was. No one mentioned how red both boys' eyes were. The day after their little emotional breakthrough, as Shinsu referred to it, Izuku followed Shinsu feeling more than a little apprehensive. After Izuku informed him that they would have a day off from their training, he was much too happy. He told Izuku there was somewhere they were going to go and to just trust him. Regardless, Izuku followed behind the taller boy. Izuku vehemently ignored the way his eyes lingered to Shinsu's hand that hung loosely at his side, just asking to be grabbed. Why did he want to hold his hand so much? Shinsu was his friend. Izuku supposed it made sense why he was okay with physical contact with the other boy, just not so sure on why he actively wanted it. The awkward hug the day before was strangely nice. What had the internet said? Touch-starved. Yeah, that was probably what Izuku was. Shinsu held a door open for Izuku, motioning him inside and startling Izuku from his thoughts. Izuku did as he was told and then stopped as he realized what he had walked into. A cat cafe. He was never leaving. He turned to Shinsu and vowed he would never let Shinsu leave him. Izuku got on the floor in the middle of the cafe and was immediately swarmed by the cats. He vaguely registered the cashier talking to Shinsu. "You brought a friend," the woman noted, nodding in Izuku's direction. "His first time." Shinsu chuckled, trying to covertly pay for both of their sessions. Izuku made a mental note to add some stealth training at some point as well. He'd let this time go. He doubted he had enough on him to cover the payment anyway. Shinsu came over, joining Izuku on the floor, but sitting upright while Izuku was fully laying on his back. At this point, "You're more cat than human," Shinsu noted, poking Izuku's side that was cat-free. Izuku swatted his hand away and grumbled. Shinsu found it entertaining at least. And wasn't that nice? Just sitting in the middle of a cat cafe, not caring about anyone else. Izuku could feel Shinsu's presence beside him and smiled at how calm he felt, even after divulging most of his history to Shinsu. Izuku could get used to the feeling. It was warm, starting in his chest and moving outwards. Or maybe that was the cat that was situated on his chest. Either way, it was nice. Izuku wanted the moment to last a lifetime. Shouta entered his haven. He greeted the cashier and paid before making his way to his designated corner. As he sat down, he noticed a head of fluffy purple hair. When he looked closer, he saw the purple chaos child talking to what appeared to be a pile of cats, but on closer inspection turned out to be the green chaos child. They only had 1 month to the sports festival. What exactly were they doing at a cat cafe? Shouta snapped a picture of the two boys, the purple one looking down at the pile of cats with a soft smile and a head of green poking out from under them. He sent the image off to Hizashi, a smirk on his lips. Shouta, image 0.jpg. These yours. Zashi, ASJDASKLDJAS. Shu, where are you? Is that Midoriya under cats? OMG, my fluffy boys. Shouta smiled at his phone. He watched the boys from his corner, a couple cats making their way over to him. The green one must have said something from under the cats because the purple one doubled over laughing. Shouta's thoughts drifted to Shade and he wondered how he was doing. Did he go out with his friend like Hizashi's fluffy boys? Shouta was brought out his thoughts at the feeling someone was watching him, and he quickly schooled his expression back to his regular blank face. He cautiously looked around and found it was the green chaos child who was watching him. When their eyes met, the boy smiled at Shouta before turning back to the purple one and they got up to presumably find a table to sit properly. Shouta eyed the purple one feeling oddly critical. Probably because of what Hizashi had said. It was possible the kid would end up in Shouta's class, so he wanted to make sure he had potential. That had to be it. Shouta shook his head and focused on the cats in his lap, enjoying the little freedom he had. Hitoshi and Midoriya were walking together after the bell rang dismissing them for the day. As they left the classroom, they could see a crowd gathering further up the hall. It was obvious it was one of the hero classrooms and Hitoshi couldn't help but be curious. He turned on his heel, heading straight for the crowd. "So, I was thinking for your training. Maybe we could." There was a pause behind him and then Midoriya was tugging on Hitoshi's arm. "Shinsu, what the F are you doing? Let's go," he whisper shouted. Hitoshi looked back at Midoriya, and the boy looked downright terrified. "Hey, you good?" Hitoshi stopped walking, turning to his friend. Midoriya looked at the classroom and then back at Hitoshi. He looked extremely nervous and that was making Hitoshi worried. "Yeah, I'm good. You can go check it out. I'll go wait for you outside." Midoriya sent Hitoshi a wobbly smile before he took off down the hall. Hitoshi wanted to make sure Midoriya was all right, but he was sure the boy wouldn't want to talk about it. He'd just take a quick peek at whatever was going on and then he'd head straight back to Midoriya. He had something new planned for their training after all. Hitoshi made his way to the crowd, catching the tail end of one very arrogant speech. Hitoshi pushed his way to the front of the crowd to come face to face with what looked like a human Pomeranian. Hitoshi had to push down the urge to laugh in his face, keeping his face as blank as possible. "Damn, I just came to see what all the fuss was about, but it seems like it's just some arrogant a-hole." Hitoshi shook his head. "Are all Hero Course students the same?" There were a few other students from one of that were violently shaking their heads and Hitoshi had to suppress a smile at the sight. He turned back to the angry Pomeranian. "You know, there's a lot of people who didn't get into the Hero Course and were put in other courses. Thankfully, we have a chance to move into the Hero Course through the festival." Hitoshi glanced around at the other WANA students. "If we do well enough in the sports festival, we have the chance to transfer into the hero course, and one of you would be transferred out." It had the desired effect. Most of them looked worried about their places, as they should, so don't get too comfortable in your position. Hitoshi turned around, leaving before the hero students could say anything. He made his way out of the school and found Midoriya hiding in the trees by the school gate. "Hey Green Bean, you okay?" Hitoshi asked when he found him. Midoriya looked up at him and nodded, his smile still a bit strained, but as they walked to the beach, he began to relax. When they arrived, Midoriya announced that he wanted to see if Hitoshi could delay the activation after someone has replied or if it had to be instantaneous. Hitoshi was continuously shocked at how little he had actually thought about his quirk and its possibilities. By the end of the day, they had found that Hitoshi could indeed delay the activation for 36 seconds. It didn't seem like a lot, but it gave Hitoshi the chance to confuse his opponents about how his quirk worked, giving him a massive advantage. The day after Hitoshi's confrontation of 1A, he and Midoriya were eating lunch outside under a tree. They had claimed the third week of school. They both preferred eating outside since it was getting nicer, and it was quieter than the cafeteria. Midoriya was writing in his notebook with Hitoshi every so often, nudging him to remind him to take a bite. Hitoshi nudged Midoriya, and the other boy packed his notebook away, seeming to be done with it for now. He dug into his food, casting a cautious glance at Hitoshi. "So," he started, "what happened yesterday?" Hitoshi had to think for a moment before he remembered what Midoriya was talking about. "Oh, man, you should have seen it." Hitoshi chuckled. "I get there, right. And this kid that looked like the human embodiment of an angry Pomeranian was just finishing some arrogant speech, so I came in and told them what's up." Midoriya began choking on his katsudon, his hand banging on his chest to dislodge whatever food was stuck. When he could take a full breath, he turned on Hitoshi. "You did what?" Hitoshi smirked at Midoriya. "I was just gonna go take a look, right? But then this dude was being an ass, so I said a few things, reminded them that their spots are not permanent and that they were replaceable." Hitoshi waited as Midoriya froze in shock. Then Midoriya started cackling. He was laughing so hard there were tears in his eyes. "I would give up my right lung to have seen that," Midoriya got out finally. Hitoshi watched as he wiped the tears from his eyes, a warm feeling blooming in his chest. He was quick to stamp the feeling down. He didn't need to have that distracting him. They were only a few weeks out from the festival. Maybe he could tell Midoriya when things calmed down after they transferred. "Is there anything we're missing?" Shouta asked as he glared down at the security measures for the festival. He was still trying to convince the commission and the school board that they should at the very least postpone the festival, but they wouldn't budge. Hazashi leaned over his desk. "What have we got so far?" "Well, anyone who buys a ticket goes through an extensive background check, and their ticket has their name on it, which they will also have to provide minimum 2 pieces of ID. We have 5 times the usual number of heroes the festival would require. Cameras in every corridor and covering any blind spots we might have, excluding changing rooms and bathrooms. And then, of course, the heroes who are attending to watch the festival are also on call," Shouta listed. He glanced up at Hazashi. "Is there anything else we can add?" "We only have 3 more weeks." Hazashi put a hand to his chin. "The only thing I can think of is some sort of countermeasure for their portal user, but I have no idea what." Shouta nodded. "Yeah, that's what the cameras are for. There's a security team dedicated to sitting and staring at the screens, so we don't miss anything. Without knowing how their quirk works, there's not a whole lot we can do to counter it." Hazashi and Shouta sat in silence for a few more minutes. The door to the staff room opened and Nimuri walked in, a bewildered look on her face. "Nimuri, you okay?" Hazashi asked, standing up to go to her. Nimuri looked at Hazashi and looked even more stunned. You're fluffy boys." Hazashi's face lit up at the mention of the purple and green duo. "Yes, why?" Nimuri started breathlessly. "Why did I just find the green one helping the purple one into the vents?" Hazashi stopped and turned to Shouta as if he would have an answer for why his chaos students were causing chaos. Shouta looked back to his work, a smug smile finding its way to his face. "Told you." After a moment, Shouta sat up, adding something to the list. "Cameras in the vents. Thanks, Nimuri." Nimuri nodded as she made her way to her desk, and Hazashi looked a little lost. Shouta thought it served him right. He always told Shouta his students couldn't be that bad, and now he had 2 chaos gremlins. It was only fair. Izuku stood in front of Shinsu on the beach. "All right, let's try it." Shinsu nodded. "Okay, are you ready?" Izuku hummed in acknowledgement. It took a moment for Izuku's control over himself to be severed. His vision blurred as if he was looking through frosted glass and the waves sounded far away. All of his senses were more muted. It felt like he was floating. Izuku quite liked the feeling. It was calming. Izuku wanted to test it out during a panic attack, although he wasn't too keen on sending himself into a panic attack simply to test it out. Just as suddenly as he lost control, Izuku gained it back. He smiled at Shinsu, grabbing his notebook and pencil, jotting down that humming did indeed count as a response. "Okay, let's work on more complex commands and giving multiple commands. You still have some trouble with those?" Izuku told Shinsu, who nodded. "Also, I want to work more on different techniques to mislead your opponents so they can't figure out your quirk." They trained for another hour before Shinsu's parents called Shinsu's phone to let them know dinner would be ready soon. Heading back, Izuku discussed the previous festivals and how he thought this year's would go. My guess is it'll be something that'll weed out the competition. Narrow it down to at least less than 100 competitors. After that, they usually have some type of team exercise. A few years back they did capture the flag. Another year they did a kind of egg drop game. Shinsu nodded. And then of course, most every year it's 1 versus 1 fights. Alright, so what should I expect? Shinsu asked. Izuku sent him one of his terrifying grins and was pleased to see Shinsu pale a little bit. 3 weeks to the festival, Izuku was suddenly called back to the Nishimuras while he was at the Shinsu's. Kiyoshi was worried, though he didn't look it, and drove Izuku to the house. You have my number? Yes. The man asked as Izuku got out of the car. Yes, I put it in my phone the day you gave it to me, Izuku told him with a smile. Kiyoshi nodded. Good. Call us if anything happens, doesn't matter the time. Izuku huffed a laugh. He couldn't count the number of times he had been told that over the last month. He appreciated it every time. Izuku waved Kiyoshi off and mourned the dinner he could have had with the Shinsus. It was pizza and movie night and they had let Izuku pick. He had picked a pre-quirk English film about a shark that was terrorizing a small town. Izuku was shaken from his thoughts as the front door opened to a scowling Naoko. He motioned for Izuku to get inside quickly and he did so obediently. As soon as he was inside, he could tell that something was going on. What? He didn't know. He only hoped it wouldn't hurt too badly. Izuku, go and set up the second bed, Fumiko ordered. Izuku was confused but did as he was told, not willing to risk punishment. In the room, Izuku made the other bed that had sat unused in the room and thought about the implication. They were getting another foster kid. Great. Obviously, it was another boy, or else they'd be put in Akane's room. Izuku tried to make the bed as slowly as possible before he made sure all of his things were tucked away and wouldn't be found easily. The sound of the front door opening followed by cheery voices and high-pitched laughter startled Izuku. He couldn't understand how none of the social workers could tell how fake the Nishimuras were. He supposed maybe they could tell, they just didn't really care. Izuku, Fumiko called sweetly up the stairs. Izuku sighed and forced a polite smile on his face as he headed down the stairs. When he reached the bottom, he was mildly surprised by what greeted him. Izuku knew the other kid, or he didn't know him, but he had seen him. Monoma. Why don't you greet Midoriya? The social worker urged. The boy, Monoma, looked like he'd rather die and Izuku's smile turned a bit nervous. Had they already told him that Izuku was quirkless? He was pretty sure he had seen Monoma sitting with other Hero Course kids, so he was probably in the Hero Course. Monoma would probably want to stay as far away from Izuku as possible. Izuku understood that. Izuku, show Monoma to his room, Fumiko told him in a sickly sweet voice. Izuku nodded brightly, excited to leave the presence of such fake kindness and words. He glanced at Monoma and motioned for him to follow. Monoma did. Not before clicking his tongue in an annoyed way that sent Izuku's anxiety soaring. As he made his way up the stairs, he chanced a glance at Naoko who was glaring at Monoma. He'd definitely have to explain to Monoma what not to do in order to avoid the Nishimura's wrath. Izuku led Monoma into the room and then sat on his bed while Monoma examined the room. We're sharing, Monoma spat out. Izuku's forced smile dropped and he looked exhaustedly at Monoma, which seemed to startle the other boy. Yeah, sorry. Izuku didn't meet Monoma's eyes, preparing for the onslaught. Monoma sighed as he set the garbage bag that held his things on the bed. Better than the last place, at least. He wasn't going to say anything about Izuku's quirklessness. In what way? Izuku asked before he thought better of it. He was too curious for his own good. Monoma didn't seem to mind too much, scowling at his clothes as he took them out of the bag. They had at least 4 kids a room. Izuku nodded. He supposed he really did have it pretty good with the Nishimuras. He let Monoma finish putting his things away in silence. When he had finished, he sat on his bed with a huff. I'm Monoma Nito, the boy told Izuku with a stiff nod. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku tried to send him a polite smile. You go to UA, right? Monoma narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Did they tell you that? Izuku was confused for a moment before he understood what Monoma was implying. No, I've seen you at school before, that's all. Monoma relaxed marginally. So, then you go to UA too? Izuku nodded. Yep, although I'm in Gen Ed for now. Monoma raised an eyebrow. For now. Izuku couldn't help the sharp grin that spread. Yeah, I don't plan on staying there much longer. I plan on getting myself and a friend far enough in the festival that they'll transfer us both to the Hero Course. Monoma seemed to process Izuku's words before he seemed to come to a decision. Well, maybe if you're lucky, you'll get transferred to 1B. Izuku figured that meant that Monoma was also in 1B. I'm actually hoping to get into 1A. Monoma's face scrunched up in distaste. Why? Izuku shrugged. His reason sounded stupid now that he thought about it. He wanted to protect Eraser. No, not quite. Maybe he wanted to watch his back. That was closer but still not quite right. Maybe he just wanted to be around the hero. Izuku's brain stalled for a solid 18 seconds because would have thought that was. It was almost like he thought of Eraser as some sort of parental figure, which was just ridiculously ridiculous. So what that the man brings him food sometimes and takes care of his injuries and worries over him and trained him, and oh no. Midoriya, you okay? Monoma asked after a few more moments of silence. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, totally fine, he said, his voice breathy and high-pitched. He cleared his throat and focused back on Monoma in front of him. Yeah, I want to get into one because Eraserhead fights essentially quirkless, so that'd be best for me. Izuku winced at how unconvincing that sounded to himself, but Monoma seemed to accept his reasoning. Monoma furrowed his brows. You have a similar quirk to him or something that's not useful? Izuku froze. They had not told Monoma about his quirklessness. Perfect. Well, I'm quirkless. Izuku waited for the usual reactions. Instead, Monoma made a thoughtful sound. I guess that makes more sense, the other boy grumbled. But that class is full of arrogant HOLEs. Izuku was stunned and then he snorted. So, I've heard. Monoma seemed all right. The two boys talked well into the evening, taking a short break for dinner, and so Izuku could show Monoma how the Nishimuras liked things done after dinner. Izuku was able to ask the boy what his quirk was and ask all the questions he wanted. He had found that Monoma was quite good at analyzing quirks as well, which made sense with his quirk. Being able to analyze quirks in a fight would be very beneficial for him. After they went to bed, Izuku was just laying in bed with his eyes open. His mind wasn't turning off. Sighing, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and began getting dressed. As Izuku was about to leave, there was a tired groan from his right. Midoriya. Monoma's voice was rough with sleep. What are you doing? Izuku froze, unsure of how to answer. I'm going out. Monoma looked more awake as he looked Izuku up and down. Where? Izuku looked between Monoma and the door. Out. Monoma just stared at Izuku for a minute, and then he was getting up and getting dressed. Whoa, what are you doing? Monoma slipped socks on as he looked up at Izuku. I'm going out. Izuku wanted so badly to tell Monoma to stay, but he wasn't sure how to go about it without simply knocking the other boy out. Monoma followed Izuku down the stairs to the bathroom, where they both shimmied out the window. Izuku walked down the street, Monoma following close behind. This really put Izuku's plans to shit. He definitely couldn't go and do a short patrol with Monoma tagging along. Instead, Izuku just headed for Shimizu's place, hoping she had the night off. Luckily for Izuku, she did. Izuku, what the hell are you doing here? Shimizu hissed, seeing his lack of mask and then noticing the other boy behind him. And who's that? This is Monoma, my new foster brother. I accidentally woke him up and he wouldn't let me leave alone. Izuku told her quietly. Shimizu looked between Izuku and Monoma before she sighed and opened her door. Izuku was relieved and smiled at Monoma as he waved him inside. Izuku led Monoma to the living room, dining room, kitchen, where they sat down on the floor around one of Shimizu's only pieces of furniture, her table. She brought out 3 steaming mugs, probably tea, as she tended to give Izuku after midnight. Something about trying to help him with his insomnia. So, wanna tell me why you came? Shimizu asked Izuku. He shrugged and took a sip of the tea. It was peppermint. Izuku took a glance at Monoma, which Shimizu clearly saw as she raised an eyebrow. Izuku set the mug down. I had a bit of a realization. Shimizu nodded, understanding that it wasn't something he could talk about in front of Monoma. Shimizu turned her gaze to Monoma. What's your deal, then? Monoma looked mildly offended before he shook it off. I just wanted to make sure he didn't get into trouble. Izuku felt strangely warm at that. Not the same warmth he felt with Shinzu, but warm nonetheless. Shimizu chuckled into her mug as she took a sip. The kid'll find trouble whether you go with him or not. Izuku fought down a blush. It's not like he specifically went looking for trouble. Usually. Monoma nodded solemnly. I figured he was the type. Shimizu regarded him again before giving him an approving nod. I like you. Shimizu and Monoma headed off immediately, leaving Izuku to simply look between them as they conversed. He didn't mind it much. He was able to just be present in the conversation without having to participate, so it was nice. Shimizu seemed to take a liking to Monoma, which Izuku was grateful for. Before they knew it, it was nearing 4 in the morning and Shimizu kicked them out, ordering them to go back home. As they walked, Monoma was fidgeting like he wanted to ask something. Izuku decided he probably deserved some sort of explanation. You can ask, he told him, glancing at Monoma sideways. Monoma seemed to consider it for a moment. Do you go there often? Izuku shrugged. It depends. I don't sleep well during the night, so I'll get up sometimes. Sometimes I'll go see Shimizu when she's not working. Other times I'll just walk around for a while. Monoma nodded. You know that can be pretty dangerous, right? Going out at this time in this neighborhood? Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly feeling the hairs there stand on end. He carefully glanced as far back as he could without being obvious, and of course, there was some idiot following them. He was probably hoping to mug a couple of helpless kids. Izuku looked next to him at Monoma, who continued to tell him how dangerous it was to be out alone at night in that area. Izuku had to make a decision. So, he did. Izuku grabbed Monoma and shoved him into an alley behind a dumpster. Before Monoma could say anything, he covered his mouth and shushed him. Monoma was rightfully surprised, but he was thankfully quick to listen. There's someone following us, probably hoping to mug us, Izuku told him quietly, listening to the hurried footsteps following them into the alley, looking for them. Monoma nodded, removing Izuku's hand and trying to stand up. Right, I'll take care of it. Izuku rolled his eyes. Even if Monoma was chill with him being quirkless, he still had the very wrong assumption that he was helpless. He rarely ever left home without his knives or bow. In this case, he had the latter. The footsteps grew closer, Izuku's body tensing and readying for a fight. Just stay here, he hissed down at Monoma. The other boy was stunned enough to do as Izuku told him. Izuku stood up, surprising there would be attacker. The man was tall but thin and appeared to only have a knife on him. Thankfully, he didn't seem very skilled in combat either, which was probably why he had chosen Izuku and Monoma as his targets. Who would think two random kids walking down the street would be a hero student and a vigilante? Izuku extended his bow, spooking the man as soon as he brought it out. His hands started shaking, the knife in his hand clattering to the ground as he turned tail and ran out of the alley mumbling apologies. Izuku sighed, somewhat disappointed that he hadn't even been able to have a little bit of fun. Holy shit. Oh, right. Monoma was still there. Izuku turned back to him, a sheepish smile on his face as he collapsed his staff. He sure spooked easy. Monoma shook his head, chuckling softly. You had me worried there, he said, standing back up. And then you just whip out a staff. You're insane. Sorry for grabbing you like that. I just wanted to get you out of the way, Izuku told Monoma, who looked appalled. Out of the way. He chuckled. I thought I was the hero student, but I'm the vigilante, Izuku muttered without thinking. At Monoma's alarmed expression, Izuku could tell he heard. Well, I mean, the thing is. Holy shit, Monoma said again. I mean, it makes sense. You're clearly experienced with fighting and the bow, and oh my god, you're a vigilante. He shouted. Izuku chuckled nervously. Sorta. They started back to the Nishimuras, Monoma bombarding Izuku with questions about his nighttime activities and Izuku indulging him. It was kind of funny to be on the other end of the questioning. Generally, it was Izuku who bothered other people with his incessant curiosity. Izuku didn't even mind when there were questions about his past. Maybe it was because he had already told Shinsu, but Monoma was easy to talk to. It was nice. Monoma scolded Izuku again for going out alone, telling him how dangerous it was, not just because he was quirkless but because he's still a kid. Aren't you a kid too? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. Monoma scoffed. I can almost guarantee I'm older than you. All right, when's your birthday? Monoma glanced at Izuku, narrowing his eyes. May 13th. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. Oh, Monoma looked worried at Izuku's reaction. You okay? Izuku nodded, willing the numbness in his fingers and static in his ears away. Yeah, that's the day my mom. Oh shit, I'm sorry. They fell into a tense silence, Izuku quietly freaking out because he felt it was his fault for the sudden mood killer, trying to think of something to say. He blurted out, July 15th. Monoma looked over at him, confused. That's my birthday. You are older. Monoma seemed to relax a bit, likely relieved that Izuku wasn't mad at him for his birthday being on the same day as his mother's death. Well, guess that makes me your older brother then. Izuku grinned up at Monoma. Does that mean I have to call you Oni-chan? Monoma made a disgusted face and shoved Izuku as he stumbled, and they both laughed. Monday came and Hitoshi was very confused. Midoriya had left that afternoon after getting a call from his foster father to come home and then barely texted Hitoshi for the rest of the weekend, scaring the shit out of Hitoshi. Then, during lunch, this blonde kid came over and sat with them under their tree, and Midoriya was just chill with him in no way. He brought out his notebook and was showing it to the boy as they discussed something written in it, the notebook that Hitoshi was still not allowed to see. Hitoshi shoved his feelings down as Midoriya finally looked up, meeting his eyes. Oh, sorry, Shinsu. This is Monoma Nito. He's in 1B and he was the reason I had to go home early, sorry, Midoriya explained apologetically. Hitoshi poked at his soba half-heartedly. As fine, he muttered quietly. When he glanced up, he saw the blonde Monoma smirking at him. Hitoshi glared back at him. Monoma tried and failed to suppress an amused smile as he looked away. Still, I'm sorry, I totally forgot to let you know. It's been a bit hectic, Midoriya said, not looking at Hitoshi and sounding a bit far off. Hitoshi wasn't sure what to do, but Monoma seemed to know better as he gently nudged Midoriya, the boy startling slightly but sending a grateful smile to Monoma. That definitely did not make Hitoshi's heart physically hurt. Not at all. Anyway, Monoma volunteered to help us with training. Hitoshi's heart sank at the green-haired boy's words. Training? Midoriya nodded, his curls bouncing enthusiastically. Great, Hitoshi grumbled. Midoriya didn't seem to catch Hitoshi's unwillingness to even be around the other boy as he continued. Now we have a third person to test your quirk on, and I can do more analysis. Not to mention, he's from the hero course, so he can help us with things we aren't learning in Gen Ed before we transfer. Monoma's also really good at analyzing quirks because of his, oh yeah, his quirk is. Midoriya trailed off, glancing over at the blonde who nodded. It's called copy. It's pretty self-explanatory, but there are limits and whatnot. But he can also help with improving your quirk. Hitoshi did his best to smother the lingering feelings of jealousy. He tried to focus on the fact that this kid could help them both get into the hero course. Midoriya seemed to have taken to Monoma really well, so Hitoshi would just have to get used to him. Tolerate him, at the minimum. Hitoshi listened to Midoriya talk about his training and what they planned to do after school for the rest of lunch. He did his best to just ignore Monoma for now. He wasn't quite ready to unpack that. After school, they walked together, making their way to Dagaba. They had changed into clothes that were easier to move around in at the school. Monoma and Midoriya were still discussing Hitoshi's quirk, and Midoriya was right. Monoma had some ideas on how they could train his quirk and test its limits. Okay, Monoma, copy Shinsu's quirk and then try it on me to get a feel for it, and maybe we'll get some other ideas, Midoriya told Monoma. Hitoshi was a bit miffed that Midoriya didn't think that he could explain his own quirk well, but the fact that he had lived the majority of his life with it and was used to it probably made it harder for him to explain it effectively. Cool, Monoma said, turning to Hitoshi and making his way over. Monoma held out a hand and Hitoshi slowly placed his hand over Monoma's. Monoma smirked and turned to Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya, what was it you asked if you had to call me? Midoriya immediately started sputtering and started to say something to rebuke Monoma, but then his face went blank. Hitoshi looked over at Monoma, curious about the question and the somewhat answer, but the other boy just shrugged. They continued with training, Monoma and Midoriya giving some suggestions to Hitoshi. Monoma spent most of the time explaining nearly everything that he'd learned in the hero course. Hitoshi was surprised and pleased to find out that he would probably be able to beat them in hand-to-hand, thanks to Midoriya's Spartan training. Midoriya took notes the whole time, making lists for things he wanted to work on and what he wanted Hitoshi to work on. By the time the sun was setting, and Hitoshi's parents had called for dinner, they had settled on training regimens for the three of them until the sports festival. Hitoshi was slightly nervous with Monoma coming over, but Midoriya really did seem to like the other boy. He didn't have the heart to tell Midoriya he didn't want Monoma coming. Hitoshi wasn't sure what it was, perhaps something about being in care that had helped them bond, or that they were both really good at analyzing quirks, but he felt somewhat left out. He didn't want to lose his friend. He'd abandon his feelings for something more than friendship if he had to, but he didn't want to lose the green-haired boy. At Hitoshi's house, his parents were excited for Hitoshi to have made another friend, although his father seemed to catch on to the fact that Hitoshi wasn't as enthusiastic. Hitoshi, his father, Midoriya, and Monoma sat around the table, waiting for his mother to bring out an American pasta dish she was trying out. Can someone give me a hand? She called from the kitchen. Midoriya shot up from his seat before she had even finished asking for someone. Hitoshi's dad glancing between the boys before standing up and going into the kitchen. Monoma looked over at Hitoshi. You know I'm not trying to steal Midoriya from you, right? Hitoshi's head whipped towards the blonde boy. What are you talking about? Monoma sighed, averting his gaze and fiddling with the table. I mean, Midoriya and I live together now. He's like a younger brother to me, someone I can't help but want to protect, you know. Hitoshi nodded slowly. He knew what Monoma meant, he just didn't understand where this was going. Anyway, I just wanted to say that if you're really uncomfortable around me, I'll tell Midoriya that I'm busy and can't hang out with you guys anymore. Hitoshi thought about his offer. It sounded good, but Midoriya wouldn't like that. He's the first real friend I've ever made, sorry. Monoma seemed to pause and then he chuckled softly. Yeah, he's the first person to be so nice to me and get past my whole exterior. I was surprised coming to UA, actually. I thought it'd be the same. People calling me a villain and useless and saying that I can't do anything without taking someone else's quirk. Hitoshi perked up at the mention of villain. That was something he knew all too well. You were called a villain? He asked carefully. Monoma nodded, grimacing. Yeah, people didn't seem to understand that my quirk copies, not steals. Hitoshi nodded. Maybe he and Monoma were more alike than he had thought. He figured the other boy was a typical hero student, relying on his quirk for everything and thinking that he's better than everyone else. Excluding Monoma's weird thing with 1A, the guy was pretty okay to be around. It definitely helped that he saw Midoriya as a younger brother. Hitoshi felt his lips quirk in a lazy smirk. You've known Midoriya for, 48 hours and you already call yourself his older brother? Hitoshi bantered. Monoma paused for a moment and then grinned back at Hitoshi. Oh yeah, you should have heard what he called me the other night, Monoma told Hitoshi, and he was definitely curious. But it wasn't meant to be as Midoriya popped around the corner pointing an accusing finger at Monoma, his face red as a strawberry. You, he shouted. It wasn't, I said, you. Midoriya stuttered out. Don't hurt yourself there, little bro, Monoma told him with a grin. Midoriya made a distressed noise before he crouched down, hiding his face in his arms. Hitoshi's mother poked her head around the corner. Can we come out now? Hazashi and Shouta sat in bed, one marking some essays and the other scrolling through his phone. Hazashi glanced over to Shouta where he was dealing with Kaminari's essay if his scowl was anything to go by. Either that or Hazashi was right and Shouta needed to invest in a pair of reading glasses. His quirk did enough damage to his eyes. He really didn't need his husband going blind because of his stubbornness. Any news about Shade? He asked softly. Shouta put the essay down, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I haven't seen or heard from him since his little hospital visit, and I couldn't even ask anyone if they'd seen him since he'd for sure get in shit for breaking in. Can't imagine he'd be allowed in under any circumstance. Shouta took a deep breath. Hazashi nodded sadly. He knew Shouta was worried about the little listener. Hazashi just had no way of helping him. He had never met Shade directly, except for the one texting incident, so he couldn't exactly keep an eye out for the vigilante. The most he could do was support Shouta at home and maybe take his mind off of things. Yeah, that was a great idea. Well, I have news about my fluffy boys, Hazashi started, a smile growing on his face. Shouta looked over at him, his lip twitching upwards. They may have found their third and you won't believe who it is. Shouta turned more toward Hazashi, his head tilting in question. Is it someone I know? Hazashi grinned and nodded. You ready? You're not, guaranteed. It's someone you literally would never expect, but they get on so well. Shouta seemed to think for a moment. Is it Bakugo? He asked carefully. Hazashi scrunched his nose at the mention of the explosive blonde. No, but he is blonde, Hazashi told him. Shouta nodded. Anjiro, I feel like he'd be a nice, calm addition to their little group. Hazashi shook his head. Nope, and he is certainly not calm. Not around your class. Shouta stopped and then there was a flash of realization on his face. No, Hazashi nodded. Yes, Monoma, Shouta asked, incredulously. Yep, he seems to get along well with both boys. It's quite cute, Hazashi said, turning back to his phone. I'm really happy that they're making more friends. They both deserve it. Shouta seemed to consider their friendship a moment longer before shrugging and picking up Kaminari's essay. Well, hope you're prepared for chaos. They won't cause that much trouble, Hazashi chuckled softly. When Shouta remained silent, he looked at his husband, suddenly feeling panicked. They can't, can they? He asked, almost scared to hear an answer. Shouta glanced at Hazashi out of the corner of his eyes and then returned to his marking without a word. Hazashi sat up, grabbing his husband's shoulders and shaking him. They can't, right. 3 weeks passed by in a flash, and Izuku found himself in the prep room for 1 degree Celsius. Shinsu seemed as cool as a cucumber while Izuku was practically vibrating with anxiety. There were so many ways that this could go wrong. If Bakugo noticed him before the one-on-one event, if they didn't make it through to the one-on-one event at all, what if he accidentally FS it up for Shinsu? Or what if all his predicting and watching old sports festivals was all for naught and it was completely different from what he thought? What if the events were things that he hadn't trained Shinsu for? Hey, Midoriya, Shinsu's voice interrupted Izuku's mild panic attack. Hey, can you answer me? Izuku tried his best to form a word, any word, but it was enough. He was floating and everything else was so far away. He didn't feel anything except a calm he only got when under the influence of Shinsu's quirk. He stayed there for a few more minutes before tugging on Shinsu's control, letting him know he was okay. Shinsu released his control and was looking at Izuku with worried eyes. Hey, are you okay? Izuku nodded, feeling less twitchy and glad to have the feeling back in his fingers that he hadn't even realized he had lost. Yeah, thanks, Shinsu. Your quirk definitely does work really well for panic attacks. Shinsu huffed a half-amused, half-exasperated breath and shook his head. Honestly, what would you do without me? Izuku shrugged his shoulders, probably having a panic attack right now. Shinsu went to say something else but was interrupted by a buzzer letting their class know that they had to head to the field. As they walked, a few of their classmates caught Izuku's eye, sending them a thumbs up and softly whispered good luck. Izuku and Shinsu hadn't exactly made it known that they were trying to transfer, but they hadn't kept it a secret either. It was certainly unexpected that his classmates would be cheering them on. Izuku smiled brightly back at them, nodding in thanks. He could do this. He would drag Shinsu to the top if he had to, but they would get there. They had to. Hazashi was practically vibrating in his seat. Shouta sent him an amused look. You're unusually excited for the festival. Hazashi turned to Shouta, grin stretched across his face. Of course, Shu. The fluffy boys. They're gonna be amazing and we get to watch them. Shouta rolled his eyes, but Hazashi knew he was just as excited to see his students do well, and possibly spot a certain vigilante child. Hazashi had been keeping an eye out as well, but it was harder for Hazashi since he had never directly met the kid. There was one time that the brat had stolen Shouta's phone while the man was finishing a fight. Shouta had been in the middle of composing a text to Hazashi when the kid grabbed it and began a very short conversation with Hazashi. Thankfully, Shouta had a habit of never saving names of contacts as their actual names, and Shade didn't have enough time or interest in scrolling through their messages. Hazashi was brought back to the present by the sound of a buzzer, alerting him to the beginning of the festival. He switched the mics on after receiving an affirmative from Shouta. "All right, welcome to everyone here to join us for the annual UA Sports Festival," Hazashi announced, hearing Shouta grumble away from the mic about how stupid the festival was in the first place. Broadcasting the students' quirks was dangerous and stupid, especially for those who wanted to go into underground heroics. If they wanted the heroes to see so they could decide who they wanted to intern, then they could have specific days where heroes were welcome to observe a training session or two so they could see what the students could do. Unfortunately, as much as Shouta and Hazashi protested it, the festival continued every year because the commission and the school board refused to even listen to their concerns. "The sports festival is about to begin. Are you ready?" Hazashi shouted into the mic with his usual present mic enthusiasm. He had to focus on his job. Hazashi grimaced at the script in front of him. He had been handed the paper only a few minutes before he entered the booth, and he was not excited to read it. First up, the class that everyone has been talking about, the ones who fought back against and survived a villain attack within their first week of school. Hero Course Class 1A. Really gives you faith in the next generation. Folks. Shouta rested a hand on Hazashi's knee, grimacing as well. That was not how they deserved to be introduced. The amount of pressure that rested on the class's shoulders because of Hazashi's heavy words was immense, not to mention how lame the rest of the introductions were written, giving one of the spotlight and further isolating them from the rest of the first years. Next up, they haven't gotten as much attention, but they've got just as much talent. Welcome, the Hero Course Class 1B. Hazashi smirked as he looked up from the paper, abandoning the lines, "If only for the one class. And these won't be kids you'll want to sleep on, folks. General Education Class 1 degrees Celsius." And maybe he was a bit more enthusiastic about his class. Sue him. He watched, eyes finding his fluffy boys with no issue, following them, from the general education classes, 1D and 1E. "They're all in UA for a reason, people." Hazashi glanced down at the script again. He decided it was stupid and he'd just give them some excuse about how he got too excited and forgot. Shouta would corroborate his story. They had vows for a reason, and disregarding direct orders from their literal bosses was one of them, wasn't it? They're the ones that create and make it possible for us heroes to use our quirks to their fullest potential. The support course, classes 1 Fahrenheit, 1G, and 1H. And last but certainly not least, they work behind the scenes just as much as the support course, except they deal with the numbers instead of machines. The business course, classes 1I, 1J, and 1 Kelvin. Shouta was hiding a smile behind his capture weapon, knowing exactly what Hazashi was doing and no doubt supporting it fully. Shouta had always had a strong down with the patriarchy and eat the rich mentality. It was what had bonded them all together in high school. Once all the courses were out on the field, he passed it off to Nimiri as she cracked her whip to get everyone's attention. Hazashi let Nimiri call the student representative, who was, unfortunately, Bakugo Katsuki. He had scored the highest in the hero course and was given the role of representative simply because of that. Was Hazashi salty because one of his fluffy boys had gotten higher than the explosive brat? Yes, he was. Bakugo stood in front of the mic. "I pledge that I will beat all of you extras," he said with a sneer. There was an uproar from both the crowd and the rest of the first years. Hazashi turned in his seat to look at Shouta, who just sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Nimiri recovered the crowd quickly, directing their attention to the first event, an obstacle course. Hazashi watched as the kids made their way to the start line. Hazashi quirked an eyebrow at his fluffy boys who were sticking to the back of the pack, discussing along the way. Shinsu was nodding as Midoriya dragged him into a spot at the back, and Hazashi wanted to gush about them, but he had an actual job to do. Unfortunately, his only consolation was that he had roped Shouta into commentating with him. Somehow, he really didn't remember how it had happened. Hazashi watched as Todoroki froze the entire entrance to the obstacle course, many students caught in his eyes. He wished he could have watched his fluffy boys and see how they were doing, but again, he had a job to do. Unsurprisingly, Todoroki came in first, Bakugo following close behind with Ida, Takoyami, Kirishima, and Siro not far behind. Hazashi wanted to scream when his fluffy boys crossed the finish line in a decent 27th and 28th. He did his best to be unbiased about things, but come on. It was the fluffy boys, how could you not love them? He watched curiously after the cavalry battle was announced and Monoma seemed to decline to join Midoriya and Shinsu's team. Both boys were just as surprised, but were able to quickly shake it off in favor of searching for a third for their team. Hitoshi and Midoriya were obviously on a team. They just needed 2 more people. Unfortunately, Monoma had declined, saying something about him needing to do something, and Midoriya seemed to be quite nervous about that. Speaking of the shorter boy, Midoriya appeared to be analyzing the other students, keeping Hitoshi strategically placed between Midoriya and the majority of the others. Hitoshi didn't complain, but he made a note to talk to him after. Midoriya froze and Hitoshi looked to see why, suddenly slightly concerned as a girl with pink hair had locked eyes with Midoriya, and they seemed to have some sort of silent conversation. The girl smiled widely and bounded over. "Hi, I'm Hatsume," she greeted brightly. "Hatsume, inventor extraordinaire." Hitoshi watched as Midoriya's eyes sparkled. "It's fate," he whispered as he glanced at Hitoshi. He was confused until he realized the name. Her freaking name. It was Mei, his cat, that Midoriya was infatuated with. Hitoshi noticed that human Mei had the same yellow eyes as cat Mei. "What's fate?" Hatsume asked. Midoriya just shook his head. "Doesn't matter right now, I need to find a fourth." Hatsume nodded and let Midoriya continue scanning for their final team member. Hatsume shuffled over to stand next to Hitoshi. "Is this the green bean's quirk?" she asked in a whisper, so she didn't disturb Midoriya. Hitoshi shook his head, watching Midoriya as he began to mumble softly. "Nah, he just does this." Hitoshi paused when he realized she had used his nickname for Midoriya, and he was strangely irritated by it. "I'm Shinsu Hitoshi. He's Midoriya Izuku, by the way." Hatsume nodded, watching Midoriya as well. Suddenly Midoriya whirled around and grabbed Hitoshi, pulling him along, and Hitoshi blocked him from the others without having to be manhandled by the smaller boy. They made their way over to some guy with a bird's head who was brooding off to the side. "Hi there," Midoriya greeted him. The other boy seemed surprised but was polite enough. "Hello." He nodded his head to Midoriya and then to Hitoshi. "We were wondering if you'd like to be on our team," Midoriya asked him, using his ultimate weapon, his puppy dog eyes. It was extremely effective. The other boy bowed his head. "My name is Takoyami Fumikage, and this is Dark Shadow." As the boy introduced himself, and Dark Shadow, a dark bird-like shadow came from the boy's body. Midoriya marveled at it, asking both the boy and the shadow questions which seemed to please the shadow. The three boys walked back over to Hatsume, who was rummaging around in a large case filled with gadgets. She turned back and Midoriya delved into questions about the gear as he formulated a plan. Shouta watched as he saw the moment it was all over. As soon as the green one met a pink-haired girl's eyes, it was over. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing on end, his gut telling him to run far away as the pink one approached. Asashi was all too pleased that they were making friends, even recruiting Takoyami. A friendship like those could only end in chaos. The rest of the teams were fairly predictable. Bakugu's team had Kirishima, Ashido, and Shiro, Bakugu as the rider. Todoroki's team had Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Ida. Uraraka's team was a surprise, with Aoyama, Shizaki, and Tetsu. Other than that, the teams were fairly ordinary. The event was called to a start, Hisashi commentating, and Shouta had to say he had always thought his husband was incredible for everything he did, but he had a newfound respect for him. Bakugu went for Todoroki's team nearly the whole time. At one point nearing the end of the time, Monoma had managed to swipe Bakugu's headband, a vicious expression on the 1B student's face. It didn't strike Shouta as odd in the moment. The kid was usually very passionate about beating 1A. Shouta wondered if Shade was participating in the festival. Maybe he was one of the kids Shouta was watching. Maybe he got out in the first event so Shouta wouldn't be able to recognize him. Shouta didn't know, but he hoped the kid was okay wherever he was. Not seeing him for 2 months was worrying, especially after the last time he went AWOL. The kid would probably make fun of him for worrying about him so much, teasing him and calling him dad. Before Shouta noticed, the buzzer rang for the end of the battle. The screens lit up with the rankings. First place, Team Todoroki, 10,425,000. Second place, Team Bakugu, 1125. Third place, Team Shizaki, 1085. Fourth place, Team Takoyami, 1025. Shouta hadn't been paying too much attention during the event, but he was surprised to see Takoyami's team in fourth. Seems like he might actually get at least one new student in his class. Izuku pulled Shinsu away from the stadium as quickly as possible, and after checking which was his prep room, dragged Shinsu all the way there. He didn't protest too much, clearly noticing how Izuku had been acting since the beginning of the festival, and now he couldn't hide it. Shinsu was up against Bakugu. If Shinsu was to make it into the hero course by the festival, he had to get to the finals. So, he had to beat Bakugu. And Izuku was nothing if not an expert on all things Bakugu. Izuku took a deep breath before stealing his gaze and turning to Shinsu. "Your first opponent," Izuku said slowly. Shinsu nodded after a moment. "Yeah, Bakugu something. He's the angry Pomeranian I told you about." Izuku wasn't surprised. He had figured it was Bakugu. Izuku looked into Shinsu's eyes, almost begging him to be calm. "The thing is, Bakugu is Kaken." Shinsu stopped for a minute. Izuku was pretty sure he had stopped breathing. "I can't let him fight you," was all Shinsu said. Izuku looked at him incredulously because 1, he was pretty sure he could take Bakugu, and 2, if Shinsu lost, he lost this chance to transfer. Excuse you, but I have been with him for more than a decade. I know how he moves, how he thinks, how he attacks, Izuku emphasized, and Shinsu had the mind to look vaguely ashamed. I also know what ticks him off. Shinsu took a moment to understand what Izuku meant before he wore a similar sadistic grin to Izuku's. I'm gonna destroy him. And boy, did that make something in Izuku's chest flutter. Hisashi announced the first fight, excited that one of them was a student from his own class. So, maybe he introduced Midoriya with a little bit more enthusiasm than he did with Uraraka, but really, could you blame him? He watched as people cheered. One person from the student section screaming in a rage, and then Hisashi went slack-jawed. As Bakugo was being held back from leaping into the arena, Midoriya turned around and made eye contact with the screeching blonde, and the little listener smirked at the boy and then winked. Hisashi wanted so badly to comment on that particular event but forced himself to focus. Uraraka was rightfully apprehensive after that show of complete disregard for Midoriya's own safety. She attacked first, but Midoriya easily dodged. He was calm while they fought. Uraraka was getting increasingly frustrated as the kid kept ducking and twisting away from her palms like he knew what she could do. After the kid just dodged her attacks for a good 5 minutes, he began attacking. Uraraka dodged most of his attacks before Midoriya switched his tempo suddenly and Uraraka faltered. He swept his foot behind Uraraka after she had lunged at him and she lost her balance, falling to the mercy of Midoriya as he tipped her out of bounds. The match was called, someone screaming Izuku's name from the west side of the stadium. Izuku turned and waved in their direction, a wide smile on his face, and then he turned back to Uraraka. The audio wasn't broadcasted, but Hisashi and Shouta could hear it in the booth. Are you okay? Midoriya asked, offering Uraraka a hand up. She took it, a disappointed smile on her face. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry about that. I just kinda need to get into the hero course. Uraraka took that in and then her determined look returned. Yeah, you do, she said, punching his arm. So we can have a rematch. Midoriya was surprised and then he laughed and nodded, walking with Uraraka out of the stadium and out of sight. Hisashi turned to Shouta, who was just as surprised. Midoriya can fight, Hisashi whispered and then turned back to the mic. Hisashi commentated on the battles, Shouta occasionally adding his 2 cents about something, but Hisashi was just a little bit distressed at the fact that he'd likely lose both his favorite student. The rest of the first round was almost completely predictable, Shizaki beating Kaminari, Todoroki beating Shiro, and Kirishima and Tetsu tying. When it came to Shinsu's match, Hisashi wasn't sure what he was prepared for. Whatever it was not what he witnessed. Shinsu seemed to be glaring at Bakugo. Bakugo was busy glaring into the stands, presumably looking for Midoriya. The start of the match was called, but Bakugo was busy glaring as he had found Midoriya. The boy in question had what most people would call a Cheshire grin, almost on the malicious side. You're Bakugo, the arrogant a-hole from 1A, huh? Shinsu drawled. Bakugo growled out something unintelligible as he turned to Shinsu. Shinsu pointed to his eyes. Oi, over here, Kakin. Bakugo's eyes met Shinsu's. As soon as their eyes met, Bakugo's body went slack. Hisashi was once again slack-jawed. Shinsu had effectively misled Bakugo and his future opponents into thinking his quirk was eye contact activated. Walk out of bounds. Shinsu's voice was filled with rage. Hisashi filed the information away for later as he watched Bakugo walk straight for out of bounds. Stop and turn around. Bakugo did, and then Shinsu was moving. He stood within arm's reach of Bakugo, and then he reeled back and punched Bakugo square in the jaw, knocking the blonde out of Shinsu's control and out of bounds. Bakugo whirled around, poised to attack a smug-looking Shinsu when Ishiyama made a barrier of concrete between the two. Bakugo raged until midnight came and used her quirk on him, waiting until the recovery bots took him away to announce the winner. The crowd was confused, and a similar silence to Midoriya's fight fell over the crowd. Then, Midoriya started screaming, Shinsu's face flushing deeply as he struggled to keep a straight face. A few other people joined in, most still confused as to what happened. Hisashi was absolutely floored by the support his boys were receiving. They might actually make it. Izuku scowled at the table he was sitting at. He startled as there was a knock on his door. Shinsu poked his fluffy head in, a small smile playing on his lips when he spotted Izuku. Hey, Green Bean. Troll doll. Shinsu sat across from Izuku. I hope you know I will be embarrassing the hell out of you your next fight. Izuku smiled at Shinsu. I know. After a moment, he whirled on Shinsu. But, your fight with Bakugo. It was perfectly executed. Not to mention a nice punch, and with a little luck, he'll tell the rock guy about the eye contact and then it'll be another easy win. Shinsu nodded, his hand going to the back of his neck. Yeah, I mean, that hit was my idea, but it's mostly cause of you and your ideas that I've come this far. Izuku waved Shinsu's words away. You would have thought of it, I'm sure. Izuku paused, smirking. Although, I will take credit for you not having to use your quirk up to this point. I had to convince Takoyami and Hatsum not to ask too much about your quirk. Izuku had been slightly stressed about revealing too much and managed to avoid using Shinsu's quirk at all, so there's no way they know the activation method. Not to mention all the misdirection Shinsu was throwing at them would confuse them. Izuku's phone buzzed, and he checked it. He couldn't stop the wide smile that found its way to his face as he read the messages. He had left his phone in his locker so he could watch the matches without distractions. Shimizu, bet you will never guess who I'm sat next to. Surprise, they are really nice. Izu, sounds like you found herself a good FRND. Bisass, that is what I taught you. Get it ICU. AKSJASHJK that wink. OMG, look at you go. Kick ass. Izuku, Shimizu, you made it. And you're with Hiromi and Kiyoshi. What are the chances? Shimizu, the SMRT1 Izu. We're gonna rock this thing. Win it, kid. I know you can. Izuku, if I'm lucky, it'll come down to me and Shinsu. Shimizu, look, I know I just said he's a good FRND, but kick his ass. Win this thing. Izuku giggled at Shimizu's message, showing his phone to Shinsu so he could read the conversation. After he read the latest message, he made a face and then met Izuku's eyes. I don't want you going easy on me. Show them you can beat someone with a quirk just as easily as if you had one. Shinsu was completely serious. Izuku nodded his head just as he heard the next match ended. Shinsu caught his worried expression, giving him a confident smile. You got this. I expect to see you in the finals, Green Bean. Izuku scoffed and stood up. Then prepare to taste dirt, troll doll. Shinsu held his hands palm up in front of him and Izuku held his hands high above his head only to slam them down into Shinsu's as hard as he could. They both made pained faces as their hands tingled, but it got the blood flowing. Izuku had a match to win. Izuku blew out a harsh breath as he walked into the arena. He was worried about the match. Shizaki was not an easy opponent. With Uraraka, Izuku could get in close. All he had to do was avoid her hands. With Shizaki, she could attack him from a distance, preventing him from getting close enough to even try an attack. Not to mention, the likelihood of facing Todoroki if he won against Shizaki was pretty much guaranteed. Izuku couldn't let himself think about that. What do I know? Izuku went through his mental list of things he had observed from his opponent. She was clearly skilled with her quirk. Her speed was nothing to scoff at, though she did seem to hesitate. She had been offended when Present Mike had described her as an assassin or something to that effect. While fighting, she had her hands clasped together in a sort of prayer posture. Perhaps she was religious. Izuku could work with that. Izuku gazed across the arena where Shizaki stood, perfectly composed. Present Mike introduced them. Midoriya Izuku, one of the dark horses from Class 1 degrees Celsius, moving through the festival with incredible skill, versus Shizaki Ibara of Class 1B, the one who promises salvation. Izuku glanced up at the announcer's booth with a raised eyebrow. He wasn't sure such blatant bias was great. Thankfully, Shizaki didn't seem to mind. Izuku examined her stance, and he could tell that she was expecting it to go similarly to her fight with the Shock Boy. Izuku hadn't shown a quirk or anything he could use to fight long distances, so she wasn't wrong to assume. It's just that Izuku wasn't one to always fight fair. Not when he wanted something. Shouta watched in morbid amusement as Midoriya let out the longest, most creative and complex string of curses Shouta had ever heard. Hizashi was a bit lost on commentating, simply stating that Midoriya seemed to be saying something, and refused to elaborate further. Shouta almost wanted to chime in and relay exactly what the kid was saying. Almost. Midoriya continued the onslaught as Shizaki covered her ears in pure horror at what little she had heard. Closing her eyes for extra protection, Midoriya took the opportunity and charged, never stopping the words he shouted, and began to push Shizaki out of bounds. As Shizaki realized what was going on, she used her hair to try and whip Midoriya in hopes that he would let her go. Shouta winced as the kid got more than a few cuts from the thorns, but it was already too late for Shizaki. Mimori announced the winner with way too much enthusiasm. Shouta could only imagine how excited she was with the new vocabulary she had just acquired and the power it held. Todoroki's match with Ida started, and Shouta got an alert on his phone that there was something going on in one of the corridors involving a student and a certain flaming trash can of a hero. Izuku was heading back to his prep room from the infirmary to treat the cuts and scrapes Shizaki had given him. He was sure there would be questions from Shinsu regarding what the F Izuku had said. He turned the corner and saw Endeavor, and Izuku immediately turned on his heel. Hey! Endeavor called out to him, and Izuku desperately tried to ignore the man. Izuku could feel his presence get closer, or maybe that was due to the flames the hero gave off. A hand found Izuku's shoulder, and his stomach churned. Izuku ducked and twisted around to face Endeavor, who looked shocked at his actions but quickly shook it off. Your next match, Izuku wanted to groan. He had an idea where this was going. You're going against my son. As of now, you have yet to show your power. Do not hold back against him. It is his duty to surpass all might. If you have made it this far, you must have some sort of hidden play. Shouta will defeat you. He has been raised for better things. Izuku was frozen, not in fear like Endeavor surely expected, but in total shock. He knew Endeavor was in a hole, and he suspected that his family suffered from him simply due to how the man acts in public. The sheer number of deaths, villain and civilian alike, that he had caused was inexcusable. Endeavor should have had his hero license revoked a long time ago, but of course, the commission was as corrupt as they come. Endeavor seemed satisfied and continued down the hall. With all due respect, which, respectfully, is none, Izuku started, surprising Endeavor. Your son is his own person and you do not control him as much as you try to. Also, I would watch my back if I were you. From where I am, you've got no one on your side who isn't on your payroll. Endeavor's flames flared as he turned fully to Izuku, and maybe Izuku should have kept his mouth shut, but man, did the man rub him the wrong way. You insolent thing, who do you think you are to threaten me? Endeavor hissed at Izuku. Izuku smiled pleasantly despite the growing temperature. Nothing he couldn't handle. He had suffered through over 3 years of Fumiko's quirk. He could handle a little heat. I'm not threatening you, sir. However, if I were to threaten you, Izuku lowered his voice, leaning forward dangerously and grinning at Endeavor. I can promise you it won't just be a threat. Endeavor reeled back, a snarl on his face and hand poised for attack. Izuku moved his arms up to block the blow, but it never came. When Izuku peeked out, he saw Endeavor just as surprised, his flames having been extinguished. Izuku gulped. He knew exactly who had come. Endeavor, care to explain why you're down here, where it's strictly forbidden for anyone not a competitor or teacher? Eraserhead's hair was floating around his shoulders, his scarf in hand to restrain if needed. Endeavor glared at the other hero before turning it to Izuku. I must have gotten lost. Izuku scoffed and raised his eyebrows. Wow, the number 2 hero getting lost, what a thought. Endeavor narrowed his eyes at Izuku, and although Izuku refused to break eye contact with Endeavor, he could feel Eraserhead's glare on him as well. Endeavor left, and Izuku innocently turned to Eraserhead. Eraser just sighed. Get going. I'm sure you'll want to watch the other fights. Izuku nodded and hurried away from the hero into his prep room. Shinsu was waiting for him already, and just as predicted, Izuku was forced to explain what he had said to Shizaki. Shinsu had a good laugh. Izuku heard the announcement that Todoroki had won against Ida, and Izuku apologized to Shinsu as he sprinted from his prep room to intercept Todoroki. When he came across the other boy, he tried to smile politely at him. Todoroki remained blank-faced. Hello, Izuku tried, again, not getting any reaction. Why did Izuku think this was a good idea? I'm Midoriya Izuku. I know who you are. Wasn't he just a bag of sunshine? Great, then we can skip ahead, Izuku said, dropping his smile for a more neutral expression. Your father is an absolute dickhead. That got a reaction. I happened across him after my last fight. He was probably looking for you, or maybe he had just come from talking to you. Izuku began mumbling. He realized he was veering and forced himself to stay on topic. Anyway, he said some things, I said some things. Long story short, I would very much like to piss him off. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, the most expressive thing Izuku had seen from him. Fine, I'll listen. Izuku grinned maniacally. Great. Hitoshi was mildly concerned. Midoriya hadn't returned to the prep room until right before Hitoshi was called. When he did show up, he looked the same look on his face when he had some kind of torture training for Hitoshi. He could only hope he would be spared. Hitoshi was called to the arena and Midoriya wished him good luck. Hitoshi was nervous. What if Bakugo had somehow seen through his lie and Kirishima knew it was voice activated? On top of faking the activation requirements, Hitoshi had to make sure he met the actual activation requirement. Midoriya had given him some ideas, but Hitoshi had one of his own. He couldn't always rely on Midoriya. Anyway, Kirishima was introduced first, the crowd roaring for the redhead. Hitoshi was announced, and although he had a much smaller applause, he could make out Midoriya in the stands, sounding like he was going to pop a lung. Surprisingly, the whole of 1 degree Celsius was cheering for the 2 boys. That had been unexpected. Hitoshi supposed it was just because they were excited that 2 people from their class had made it so far. Hitoshi looked over at Kirishima, who averted his eyes quickly. Hitoshi smirked. So, Bakugo had blabbed. Fine by him. Kirishima got into a defensive stance. His eyes kept wandering over to Hitoshi before he'd remind himself not to look him in the eyes. Hitoshi kept his eyes on him, and then when the start of the match was called, he ran. Did Bakugo tell you about my quirk? That's not very manly, you know, Hitoshi practically sang, getting close enough to throw a punch to Kirishima's gut. It was predictably blocked by hardened skin as Kirishima threw a punch of his own. Bakubro is plenty manly. The other boy defended his friend. Hitoshi wondered what Kirishima would think of Bakugo if he knew the truth. Ignoring those thoughts, Hitoshi grabbed control of Kirishima. Walk out of bounds. Kirishima walked slowly to the boundary, and then Hitoshi released his control. Kirishima looked back, confused and disheartened as Midnight called the winner. Hitoshi looked down at his shoes. He suddenly felt bad for tricking the other boy. He seemed to be really nice. Sorry about that. Kirishima looked Hitoshi up and down before shaking his head and giving him a slightly strained smile. Nah, you fought smart, he said, and then after a moment, his smile brightened. I hope you get into the hero course, maybe then we could spar together sometime. With that, Kirishima walked away, leaving Hitoshi stunned because what the F, people aren't supposed to be nice. Hazashi called Midoriya and Todoroki to the arena. Immediately, Hazashi could sense the tension in the air. Midoriya wasn't even smiling. I think we're in for a real chart topper of a fight here, listeners, he exclaimed excitedly. Nimari cracked her whip and both boys walked to the center of the arena with purpose. Everyone waited with bated breath as they brought their hands together and stared intensely at the other. Instead of breaking apart as Hazashi expected, they began to move their thumbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb war, they mumbled in unison. Bow, shake, begin. Both boys began to fight for dominance with their thumbs. Midoriya commenting that Todoroki's thumbs are bigger so he has the advantage, and Todoroki replying that maybe Midoriya should drink more milk. That seemed to offend the shorter boy as he pinned Todoroki's thumb with his own and counted at lightning speed to 10 and then began cheering. Todoroki clicked his tongue in annoyance and walked out of the arena, but Hazashi was sure he saw a small smile on his face, even as his father raved about Midoriya being disqualified for some reason or another. The crowd was confused and most likely disappointed. They just witnessed the number 2 hero's son decide the winner of the semi-finals at the UA Sports Festival by a thumb war, and he lost. Well, we've seen a lot of things this festival, but that was so unbelievable you'd have to see it to believe it. Hazashi shook his head at the green-haired boy's antics. Both boys walked out of the arena, and Hazashi was sure that was a small smile on Todoroki's face. Hazashi also noticed how Monoma had been antagonizing Bakugo throughout the 1-versus-1 battles. Kendo hadn't even tried to stop him either. Hazashi made a note to say something to the boy. He clearly knew what was up with Bakugo and Midoriya if he was purposefully going after Bakugo in order to keep him away from Midoriya. Hazashi prepared himself and then turned his attention back to the festival. It's time for our next match. The last match in the semi-finals. Whoever wins this will be up against our Enigma, Midoriya from Gen Ed. Also from Gen Ed, we have Shinsu Hitoshi against the Prince of Darkness, Takoyami Fumikage from the Hero Course. Hazashi could barely believe that not one but 2 of his students had made it that far into the festival. Shinsu and Takoyami entered the stage, the crowd cheering. Hazashi was proud of his class, even if at the start of the year they had been more than a little discriminative about quirks, but now they were some of the loudest cheering for Midoriya and Shinsu, even if it was only because they were Gen Ed. Shouta leaned away from the mic. I think this is the cleanest festival in the history of UA. Hazashi chuckled and turned back to the arena just as Nimari called the start of the match. Okay, listeners, we don't know much about Shinsu or his quirk, but we do know that Takoyami's quirk is extremely powerful. Hazashi didn't like the festival at all. It was stupid and displayed the students' quirks to those who would one day be fighting against them and they could find their weaknesses. He hated it almost as much that he had to commentate, as if simply showing the bad guys what the students were capable of. But he had to explain it. Shinsu called out to Dark Shadow before Takoyami could command him. Hey, Dark Shadow, Midoriya says hi, he told the shadow who was smiling as much as a shadow creature could smile. Shinsu cocked his head to the side, a smirk forming on his face. You like Midoriya, right? Dark Shadow nodded. Takoyami trying to get him to pay attention to him and listen. Issues with having a sentient quirk. Yeah, he asked me tons of questions and he was super nice. Shinsu nodded and then Dark Shadow stiffened. Take Takoyami out of bounds, he ordered the shadow. Dark Shadow complied. Takoyami protesting, trying to break Shinsu's control. Dark Shadow, resist his black magic. Takoyami squawked. Shinsu released Dark Shadow when they were both over the line. Dark Shadow shook his head, looking more like a wet dog, and then turned to Shinsu. Well, that was weird. Hazashi did his best to keep up with what was happening, but there really hadn't been a lot of fighting on the first-year stage. Midoriya had managed to win every fight except Uraraka's with barely any fighting, and Shinsu was able to take control of all of his opponents thus far. The audience seemed to be a bit disappointed about that, but the drama of 2 Gen Ed students getting to the finals was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Not to mention one of them was quirkless, but they didn't need to know that quite yet. There was a short break until the final match. Hazashi turning to Shouta with a wide smile. I really will lose both of them to you, huh? Shouta furrowed his brows. You don't seem too broken up about it. Hazashi shrugged. They deserve it. They worked hard. They've been through enough as is. Shouta paused. What do you mean? Did I never tell you? Hazashi asked, surprised at his own forgetfulness. Shouta shook his head. Clearly not. Hazashi nodded. Well, Shinsu's quirk is brainwashing. Right, I'm sure you can imagine what kids would have said about him and his quirk, Hazashi said, and Shouta nodded, his lips forming a grim line. Well, he and Midoriya bonded through that. Shouta looked confused. Midoriya has a villainous quirk. Hazashi thought his husband would have put the pieces together by now, but he supposed he had other things on his mind. No, he doesn't have a quirk. He's quirkless, Shouta asked softly. Hazashi nodded. He's also in care. Can't imagine that's a good situation either. Shouta was looking more and more concerned for the green bean. Shouta had been an underground hero long enough to have seen the damage the system does to a kid. He no doubt was thinking about all the ways that it could have ended badly for Midoriya. Shouta watched as the stage was reset for the final match, doing his best to not think about the situation Midoriya was likely in. To the surprise of literally everyone there, it came down to the two general education kids. Hisashi was practically beaming the entire time, and Shouta found it was more than a little contagious. He was glad the two of them made it to the finals. The chances of one of them transferring were pretty much guaranteed at that point. Hisashi turned the mics on. Alright listeners, the moment everyone has been waiting for. The fight that determines the winner of the festival. The most epic showdown in the history of the UA. A match between two students from general education. Who will win? Hisashi shouted into the mic, his volume rising in his excitement. The boys were called onto the field, both boys smiling at the other. This would be interesting. Oh, and why do you say that, Eraser? Hisashi asked with a smirk. He had obviously not meant to say that out loud. Well, if you've been paying any attention, you'd see that these two are clearly friends, meaning they're most likely familiar with the way the other works, Shouta explained in a disinterested tone. Midoriya has displayed some interesting techniques, and Shinsu has shown his ability to use his quirk effectively. However, neither Midoriya's unpredictability nor Shinsu's quirk is likely to phase the other. This will be a close fight. As if to solidify his statement, both boys looked up to the booth and nodded, one with a wide smile and the other with a blank expression. All right, are you ready? Hisashi hyped the crowd up. The two boys looked apprehensive as the people cheered for them. Finally, Nimiri cracked her whip, calling the match to start. As soon as her whip cracked, the boys walked to the middle, holding up a finger to let everyone know they'd start in a minute. They walked to the center of the arena, Shinsu holding his hands out in front of him, palms up as Midoriya held his own hands above his head and brought them down with a solid slap. Midoriya put his hands out, palms up, and Shinsu repeated the action. After their ritual, the two boys walked back to their places on opposite sides of the arena and got into their fighting stances. Finally, seeing the two of them together, Shouta could tell that Midoriya had taught Shinsu. Shinsu's stance was clearly practiced but didn't have the same ease that Midoriya's had. They began to circle one another, Shinsu trying and failing to get Midoriya to respond. Say Midoriya, we never did get to test if laughter was considered a response, he said with a smirk. Would you like to test that theory? Midoriya's mouth moved like he wanted to respond, but he just gave Shinsu a glare instead. Shinsu didn't seem too bothered as he shrugged it off. That's fine. Maybe the other technique we discussed will work, Shinsu said carefully, his smirk growing as Midoriya's face flushed. The smaller boy finally charged the other, swinging a kick to Shinsu's stomach. Shinsu wasn't quite fast enough to dodge it completely. He took advantage of Midoriya's leg in motion and hooked an arm underneath his leg, lifting until Midoriya lost his footing and dropping him down on his back. Midoriya wasn't too phased and was quick to flip their positions. Shinsu struggled underneath Midoriya for a moment before he bucked his hips, sending Midoriya into a surprise somersault over Shinsu's head. They were both quick to get up and continued. Shinsu sent a hit to Midoriya's face, but the shorter boy grabbed his wrist and twisted his body around so his back faced Shinsu, and then with some effort sent Shinsu over his head and landing hard on his back, the air knocked out of his lungs. Midoriya didn't waste time in dragging Shinsu out of bounds, the taller boy struggling as he realized what he was doing. Shinsu kicked a leg out at the back of Midoriya's knee, sending Midoriya to his knees as his legs gave out underneath him. Shinsu grappled with Midoriya, and the fight devolved from there, looking more like a childish wrestling match than the final fight of UAS Sports Festival. Shouta realized with a small smile that that was exactly what it was. If he looked close enough, he could see two similar grins on the boys' faces as they began to insult the other in the most ridiculous and childish ways. Your hair is stupid, Midoriya told Shinsu as they fought for the advantage. Shinsu scoffed. That's rich, coming from you, Midoriya gasped, offended as he paused for a moment, Shinsu halting to make sure his friend was okay. You're uninvited to my birthday. That caught Shinsu by surprise and was exactly what Midoriya needed as he shoved the other boy hard, and he stumbled back and out of bounds. I can't believe you'd uninvite me to your birthday when I wasn't even aware I was invited in the first place, Shinsu chuckled, and Nimiri announced Midoriya as the winner. The boys did their odd hand-slapping ritual as they laughed. Shinsu leaned in, and although they couldn't pick up what he was saying, Shouta could read lips well enough. I hope you know I let you win. Midoriya shoved the other boy and said something Shouta couldn't read, and they laughed again. The stage was set as soon as the winner was announced since it hadn't been totally trashed by overpowered quirks. Todoroki and Takoyami joined them on the podiums as All Might came out with the medals. Shouta felt strangely proud of the boys, though he did notice how they both stiffened when All Might appeared and when he awarded them with their medals. All Might leaned into each student, presumably to give them words of praise. However, when he got to Midoriya, the boy froze at the hero's words. Shouta noticed Midoriya's jaw clenching and unclenching as his smile faltered momentarily. It wasn't just Midoriya who had reacted either. Takoyami and Todoroki looked a mixture of shocked and disgusted, while Shinsu looked like he wanted to rip out the hero's jugular before all three remembered where they were and composed themselves. Shouta sat in shock for a moment longer, meeting Hisashi's worried gaze. What the F did All Might say to the kid to elicit that kind of reaction from his two most apathetic students? Izuku smiled as the Shinses, Shimizu, and Monoma congratulated him and Shinsu on their win and their future transfer, but Izuku could barely hear them. His mind was reeling. Please, my boy, stop this fruitless attempt at becoming a hero. You'll only be a burden to others and put them in harm's way when they try to save you. You'll get in the way. You'll be as good as dead. That was what the top hero told him after he won the UA Sports Festival. Hey, Monoma spoke from next to Izuku. You okay? Izuku did his best to smile and nod, but Monoma still looked worried. I won't push it, but you should talk to someone, even if it's not me, maybe Shinsu. Izuku thought about it for a moment. Should he tell Shinsu? No, he had to be fine. He wouldn't be a burden to anyone. All Might was wrong, wasn't he? Izuku missed nearly the entire celebratory dinner, answering only when spoken to but otherwise simply dissociating. It felt uncomfortable. The numbness spread farther than just his fingertips, reaching up his arms and down to his toes. When everyone began to say goodbye, Izuku offered to walk Shimizu home, insisting Monoma go home first. Kiyoshi offered to drive Monoma, Midoriya and Shimizu home, but Shimizu declined. At Midoriya's insistence, Monoma took the offer, but not without sending Izuku a look. Shinsu seemed at a loss, but Izuku didn't know what to say to him so he'd feel better. He could barely think, so he just left with Shimizu. A mumbled goodbye as he left the Shinse's home. Shimizu was excited, but she noticed Izuku's attitude and she lowered her volume and energy as they walked. Hey, kid, she said, getting Izuku's attention after they had gotten off the train. I'm proud of you, you know that. Izuku nodded, humming in acknowledgement. Shimizu wasn't satisfied with his response as she continued to try and drag words from the boy. Izuku did his best, responding with only the necessary number of words. They reached Shimizu's apartment before too long and said their goodbyes. Izuku walked home, his mind a mess of thoughts and words. He felt empty. The exhaustion he had been able to stave off with new friends and the excitement about transferring was consuming him. Izuku wasn't sure how long he could stand to feel like that. Hitoshi watched Midoriya with worried eyes. Ever since the festival, he had been off. Hitoshi wondered if it was All Might's words. It was the second day of school after the festival and Midoriya hadn't said a word to him. Hitoshi had been texting Monoma the previous night to see if the other boy knew something he didn't, but they were both in the dark. Hitoshi was scared. Midoriya was isolating himself in every day. He came to school looking more and more exhausted than the last. His eyes were less green and more black, almost as if they were dulling. Hitoshi didn't know what to do. On the fourth day, Hitoshi came home in tears, his parents fussing and worrying over him. Hitoshi, come on, talk to us, what's going on? His mom asked gently. Hitoshi tried to get a handle on his emotions, but it was hard. He didn't want to lose Midoriya, and it felt like that's exactly what was happening. He figured if he didn't know, maybe his parents did. He told them what All Might had said and a little bit of Midoriya's past. They were horrified and he was pretty sure they'd help him hide a body or two. Hitoshi's dad told him to bring him to their home the next day, do whatever he had to, but get him there. Then, they could bring everyone else as well. Monoma and Shimizu agreed without any prompting. Hitoshi's mom tried to tell him it'd be okay. They'd help Midoriya before he did anything he'd regret. They had to. Hitoshi didn't think he could lose Midoriya in any way. He prayed to anyone who would listen. He would give up his feelings if he could just have Midoriya back. Transfers from other courses to the hero course were rare, but when they did happen, they always took forever, mostly due to the commission and the school board. The transfers were said to happen in 2 weeks after the festival. Even with their transfers looming closer, Hisashi noticed Midoriya isolating himself. It wasn't just affecting Midoriya though. Shinsu had been looking worse for wear as the week progressed. By the end of the week, Hisashi was ready to pull Midoriya out of class if he had to. He had to make sure the boy was alright though. With a plan in mind, Hisashi waited on the last day of the first week, but Midoriya never showed. Hisashi asked Shinsu, but the boy was more distressed about it than Hisashi. Shinsu had apparently called Monoma, who came bursting into class before the bell rang, and they had a short conversation before glancing at Hisashi, who just nodded them off. They had a friend to make sure was alright. Hasashi was in the staff room later that day when he heard word of a young quirkless girl who had committed suicide the day before. Hasashi felt his mouth go dry and his heart sped up as his thoughts went to Midoriya. The likelihood of the boy having been bullied was 81%, with the majority of that 81% being suicide-baited on a monthly basis. 72% of the quirkless population committed suicide before they reached 25. He hoped Midoriya wouldn't become just another number. It had been nearly a whole week since the festival, but All Might's words rang inside Izuku's mind as if the man himself were there, whispering them to him constantly. Izuku tried to distract himself from All Might's voice and the ones shouting at him to do things he would definitely regret later by scrolling on his phone. It was going well until he came across an article about a young girl who took her life. A quirkless girl. They didn't even give her name. The article wasn't more than 2 paragraphs. Izuku's stomach turned as he stared at the words. A basic school photo provided of a girl who Izuku saw too much of himself in. He heard Monoma coming up the stairs and quickly put his phone away and pretended to be asleep. Monoma sighed and mumbled something under his breath that Izuku couldn't catch. He knew his friends were worried, but he didn't know what he was supposed to do. He wanted to talk to them, to tell them what was going on, but what if he was just burdening them with his issues? They had their own lives and their own problems to worry about. They didn't need Izuku forcing his problems on them. Izuku didn't sleep that night. The image of the girl on the back of his eyelids every time he closed his eyes. When morning came, he remained in bed as Monoma moved around him, getting ready. "Hey, Midoriya, we have school?" Monoma tried after a while. Izuku didn't move or make a sound, ignoring the other boy completely. Monoma sighed. "Okay, just make sure you make it to class. You'll worry Shinsu," he mumbled. Izuku didn't plan on going to class. He would leave the house, but he wasn't going to school. Once Monoma was gone, he went to a tall building in a less populated part of the city. He sat on the edge, feeling the wind on his face, the bottom half of his face covered by his mask and his hair hidden beneath his beanie. That was where he stayed as the sun moved across the sky. The only thing telling him time was passing. Izuku glanced down at his phone as it rang for the 18th time, followed by his 108th text message. He hadn't read any of them, but he could guess what they were about. He couldn't bring himself to care. The sun was setting, the stars shining down, taunting Izuku with their beauty. He was sitting on the edge of the building, but it wasn't just any building. No, he was sitting on the exact same ledge that a 12-year-old girl had jumped from just the day before. The quirkless girl. The one who Izuku couldn't save because he wasn't good enough. Never enough. Why? He tried so effing hard. Why was it never enough? Izuku couldn't feel the tears streaming down his cheeks, but he knew they were there. His vision was blurry because of them. He had only come because he wanted to pay his respects and apologize, and maybe to escape school, but he had stayed. He couldn't bring himself to care enough to even send a message to his friends to let them know he was okay. What did it matter, anyway? Izuku brought his knees into his chest. He didn't like the emptiness. He liked the warmth he felt whenever he was with Shinsu and his family, Monoma and Shimizu, and Eraserhead. How disappointed would they have been if they had found him there, sitting on the edge of the building, calculating the chances of him surviving the fall. He'd be just another statistic, an unfortunate accident to be brushed off and away from society, like he was just some crumbs on the floor. But he wouldn't, they couldn't, could they? He had just won the festival. How would they cover that up? Would they say something like he had some type of mental quirk or something that would be useless in a fight? Maybe his friends would speak out, tell people the truth, and then they wouldn't be able to hide it. Izuku sighed. Everything took so much energy that he didn't have. His thoughts drifted back to All Might's words. "Please, my boy, stop this fruitless attempt at becoming a hero. You'll only be a burden to others and put them in harm's way when they try to save you. You'll get in the way. You'll be as good as dead." How could he say that? Simply because Izuku was quirkless. That gave him the right to destroy his dreams like that. And Bakugo, bullying and abusing him for the last decade, and no teachers ever stepped in. His mom, she wasn't there anymore. Sure, he had other people in his life, but he'd probably be able to leave without making them too upset, right? What if he just... Izuku let his legs dangle over the edge once again, inching his body forward. Just a little more, and he would tip over, pass out before he hit the concrete. There wasn't anyone around. The girl had done her homework. It was a place where no one would come across if they weren't looking. Shade. Izuku startled and his body tipped over the edge. Izuku thought, I didn't want anyone to have to see. Suddenly, he was yanked back onto the rooftop. Strong arms wrapped around him and holding him close. Izuku peeked up, seeing a frantic Eraserhead. Izuku was reminded that he was being held by the man and pushed back against him, trying to free himself. What the F was he supposed to do now? What the F were you thinking, kid? Eraserhead asked him, his voice sounding tight like he was holding back tears. Where have you been? Izuku didn't answer, just continued to push on Eraserhead until the man released him reluctantly. Izuku stepped back, putting distance between him and the hero. Sorry, he mumbled, not meeting the hero's eyes. Eraserhead took a step forward, Izuku taking one back. The hero sighed and stopped moving. Kid, Shade, I can't help you if you don't talk to me. Please, just talk to me. His voice was soft and quiet in a way that Izuku hadn't heard before. It sounded like he was begging him, pleading with Izuku to just talk to him. But he couldn't. He just didn't have the energy. Shouta could tell the kid had been crying. There were tear tracks down his cheeks, disappearing into his mask. But his eyes were just not right. It was like they were dulled. Had he always been wearing contacts? Shouta didn't think he had the money for that. Everything in him was screaming at him to get the kid back in his arms, where he could keep him safe. Shade stared at him, his eyes devoid of life. Shouta was sure he wasn't wearing contacts and that he hadn't been before either. Something was very, very wrong. Shouta put his hands in front of himself to show Shade that he didn't intend on doing anything. Kid, I just want to know what's wrong. Can you tell me? Shade's gaze flickered around, and his eyes became teary. I'm just so effing tired. Shouta could barely hear the kid's voice. He almost thought he had imagined it. His throat felt tight. He had no idea what to do. Sure, he had talked too many people to count from taking their own lives, but none of them were his kid. I just Shouta was working to form the words when Shade reached up and slipped his mask and beanie off and oh. He knew him. It was the kid. The quirkless kid. The kid who had won the sports festival and Hisashi was worried about because he was acting weird the past week. So many things finally made sense now. Shouta raised his arms, and he didn't miss the massive flinch from Shade or Midoriya. Shouta slowed his movements, making sure the kid could see what he was doing, and he waited. Midoriya looked at Shouta apprehensively, eyeing his open arms with too much suspicion. Midoriya took a tentative step towards Shouta, and when Shouta didn't move, Midoriya dived into his arms, sobbing. Not the quiet sobs that Shouta had heard in the hospital, but full, agonizing sobs that tore his heart apart to hear. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you. Shouta whispered into the kid's hair as he sobbed out broken apologies and how tired he was. Shouta hated the situation, but he couldn't help but revel in the fact that he could finally hold his kid. Midoriya's sobs quieted down until they were small sniffles. Shouta shifted the kid in his arms and tried to be annoyed at the fact that he had fallen asleep, but honestly, he couldn't find it in himself to care. Carefully, he stood up, carrying the small boy in his arms. He checked his pockets, finding his phone before he saw the number of notifications. Shouta swore when the password screen popped up. Of course, the kid wasn't dumb enough to leave it unlocked. Luckily for Shouta, someone had called at the right time. Shouta picked up, and before he could say anything, he was greeted by a frantic shout of, Midoriya, where the hell are you? Please, we've been worried sick. Just tell us where you are. We'll come pick you up. Just please be okay. Shouta let the words sink in, and then he responded. This is Eraserhead. He started, ignoring the panicked oh no, probably assuming the worst had happened. I have Midoriya with me. I am concerned for his safety and will be bringing him to Recovery Girl for observation. He assumed that the caller was Shinsu, despite the caller ID reading Troll Doll. Shouta wasn't too keen on sending Midoriya back to his foster home if the things he had seen over the last 2.5 years were anything to go by. Shouta wanted the kid safe and cared for, and the first step was making sure he wasn't about to do anything reckless. All right, am I able to come with you? Shinsu asked in a quiet voice. Shouta thought for a moment. Having support would help. Sure, just make sure it's okay with your parents first. I don't want to be receiving any angry phone calls from parents. Shinsu let out a harsh breath. Right, of course. Thank you, sir. Shouta hummed in acknowledgement. We'll just be going to the UA infirmary. For now, if it's more serious, I'll let you know. And with that, they hung up. Only then did Shouta realize he had no way of letting Shinsu know if he wasn't going to be at UA, but he supposed he could pull up his file if need be. Shouta pulled out his phone, dialing the first number there. What's going on? Hisashi asked urgently. Shouta smiled at his concern. Shouta never called during patrols unless it was serious. This was definitely serious. I found a stray, Shouta said, smiling down at the sleeping boy. I need a ride to UA, and I need you to call RG to meet us there. Hisashi was silent for a moment. A stray. And you want Recovery Girl there? Yes, by stray I am referring to Shade. Is he okay? If you need Recovery Girl, he probably isn't. Hisashi mumbled off quietly before huffing a breath. All right, send me the location and I'll be there ASAP. Shouta hung up, sending the location and then receiving an affirmation that Recovery Girl would meet them at the school. Shouta moved from the roof to the ground to wait for his husband. Hisashi pulled up, opening the door from inside and then staring at Shouta. Chew. Yes, that is Midoriya. Yes. Hisashi stared for another moment and then shook his head. You know, I feel like I should have expected this. Shouta carefully got in the car, Midoriya whining at the movement but keeping his grip on Shouta's scarf. Shouta was not riding legally, but what else were hero licenses for? It makes sense, Shouta said, glancing at Hisashi as he drove towards the school. Hisashi nodded. It does, an unfortunate amount of sense. Shouta looked back down at the kid. He was so glad that he was finally trusted enough to know his identity, but then he remembered the situation. Shade probably hadn't exactly meant to tell Shouta, but he wouldn't let the kid regret it. He refused to, and maybe later he'd bring up the whole, "Hey, we have a room in our apartment set up for you and the adoption papers are in my desk at home. Probably best to wait to sort out the specifics." But Midoriya was very mistaken if he thought Shouta was just going to know his identity and not at least attempt to adopt him. It was only logical. Hitoshi sat in his father's car, hand-tapping his knee uncontrollably as they drove silently to UA after picking up Monoma and letting the Nishimuras know. He had no idea what to expect when they got there, but Midoriya clinging onto Eraserhead was not exactly one of them. Eraserhead had glared at both Hitoshi and Monoma, his arms wrapped protectively around Midoriya. Eraserhead nodded his head to the three newcomers. Finally, "You must be Shinsu's father," he said to Hitoshi's dad. He nodded and told Hitoshi he would wait outside, but he wanted a full report. Hitoshi assented and his dad left. Mr. Eraserhead." "Sir," Hitoshi started but was quickly cut off. "Aizawa," the hero told him in a soft voice. Monoma looked taken aback but didn't say anything. "Right, Aizawa, sir, where did you find?" Hitoshi trailed off. Eraserhead. Aizawa looked down at Midoriya, who snuffled softly and settled farther into the hero's scarf. Hitoshi had to fight the soft smile that threatened to show. He almost missed the hero's sigh and reply, "On a rooftop." "What?" Monoma said, his voice wavering. Aizawa looked up at them, eyes flicking from one to the other. "I found him on a rooftop." Hitoshi felt the blood drain from his face and his heart plummeted. Midoriya wouldn't, would he? "Oh God," Hitoshi breathed. It made sense. Sick, awful sense. Midoriya had been distancing himself. Hitoshi knew the signs like the back of his hand. His dad made sure of that. And yet, Hitoshi just didn't want to believe it. He almost lost. If Aizawa hadn't, Midoriya could have. Hitoshi felt like he was going to be sick, turning to Monoma, and he could tell the other boy felt the same. Aizawa clearly wasn't going to tell them anything else. That was for Midoriya if he trusted them enough. "Did you two know?" Hitoshi wasn't sure what he was talking about, but Monoma clearly did. "Yes, sir. He told me the night I had moved in. He couldn't sleep and we went out to a friend's house and we came across a mugger. He dealt with them." Monoma rambled slightly, still a bit out of it from finding out that their friend almost. Aizawa nodded and turned to Hitoshi. Hitoshi swallowed hard. "I think I'm missing something, but I knew he knew you, and that you didn't know it was him." Aizawa nodded. "All right," was all he said. Both boys moved to the bed across from their sleeping friend and sat on the bed, looking at Midori. "Is he?" Hitoshi asked quietly. Aizawa shook his head. He just tired himself out. That didn't make him feel much better, but he was glad he hadn't been hurt. They fell into an awkward silence, Monoma and Hitoshi leaning in to speak quietly while Aizawa kept his hold on Midori. When the smaller boy had said that he knew Eraserhead, Hitoshi thought he meant like he had talked to him a few times, not that he was basically his literal child. Or at least, that's how it sure looked from Hitoshi's point of view. The first thing that Izuku noticed was how comfortable he was. The second thing he noticed was how much everything hurt. He groaned and squeezed his eyes shut in protest to waking up. The arms around him tightened. "Hey, kid," he heard Eraserhead say. "You should probably wake up soon." Izuku groaned again, opening one eye to glare at the hero. Izuku ignored the fact that he seemed to be wrapped in the man's arms, his own hand clutching his scarf. "Oh, how the turntables," Izuku grumbled. "Usually, it's you telling me to shut up and let you sleep." The hero chuckled. Like, actually, not hiding the laugh or anything, and Izuku felt a hand card through his hair. He leaned into it until he realized Eraserhead was touching his hair. He can see his hair, oh God, he knows, and Izuku shoved his way off of the man. "Whoa, kid, it's okay," he said, holding his hands in front of him, a lot like what he had done the night before in FFF. The night before, the memories came rushing at Izuku and he had very much liked for the ground to swallow him up. Eraserhead knew. He knew because Izuku had effing shown him, as a dumbass does. "Idiot. Stupid. Are you okay?" Izuku turned and oh good. Shinsu and Monoma were there too. And, oh look, Kiyoshi was standing by the door. Wasn't that just how he wanted to wake up? So, like the normal person Izuku was, he charged at the window, fully intending on breaking and jumping through if it weren't for Eraserhead and his stupid scarf. "You're not getting away that easy, problem child." Izuku went limp, flopping to the floor with a grunt, and he heard Eraserhead sigh and curse under his breath as he began reeling Izuku in with his scarf. "Honestly, you need to eat more. I'm pretty sure you've lost weight," the man grumbled in concern. Izuku cooed as he was pulled to sit on the bed. "Awa, you do care." Eraserhead rolled his eyes, but it was in that fond way he always did. "Brat, at least I'm not homeless." Eraserhead sighed. "I've told you before, I'm not homeless. Ask my husband. And I would if you didn't hide him from me. You know I don't bite unless you ask nice." Eraserhead grunted before sitting on the bed with Shinsu and Monoma, who Izuku definitely forgot were there, and they looked shocked, to say the least. Izuku felt his face heat up in embarrassment. His eyes darted to the window again, but movement from Eraserhead and his capture weapon stopped him. Instead, Izuku opted to whine and bring his knees in to hide his face and hope some miraculous disaster happened so everyone would forget everything from the past few hours. Damn, little bro, Monoma managed to get out between laughs. Izuku glared up at him before accidentally meeting the eyes of a very red Shinsu and hiding his face again. Alright, everyone out. Izuku poked his head up and sighed in relief to see Recovery Girl waving her cane to the door, waiting for everyone to vacate the room. Eraserhead didn't move at all and earned a glare from Recovery Girl. You, too, Eraserhead grumbled something as he made his way to the door. Before he left, he turned back to Izuku. We aren't finished. And with that ominous statement, he left. Recovery Girl huffed and then turned back to Izuku with a smile. Good morning, dear. I'm glad you're awake. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly. Now, I have a few questions and I'd like you to answer them as honestly as possible. Izuku winced. He had an inkling as to what the questions entailed, but he had zero desire to answer any of them. Is it required? Recovery Girl settled a sharp glare on him. No, not really, but it is highly recommended for someone who was found on the edge of a building. Izuku rolled his eyes. Okay, but that's not an unusual occurrence. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? So, you think about jumping off of buildings often? Izuku scoffed. No, Recovery Girl looked unimpressed. Okay, so, I thought about it once. Recovery Girl didn't move a muscle, somewhat unnerving Izuku. Okay. A couple times. But I never intended to actually do it. Recovery Girl didn't look convinced as she typed something on a laptop. Right. Well, either way, I'd like for you to see a counselor. We have one at the school you can see. Free of charge. She smiled brightly at Izuku. He shifted in the bed, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Do I have to? Recovery Girl's face softened. In all honesty, no, we can't force you to, she told him, making Izuku relax. However, I highly recommend you do. And I guarantee the people waiting outside and a few others will want you to, as well. Izuku thought about it for a moment. He really didn't want to go diving into his trauma with anyone. He already told Shinsu and Monoma pretty much everything. He didn't want to go through that again, but was it actually a good idea? Recovery Girl sighed in front of him before closing the laptop. Look at it this way, dear. Say it was one of your friends out there. She pointed at the door with her cane. What would you want them to do if they were having your thoughts? Izuku's breath caught in his throat at the thought of Shinsu or Monoma having the thoughts he was. I would want them to get help, he said, almost automatically. Recovery Girl nodded. Right, so why don't you try talking to Hound Dog at least once, dear? Izuku found himself nodding. It wouldn't hurt to go once, and if he hated it, he probably wouldn't have to go again. But he'd try, if only for his friends. Man, Recovery Girl really knew how to talk someone into getting help. Recovery Girl asked him some other questions, and Izuku answered some and was vague with the rest, but thankfully, the older heroine didn't push. As soon as she was done, she opened the door, and everyone hurried back in. Eraserhead marched up to Izuku, moving to touch his head but stopping as his eyes flicked to Izuku's and they held a silent question. Izuku nodded, grateful for the choice, and Eraserhead continued, placing his hand on his head. Izuku quite liked the touch. It felt different from most people's. It was like Izuku knew with Eraserhead that he was safe, like he felt with the Shinsis, Shimizu, and Monoma. It felt nice, warm. How are you feeling, kid? Eraserhead asked, bringing Izuku back to the present, and he swatted the man's hand away on instinct. I'm fine, he mumbled, wishing he had the contact back. Eraserhead nodded but didn't say anything else. Why don't we head back to our place and we'll find some movies to watch, Kiyoshi suggested with a rare smile. Izuku nodded thankfully. That sounds nice, but only if we can build another fort. Kiyoshi nodded and Izuku hopped off the bed, sending a quick thanks to Recovery Girl. Eraserhead watched Izuku leave with a careful eye. The hero held up his phone and Izuku could have sworn that was a smirk on his face. Shinsu gave me your number. You'll be hearing from me. Izuku looked back at the man in pure dread as he nodded and was led out of the school by Shinsu. After watching another pre-quirk horror movie about a girl who comes through the television, Izuku wasn't paying too much attention, but after they finished the film, Monoma turned to Izuku and Shinsu, a grin on his face. So, he sang, are you guys excited about transferring? Oh, right. I totally forgot about that. Izuku breathed. Shinsu laughed at him, something he only ever did around his family and Izuku and Monoma. Izuku ignored the way it made his chest fill with warmth and butterflies in his stomach. Yeah, honestly, so did I, Shinsu said finally. Monoma chuckled and shook his head at them. Of course. Well, how are you guys feeling? Izuku shrugged. We still have another week until we're told if we are transferring. Monoma nodded. Right, but that wasn't the question. Izuku huffed a breath. Yes, you happy now? Very. Monoma nodded. Shouta and Hisashi sat at their dinner table, head in their hands. What are you planning? Shouta looked up, running a rough hand down his face. Well, the kid won the festival. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. And? Shouta smirked. Not the soft one he used to tease Hisashi, but the one of his students' nightmares. Usually, it gave Hisashi a bad feeling. This time, he could feel the same smirk on his own lips. He had a feeling he was going to very much approve of Shouta's plan. Shouta fixed his tie as he stood outside the address listed on Midoriya's file. He had made sure to shave and had his Ashi help put his hair up nicely. He was trying to look as professional as possible. After all, he needed them to believe and not question what he told them. He knocked on the door with purpose. It took a moment, then he heard someone shout to get the door, and then it opened. A young girl with dark red eyes and auburn hair answered the door, looking over Shouta with critical eyes. "We're not interested," she said before Shouta could introduce himself. He stopped the door with his hand and raised an eyebrow. "Is Midoriya Izuku home?" The girl scowled at Shouta, looking him over more carefully before sighing and turning inside. "It's for Izuku." A short woman bustled into the entryway, eyeing Shouta up. "Yes, I'm a teacher at UA," he started, but the woman's heavy sigh and eye roll stopped him short. "I knew this would happen eventually," the woman muttered, pushing the young girl out of the way and motioning for Shouta to come inside. Shouta followed on instinct and was led to a decent-looking living room. The woman, who must have been the foster mother, Fumiko, sat down and Shouta did the same across from her as she sighed again. "So, what'd the brat do this time?" Shouta scowled at her use of brat, a term that Shouta had called Midoriya on more than one occasion, but it was a term of endearment between the two of them. The way she used it was as an insult. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I understand what you mean," Shouta managed to get out without sounding too pissed off. He clearly didn't manage as well as he thought as the young girl looked panicked before she scurried off. The woman, however, didn't pick up on it. "Well, I mean, let's be honest here," she said like she was explaining the obvious. "He's not the easiest student. I'm not even sure how he made it into UA in the first place." She chuckled. Shouta did not like that, but he pushed his feelings down in favor of getting Midoriya out of that house. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm actually here because of the festival. I'm sure you're aware Midoriya won it, correct?" The woman rolled her eyes and went to say more, but Shouta was just about done hearing from her. "I'm here because he has been offered an internship. It'll be for a week, but he won't be home during that week." That seemed to catch her attention. "Oh, well, I suppose that'd be fine. As long as he's safe, he is quirkless, after all." Shouta nodded as pleasantly as he could before Fumiko turned her head to the stairs. "Izuku," she shouted. Shouta heard a loud thump and then two sets of hurried steps coming down the stairs. Midoriya and Monoma both poked their heads around the corner, wearing a similar look of confusion on their faces at the sight of Shouta on the couch. Shouta sent the boys a small smirk. "Your teacher here has come because you were offered an internship," the woman said with fake kindness dripping from her voice. Midoriya smiled nervously, looking between Shouta and Fumiko. I mean, I'm a Gen Ed student," he said, looking at Shouta, who gave him a look. Thankfully, the kid had known him for long enough to understand as he nodded. "But I guess I'm surprised anyone wanted to intern me. This would be an incredible opportunity, sir." Shouta nodded once, suppressing a smile. "Good. Pack your things and I'll bring you to your internship now." Midoriya sprinted up the stairs, Monoma smiling at Shouta and chasing after him. "You get to intern with Eraserhead," Monoma exclaimed as Izuku shoved clothes into his bag. "You don't know that. There could be another hero who wants me to intern with them," Izuku said. Monoma gave him a look. "Right, because there's another hero who would come to your foster home and request you before anyone else's internships even begin." Izuku paused. "Okay, point made. Now help me pack." Monoma chuckled and threw socks at Izuku's head, laughing as he swatted them away. Izuku hurried downstairs after he finished packing his bag, seeing Eraserhead waiting by the door looking extremely awkward as Fumiko chatted with him about something, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to pay attention to what came out of her mouth. "Sensei, I'm good to go?" Izuku interrupted, earning a glare from Fumiko. Eraserhead nodded and then opened the door for Izuku, giving Fumiko a stilted goodbye as Izuku waved with a bright smile. He sent Monoma a worried look, but the other boy waved it off. Izuku knew he'd be going to his internship in a day and a half, but still, he couldn't help worrying about the rare times he left Monoma alone in that house without him. Even though Izuku couldn't exactly protect the other boy, he could at least make sure that Izuku was the center of their attention, so they left Monoma alone. Izuku decided he'd text Shinsu and tell him to come to kidnap Monoma for the night so he wouldn't be alone at least. Izuku hopped in the car that Eraserhead unlocked, his legs bouncing non-stop. Eraserhead glanced at Izuku. "So, kid," he started awkwardly, "if it's not obvious, I'm going to unofficially intern you. Because officially, you aren't a hero student yet." The hero sent Izuku a smirk. Izuku practically bounced in his seat. "Right, yes, of course. So, what are we gonna do? You gonna take me on raids? Any cool missions from Tsukachi? Come on, Eraser, give me something." Eraserhead shook his head at Izuku. "No, we'll be doing the normal patrols, nothing fun. And it's Aizawa while we aren't on patrol or on active duty," the hero told him. Izuku nodded. "Right, Aizawa. That'd take some getting used to, but if the man was going to be his homeroom teacher, Izuku supposed he'd have to get used to it sooner or later. They drove mostly in silence, Izuku trying to memorize the route and admire the scenery. When they finally came to a stop, it was in a secure underground parking garage. Izuku grinned up at Aizawa as they got out of the car. Can't wait to meet your mystery husband. Aizawa froze at that. He looked nervous, if Izuku didn't know better. Right. Izuku rushed Aizawa up the stairs into Aizawa's apartment. Aizawa stopped, his key about to turn the lock. So, there's something you should know. Izuku huffed an annoyed breath and turned the key for the man. Opening the door, he was greeted by a loud pop and confetti falling on and all around him. Izuku first noticed the decorations. The confetti, the balloons all over the apartment, the streamers and the banner hung that read "Welcome Home." Izuku stared wide-eyed, and then he noticed the person standing in the middle of that chaos. And then he stared some more, because he had to be wrong. Aizawa's mystery husband looked suspiciously like an off-duty present Mike, which would be, totally, "Hey, little listener," the present Mike lookalike greeted. Izuku chuckled nervously. "Hi," Izuku replied slowly. Present Mike lookalike smiled awkwardly. "It's me, present Mike. Yamada or Hisashi off-duty though?" Izuku nodded slowly, turning to Aizawa, who wore a smug smile that screamed "I told you so." Which, no, he didn't. But he did try to. Yamada smiled at Izuku. "Come on, let me show you to your room." The man looked more excited than Izuku had been on the ride over. Izuku's brain had to reboot. "My room?" he asked in a high-pitched voice. Yamada nodded, and before he grabbed Izuku's wrist to show him the way, he stopped and instead urged him to follow. That didn't escape Izuku's notice, and he was grateful to the hero for the space, especially when there were so many new things being thrown at him all at once. Izuku was sure it wouldn't be long before he had a panic attack or something because of everything that had gone on within the last week or so that he hadn't allowed himself the time to process. He was sure that Hound Dog would encourage it, but Izuku wasn't too keen on having a breakdown in front of someone he didn't know. Izuku looked back at Aizawa one more time, the man shrugging and following his husband. Izuku followed them down the hall to a room. It was fairly bare in decorations, the furniture and bedspread all dark colors. There were glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling and a couple hero posters. There were some books on the large bookshelf, mostly notebooks that, when Izuku checked, were all empty. Some textbooks on quirks and the study of them, a couple on martial arts and even one on drawing anatomy. He couldn't believe Aizawa had remembered so much about him, especially the drawing, that had only been one time near when they had first started meeting. Izuku didn't notice he had tears in his eyes looking down at the drawing book until a hand was on his shoulder and Aizawa was looking at him worried. "You okay, kid?" Izuku nodded, wiping his eyes as best he could. This is really nice," he said. And he looked at both men, Aizawa smiling softly back, and Yamada had tears in his eyes as well. "As long as you like it," Aizawa said, stepping out of the room. "It's yours." He then disappeared down the hall, Yamada following after he debated hugging Izuku. Izuku looked around himself at his room in awe. It was his. The smile that found its way to his face almost hurt his cheeks. It was one he hadn't worn since his mother died, and he felt light for the first time in years. Like he didn't need to stress about his future, like he was going to be taken care of. Izuku laid down on his bed and immediately texted Shinsu because he was going to be so jealous. As soon as Izuku thought about texting Shinsu, 3 extra reasons to text the other boy walked into his room. The smallest one is Bucky, the one that's mostly white is Pickles, and the spotty one is Mickey, Aizawa told him from where he leaned against Izuku's doorway. Izuku cooed at the cats and they all jumped up on the bed, Aizawa watching somewhat impressed. "Didn't think you'd tame them that quickly. Looks like I owe Zashi 3,000 yen. Thanks, problem child." Izuku chuckled at Aizawa's loss of money as the man pushed off the doorframe, leaving him alone with the cats. He took pictures of them all to send to Shinsu later before going to the bookshelf and getting one of the books on quirks out. He debated taking it to the living room where he could hear the television on, but then decided against it. He felt a little awkward injecting himself into his teachers' lives. Not to mention he enjoyed the quiet sounds he could hear from his room. Not angry shouting or passive-aggressive words, but gentle conversations and soft laughter. Izuku glanced down at the cats getting comfortable on his bed and opted to lay down with them and read his book. It wasn't until later that afternoon when there was a knock on the door. Yamada opened it up carefully. "Hey, sorry to bother you. We were just discussing dinner and were wondering if there was anything you wanted." Izuku thought for a moment and then smiled softly. "Can we have katsudon?" Yamada smiled and nodded. "Of course, little listener. Did you want to order it, or did you want us to make it?" Izuku scrunched his nose at anyone other than his mother making katsudon. "Can I make it?" he asked hesitantly. He hadn't been allowed in a kitchen since he moved in with the Nishimuras, but he remembered when he'd make katsudon with his mother. Yamada looked surprised but nodded anyway. "Of course, we just need to make sure we have the ingredients." Yamada paused, looking hopefully at Izuku. "Do you want to come check with me?" Izuku nodded and got up, following an excited Yamada into the kitchen, Aizawa watching curiously, and the cats following from Izuku's room. Izuku and Yamada checked the kitchen and deemed that they had enough for katsudon for the 3 of them. They'd just need to beat the pork chops down so they'd be thin enough. That job was voluntold to Aizawa. He huffed about it, but Izuku was pretty sure he spotted a fond smile on his face as he beat the shit out of the pork chops. Izuku directed everyone in the kitchen, finding out that Yamato was utterly useless in the kitchen, but Aizawa had no real motivation and tried to take the easy way out of a lot of it. In summary, Izuku ended up doing a lot of the work while the two adults watched and commented or stole ingredients to snack on. Eventually, the katsudon was done. It didn't look amazing like Izuku's mom made it, but it was good enough. They all sat down at the table and ate. Izuku found that it was probably just as good as his mom's. He only wished she could have been there to share it with him and his teachers. "We'll start going on patrol tomorrow night. I'm off tonight," Aizawa informed him as Yamato cleaned up the dishes. Izuku nodded. "All right. Will it be the same as the usual?" "Yeah, more or less. I figure you know enough to stay out of the way if it's too much for you." Izuku pushed the words from All Might that threatened to force their way into the forefront of his mind. Aizawa looked concerned for a moment before lowering his voice. "You know there's a lot I want to ask you, right?" Izuku sighed and nodded again. "I know, I just don't think I'm ready quite yet." Aizawa nodded and sat back in his chair, trying to coax Mickey to jump up in his lap. The cat stared at Aizawa before turning around and walking to the living room. Aizawa looked betrayed, looking over at Izuku as if he was going to go get the cat and give him to Aizawa, which was exactly what he did. He plopped Mickey down in Aizawa's lap, Mickey settling in immediately and Aizawa petting him contentedly. They all called bedtime shortly after the dishes were finished, everyone having had a long day and could definitely use some rest. Hisashi stared at Shouta with his chin in his hands and a wide grin on his face. "Isn't he the cutest?" Hisashi gushed as Shouta moved around the room getting ready for bed. "And he cooks. He's the perfect kid, Shu," he whined. Shouta nodded. "Don't you think I know that, Zashi? We can't exactly just spring it on him. He only just revealed who he was to me, and he's had a rough go of things as of late. We have to be delicate about it." Hisashi pouted. "But he fits in so well. The cats all love him already, including Pickles, and she still hates Nimiri." Shouta scoffed at his husband. "That's only because Pickles holds a grudge like no one else, and Nimiri stepped on her when she met her for the first time." Hisashi rolled his eyes. "You know what I mean. He fits in so well, Shu, you know that. Guaranteed if half of what you've told me is true about his foster family, he'd be a million times happier here, and we could help him in more ways than one." Shouta nodded. He understood that. He did. He just didn't want to make the kid do anything he didn't want to. What if he hated Shouta since he didn't mean to reveal his identity to him? Or what if he was actually perfectly content in the neglectful and abusive home he was already in? Or maybe Shouta was trying to find excuses for himself so he won't be disappointed if the kid rejects their proposal. "Remember, Zashi, we're giving it the week before we even attempt the conversation of a longer-term arrangement," Shouta told him, leveling him with a stern look. Hisashi put his hands up in the air in mock surrender. "I'm not arguing. I'm merely pointing out how well he fits in." Shouta sighed at his husband's antics. He loved him, he really did, but sometimes Shouta did hope that the kid would accept. He hoped that he liked his room. Shouta had argued the stars especially were childish, but Hisashi was convinced that they were an essential, so Shouta had begrudgingly agreed. The posters had all been given to them by their friends, claiming they wanted their future nephew to know who their godparents were. And hadn't that been a fight in itself? They hadn't even adopted the kid and their friends were fighting over who was the better aunt, uncle, godparent. It was exhausting. Even Midoriya wasn't that tiring. Shouta smiled at the thought. Midoriya was sleeping just down the hall, safe and sound and well-fed and with a cat. Shouta pondered the idea that they could get Midoriya his own cat as well. Hisashi would agree if the kid asked. That was clear. Shouta would just have to convince Midoriya, which he didn't think would take much convincing. There was a warm feeling in Shouta's chest that he had started to associate with Hisashi and their cats, but apparently Midoriya was included in that. It seemed Shouta was more hopeful than he had originally thought. He truly did hope Midoriya accepted them and let them adopt him. Problem child deserved a real family, and Shouta was more than willing to provide. Izuku woke up and checked the time, surprised that it was a reasonable time. By that, Izuku meant that he had slept for a decent amount of time rather than his normal cycle of sleep for an hour or two, wake up and repeat until morning. He sat up, stretching out his limbs and groaning at the satisfying pops. A soft paw landed on his leg, startling Izuku. He calmed down seeing Pickles looking at him with her wide blue eyes. "Gee morning, pretty kitty," he sang to her, giving her head scritches. The cat meowed back at him, purring and pushing her head into his hand. Izuku chuckled as he continued to pet her. A soft knock on the door grabbed his attention as he quickly gathered Pickles in his arms protectively. The door slowly opened, and Yamato poked his head around the door in a similar fashion he had the previous afternoon. "Oh, you're awake." He smiled at Izuku and he relaxed some, loosening his hold on Pickles. "Well, Shu is making breakfast if you're feeling up for some food." Izuku nodded and padded out into the dining room. The apartment wasn't huge and had a mostly open floor plan, the dining room and kitchen separated by a breakfast island. Izuku noted that there were only 2 rooms and 1 bathroom that he hadn't seen or heard either teacher use, so he assumed there was an ensuite bathroom in the master bedroom. The living room was spacious even with the mismatched furniture that occupied it. The apartment had a very warm feeling to it. Everything had a story, Izuku was sure. He didn't stop the smile that formed on his lips as he observed the apartment and the men who lived in it when his eyes landed on the fridge. It was scattered with various takeout menus and pictures of friends, but what caught Izuku's attention was one picture in particular that was sat in front of a piece of paper with a sketch of Eraserhead. A sketch that Izuku remembered doing about 3 years ago when he started taking his analyses more seriously. It had been a bad sketch, but when the hero himself had seen it nearly a year later, he said how talented Izuku was. A year and a bit after that, Izuku offered it to Eraserhead. In front of the sketch was a picture Izuku remembered taking. He had taken a selfie on Eraserhead's phone and sent it to his mystery husband. It was a picture of Izuku smiling and holding up a peace sign and Eraserhead in the background, restraining the drug dealer he had just caught. Yeah, I remember someone stealing my phone and messaging my husband before taking that picture, Aizawa said from beside Izuku. Izuku scoffed and rolled his eyes and made his way back to the table from where he had moved to stand in front of the fridge at some point. I recall someone leaving their phone unlocked. I simply kept it safe, Izuku reasoned. Yamada snickered from where he was making tea. Midoriya, tea or coffee? He asked, breaking the staring contest Izuku and Aizawa found themselves in. Tea, please, he said, and Aizawa made a face at him before he set the table, grumbling something about mornings were for coffee. They ate while making easy conversation, reminding Izuku of Shinsu's home. That's what it felt like, Izuku realized. Home. He had his own room and 2 people who clearly cared for him. Almost like a family. Hazashi worried his bottom lip as he cleaned up after breakfast. Zashi, it's fine, Shouta told him for the 9th time. Hazashi put the bowl he was washing down and turned to face Shouta. He seemed off after breakfast. I can't help but be a little bit worried. Shouta sighed and nodded. I get that, but the kid has been through a lot. He's not just gonna be okay. It'll take time and we need to give that to him. We are showing him he can come to us when he's ready. We just need to wait for him to be ready. Hazashi knew that. He was just worried. It was a shock to him as well, finding out that the student he had been not so subtly favoring was also the same kid that his husband had been sort of mentoring and caring for nearly 3 years. It made sense once he knew, but it was still a shock. He could only imagine how it was for Midoriya, having all these secrets revealed all of a sudden and then being taken from his foster home to a place where things were so out of his norm. It had to be scary. Hazashi just wished he didn't have to leave, although there was a chance he wouldn't. He might decide to stay with them when the week is up. Hazashi was reminded of Monoma, who Shouta had told him was living with the Nishimuras as well. Midoriya wouldn't leave him behind easily. Not that they'd force him. I just want him to be happy, Hazashi told Shouta. His husband sent him a sad smile and got out of his chair to make his way over to Hazashi and wrap his arms around his shoulders. So do I, will get there. Let's just give him some time. Hazashi nodded, sniffling and wiping a stray tear away before it could fall. He'd do everything he could during that 1 week if that was all he got. He'd make sure that Midoriya knew how much they cared, that he could trust them even if he didn't want to stay with them. That'd be okay. Shouta's phone vibrated where it sat in the living room and the man huffed as he went to grab it. He scowled down at the phone before typing something out and turning his attention back to Hazashi with his eyes still on his phone. Tensei texted me, he said simply. Hazashi perked up at the mention of their friend. He's out of the hospital now, isn't he? Shouta nodded, pocketing his phone. He asked if he could meet Problem Child. Is that a good idea? Hazashi asked carefully. They had literally just talked about how they didn't want to spring any surprises or anything on the poor boy. Shouta sighed, running a hand through his hair. Well, he kinda guilted me into it. I managed to get him to wait a few days, at least. Told him we'd make a trip out to Hasu to see him. Hazashi nodded, still not totally convinced it was a good idea. We should ask Midoriya before anything else. Make sure he's okay with meeting him. Shouta smirked. I have no doubt he'll be ecstatic to meet Ingenium. If Shouta was to be believed, Midoriya was an avid hero watcher, knowing things that the general public should probably not be aware of, like weaknesses. The boy was deceptively terrifying. Izuku sat on his bed with his head in his hands. A family. Is that what he thought of the 2 men? He didn't understand. Nothing made sense. Everything made his heart race and his thoughts jumble until he felt like he couldn't breathe. What was wrong with him? He thought he was doing better after the other day. He was getting help. Why didn't he feel better? Sure, he hadn't seen the therapist yet, but he had felt fine until just a while ago. Why now? Why him? There was a soft scratch at the door as it slowly creaked open from where Izuku hadn't shut it all the way. A small tabby cat met Izuku's eyes and moved slowly into the room, waiting for Izuku to shoo him away. Bucky made his way all the way to Izuku and tentatively butt his head against Izuku's calf. Izuku chuckled wetly at the cat and patted the bed beside him, the cat taking the invitation and jumping up on his bed. Izuku realized how much better he felt when he wasn't alone. Maybe it'd be better if he didn't hide away in his room. He really didn't want to be a burden, but Aizawa and Yamada wouldn't mind too much, right? They were heroes and his teachers, not to mention he was staying with them for the week. Izuku looked around his room. His room. They had a room in their house that was for him. Not a guest room, but his room. Maybe he could try. Making his decision, Izuku grabbed a notebook and padded softly to the living room where Aizawa and Yamada sat on the couch talking softly with the television on in the background. They noticed Izuku immediately, as expected of heroes, honestly. I was wondering if I could take some notes, he asked hesitantly, holding up his notebook. And if it's all right, if I could use the television? Yamada seemed to light up. Of course, little listener. It's all yours, he told him, holding out the remote for him. Izuku thanked him and sat down in front of the two men so he could use the coffee table. He looked up at the television and was immediately in the zone, as Monoma called it. Izuku wasn't sure how much time had passed, but by the time he started to pay attention to the rest of the world, Yamada had vanished. Izuku turned his head, trying to spot the other man when Aizawa looked up from where he was working on his laptop. Looking for Zashi? He asked and Izuku nodded. He went to the radio station for his shift. Izuku nodded again, not saying anything as he stretched. Aizawa was not so subtly trying to get a look at his notebook. Did you want to? Izuku trailed off quietly, but Aizawa seemed to understand as he leaned forward, setting his laptop to the side and showing Izuku that he had his attention. Izuku picked up his notebook and handed it off. He had just been taking notes on the new hero the news was showcasing. Their quirk was some sort of shadow manipulation, which would have been much more suited to underground work. It had too many disadvantages in limelight hero work. Unfortunately, the wielder was clearly only interested in being flashy and getting up in the ranks. They were most likely going to get themselves killed within the first few years of debuting, and Izuku said as much in his analysis notes. Aizawa read over them, his face going from impassive to slightly impressed as he raised a brow. This is really good, kid, he told Izuku, and he blushed at the praise. It's not that good. It's more creepy than anything, he mumbled. Aizawa gave him a look that told him he was absolutely incorrect, but Izuku couldn't exactly believe him. He knew his notes were creepy. He tended to overanalyze, and people don't take well to their every flaw being pointed out. Bakugo didn't, and Izuku was scared Shinsu would react the same way, hence Izuku not letting him see. Monoma was able to appreciate his notes more as the other boy had to do a lot of the same analyzing in fights. It seemed showing Aizawa his notes wasn't a bad decision. It is that good, Aizawa retorted. He set the notebook aside, looking Izuku in the eyes. You got more? Izuku nodded slowly, not meeting the hero's eyes. When Aizawa didn't say anything more, Izuku glanced up and the hero made a shooing motion and gesturing to the notebook that now sat on the coffee table. Izuku reluctantly got up and grabbed another notebook from the secret pocket of his backpack. He handed it over to the hero and watched as he flipped through it, likely only skimming the words. I started taking notes when I was about 6, after I was fully diagnosed, in hopes that I could still somehow be a hero, Izuku told Aizawa, feeling like he had to explain himself. Aizawa nodded along. These are very well done. Aizawa paused as a look of dawning horror crossed his face before disappearing. And you will be a hero, if that's what you want. Izuku nodded slowly. He had made his decision. He wanted to make sure that that Aizawa was safe and had someone watching his back, with his class clearly being targeted. Aizawa looked at him sideways before handing his notebook back. As much as I absolutely loathe the idea, I know someone who would be able to help you with your analyzing skills. Izuku tilted his head to the side. Oh, who? Aizawa sighed, looking off in the distance at some unseeable horror that the future held. I'll introduce you to later. I'm sure he already knows. Actually, the hero grumbled the last part. Izuku decided it was better to not question, and he went back to watching heroes on the television. Izuku enjoyed spending such quiet and relaxed time with Aizawa and the cats. It was different without Yamada, but still not bad. Shouta was slightly nervous. Sure, he'd been on countless patrols with the kid. Only, they'd been hero and vigilante. Now, they were mentor and student. It wasn't that big of a change, but it just felt different. Hizashi had pouted about wanting to take the kid interning with him, but Midoriya wasn't a hero student. Therefore, he shouldn't have even been interning with Shouta at all, officially or not. The kid was aiming for underground as well. Hizashi wouldn't be able to help too much in that regard. Hizashi had done his fair share of underground missions, knowing how important they were, but he was primarily a very public limelight hero. So, what's the plan? Midoriya asked after he had helped Hizashi with the dishes after dinner. Shouta looked the kid over, his usual vigilante outfit on. That would probably pose an issue. Wait here. Shouta went to the closet where Hizashi and he stored their things. Digging through the boxes, he finally found what he was looking for, pushing down the smile that threatened to form. He handed the item to Midoriya, who unfolded it, and then his eyes went wide. Wear that. Midoriya looked up at Shouta incredulously. You want me to wear? Midoriya shook the uniform for emphasis. This? Shouta nodded and Midoriya sighed in defeat. The kid left to change in his room, and when he came back, Shouta couldn't suppress the warmth in his chest. Midoriya stood in Shouta's old uniform, one he had worn when he was in high school, except Midoriya had to roll the pant legs and arms up since he was a bit short than Shouta had been when he was his age. It fit him well other than that. Can I ask why I have to wear this? He asked, pulling at the jumpsuit. Shouta looked him over again before answering. You'll be interning with me. You need a proper uniform, and since you aren't a proper hero student, you don't have access to one. So, you can use mine for the time being. Midoriya didn't look convinced as he scowled down at the dark clothes. I look ridiculous. Besides, my other clothes work fine, he grumbled petulantly. Shouta shook his head. Sure, they worked fine when you were a vigilante, but you're posing as a hero student and you need to look the part. You'll come in contact with the police and others who you will need to convince. If you get outed, I get in trouble too. Shouta knew it was a bit of a low blow to use that particular card, but it would be the most effective. Midoriya nodded finally. Fine, but I get to wear my shoes. Shouta glanced behind himself at the front door where the kid's bright red sneakers sat. He sighed but nodded his assent to the kid, who fist-pumped and ran to get his shoes on. Shouta himself was no fashion icon, but simply by the kid's shoes, he could tell that neither was he. Hazashi would have a grand time dressing Midoriya up now. Maybe he'd forget about Shouta and his clothing choices. Doubtful, but the man could hope. Once they had shoes and appropriate clothing on, they headed out, Shouta explaining his patrols to Midoriya along the way. Damn, your route is a lot more than what I thought, Midoriya commented softly with a thoughtful look on his face. Shouta huffed a breath as they crossed an alley, jumping over it from one roof to the next. Yeah, well, that's because these parts aren't patrolled nearly as often as they should, so I do my best to make sure they're safe. Midoriya tilted his head in that way that Shouta refused to admit was utterly adorable. So, then you're the only hero patrolling these parts? Shouta shook his head. No, there are others, all underground though. Our routes are staggered so we can cover more ground but not too far away, so that if one of us needs backup, it's not far. Midoriya nodded in understanding. That makes sense. I assume you guys have some sort of information network for underground heroes, but I've never heard of any agencies. We don't exactly have any agencies. We have areas, and some of those areas have been given nicknames, but that's about it. We do, however, have an information network where we can share and make requests of other underground heroes. It's very different from Limelight hero work, but it's almost more necessary, Shouta explained. Underground and Limelight heroics was something Shouta actually enjoyed discussing, and he found it enjoyable to show the world of heroics to Midoriya in a different way from how he enjoyed showing it to his students. Right, since you guys deal with all the worst parts of society that can't even be reported on because it's so awful. And Limelight heroes only deal with the villains that make a big enough ruckus, Midoriya mumbled, his hands twitching as if he were writing in one of his notebooks. Shouta felt a spark of pride for the kid. Most of his students would be too quick to say that Limelight heroism is more important. Yes, Limelight heroes did important work. They kept a lot of villains in line simply by being active and on screens. However, the worst of the villains didn't let that stop them. In those cases, it was up to the underground heroes to stop them before they became so powerful that the villain went public. Exactly, and since agencies are used mostly in order to promote and make money to pay their employees, it's useless to do the same for underground heroes. We actively try not to be seen or known so we can hold the advantage. Why have an agency with extra employees when we're barely paid enough to survive? Shouta sighed, looking out across the cityscape as they were getting closer to one of his rest spots. Midoriya processed his words quietly. I did some research on heroes, Limelight and Underground, and I did find something about their pay, but I wasn't sure if it was totally true since it was just some rando on a forum going off and saying he used to work for the commission until he was fired for something or other, and he was raving about a bunch of shit the commission was doing, so I couldn't be sure, he said after a while. Unfortunately, that's the reality. The commission controls pretty much everything. We have little to no decision-making powers, even Netsu. They are the true power of the hero world. Shouta snarled at the thought of those idiots. Since they're the underground heroes' only source of income and they deemed us as expendable and the public doesn't know us, so if we disappear, no one would really care. They can just use one of the child soldiers they have to replace us. At least they listen and obey the commission. For the most part, Midoriya went to ask more, and Shouta would have been more than happy to continue, had it not been for the shrill scream from an alley a few streets away. They rushed across the roofs and jumped into the alley where three men had cornered a woman. The men didn't appear to have any mutant quirks, which worked well enough for Shouta. Shouta sent out his capture weapon to the closest one, pulling the man towards him and straight for Shouta's waiting fist. The man was out and Shouta focused on the other two. Midoriya had pounced on the larger of the two, using his bow to whack him in the side of the head in an attempt to knock him out, but it seemed he was sturdier than he first appeared. Shouta turned to the last man who had grabbed the woman as soon as Midoriya and he had descended. Midoriya hit the guy he was fighting in the temple, with enough force this time, and the man crumpled to the ground and turned to the last guy. The attacker was shaking behind the woman, holding a clamp-like hand to her throat. "If you don't come any closer, I'll kill her," he stuttered out, eyes flicking wildly between Midoriya and Shouta. Shouta sighed and put his hands up, motioning for the kid to do the same. Thankfully, Midoriya followed, but not before grumbling something out. The man then moved backwards out of the alley, taking the woman with him. Shouta turned with him, keeping the man in his sight in case he tried anything funny. When he was at the end of the alley, he shoved the woman forward and dashed away down the street. Shouta lunged forward to catch the woman who was sobbing and looked back to see Midoriya making his way after the attacker. "Kid," Shouta called out, realizing he had missed a very big, very important thing before going out on patrol. The kid's name. "Don't bother, help me restrain the others." Midoriya looked between the street. The attacker had disappeared down, and Shouta. He decided to listen and got zip ties out of one of the pockets in his jumpsuit. Shouta sent a quick message out on his phone and then turned his attention to the woman, doing his best to make sure she was okay. That had never been one of his strong points. He wasn't exactly a people person. Thankfully, Midoriya seemed a bit better as the kid came over and spoke softly to the woman after he finished with the restraints. The kid distracted her with questions about her kids, what their quirks were and what they wanted to be when they were older. Shouta felt that same spark of pride once again, and he figured he'd have to get used to the feeling if his kid was going to be this amazing. A police car pulled up, a couple of uniformed officers getting out and grabbing the two knocked out attackers and then asking Shouta questions about the incident. "So, who's the kid?" one of the officers asked after he had gotten Shouta and Midoriya's statements, throwing a thumb in the direction of where Midoriya was awkwardly standing against the wall. Shouta cursed himself for not discussing it with Midoriya. He couldn't really call him Shade, he needed a hero name. Shouta couldn't believe he had overlooked such an important matter. "He's a student, he's interning." The officer nodded, thankfully not asking for any other information. He turned towards Midoriya. "Great work, kid. Keep it up. We need some more heroes like this guy," he called out, startling Midoriya. When the officer's words sunk in, the kid smiled brightly. "Yeah, I'll do my best," he told the officer. Shouta hid his smile in his capture scarf. He really did have an amazing kid. "Huh." After they left, Midoriya kept glancing up at Shouta. "Got something on your mind?" "Well," Midoriya thought about his words for a moment. "You let the guy go." Oh, that was what he was worried about. Shouta ruffled his hair on impulse, freezing for a moment as he realized what he had done, but when the kid seemed to lean into the contact, he continued. "Don't worry, kid. I sent an alert out to the others in the area with his description and direction. I have faith in the people I work with. He will be apprehended." Midoriya seemed satisfied with that as he nodded, and the two of them continued on with their patrol. Near the end of the night, Shouta and Midoriya had stopped on a rooftop, and Shouta deposited his capture weapon onto the kid's shoulders. The kid looked quizzically up at Shouta. "I figured you could try it out, see if it'd be a good fit. It's good to have both close and long-range attacks," Shouta explained, pointing to his knife on his utility belt and his scarf as proof that even he had both. Midoriya nodded, running his hands over the fabric and testing the weight. "Right, so, basically, you want me to totally and completely embarrass myself." Shouta didn't even try to stop the smirk and amused huff. And, as I said, it'd be good to find a long-range weapon." Midoriya eyed Shouta suspiciously before sending a small piece of the capture weapon out. When he pulled it back, it snapped and slapped him in the face. Shouta nearly doubled over with laughter. "Ha. It's so funny," Midoriya grumbled, moving the scarf around with more care. "Honestly, you give me this scarf you've been training with for who knows how long and expect me to be able to use it." Shouta composed himself and walked to Midoriya, the boy still eyeing him warily. "Here," he said, holding out his hand and waiting for Midoriya to put his hand in his. "You have to be careful with every movement." Shouta moved the kid's wrist, flicking it out. "The capture weapon responds to minute movements. That's how I'm able to make it do the things it does. It's a special metal alloy that reacts to specific movements, so it's important to make every move count." Midoriya looked down at the scarf and back up at Shouta. "That seems way more complicated." Shouta raised an eyebrow. "More complicated than what?" "Than what I had theorized." Midoriya sighed wistfully. "I had mainly theorized that you were able to control it so well because you had some kind of telekinetic quirk, probably from your parents, which is also why your hair floats." Shouta snorted. His kid really was smart. "You're not totally wrong," he said, and Midoriya perked right back up. "My father had a telekinetic quirk, and that is why my hair floats, as well as why my capture weapon floats around me. But it only works around my head, for whatever reason." Midoriya's eyes practically sparkled as they reflected the moonlight, and a grin spread across his face. I wonder if it's because your quirk mutated, and since your erasure quirk is centered around your eyes, or your head, that's also where the telekinetic field is. Shouta grinned at his kid. That sounds pretty plausible. Shouta ruffled the kid's hair again and then moved back across the roof. Okay, now that you know better about how it works, try it again. Midoriya nodded and adjusted his stance, practicing flicking his wrist carefully before he grabbed the scarf. Izuku's nerves were buzzing even after they arrived back at home. Aizawa mumbled something about making tea as he shuffled into the kitchen. Izuku sat down at the table, swinging his legs and his mind whirling with all the notes he was going to add to his notebook. "How is patrol?" a tired Yamada asked, planting a quick kiss on Aizawa's cheek. Izuku bounced in his seat. "I got to use Aizawa's capture weapon, and I learned a lot about the way the hero world actually operates," Izuku reported excitedly. Yamada seemed shocked at his enthusiasm, but smiled softly back at him as Aizawa placed a steaming mug in front of Izuku and sat down at the table. "I'm glad you had such a good patrol. And Shu's really showing you how to use his scarf. He barely even lets me touch it," Yamada said, casting a glance at his husband. Izuku snickered as Aizawa rolled his eyes. "I won't show you how to use it because, knowing you, you'll only get yourself impossibly tangled and I'll have to deal with it." Yamada looked betrayed as he sat across from Aizawa and next to Izuku. "And you didn't get impossibly tangled while you were learning." "I know for a fact that's a lie. And besides, the little listener won't get tangled up." Aizawa's gaze flickered to Izuku and then back to Yamada as he shrugged. "He will, it's inevitable." Aizawa's scary grin made its return. "I just have favorites," he said and took a sip of the tea. Yamada placed a hand on his chest and gasped. "I can't believe, my own husband. You were sleeping on the couch," he told Aizawa dangerously. And then turned to Izuku. "You wouldn't pick favorites, would you?" Izuku looked between the two of them and shook his head, a relieved sigh coming from Yamada. "I think you're both annoying in your own special way," he told them cheerfully. That got a laugh out of Aizawa, and Yamada whipped his head towards Izuku in shock. He pointed an accusing finger at Aizawa. This is your fault. You're turning him into you." Aizawa smirked and shrugged, but didn't deny it, and Yamada went through what seemed to be a prepared list of things to ban Aizawa from until Yamada found something that made Aizawa freeze and tell him, "Hey, now, that's too far." Seriously, after Yamada had threatened the good stuff, Hazashi slipped back into bed, ready to continue his sleep after greeting his husband and almost child when they got home from patrol. He turned to his husband as he got in after Hazashi. "So, how was it? How was patrol with the baby?" he asked excitedly. Shouta sighed, but Hazashi could tell how fond it was. He was good. He was starting to get the hang of the capture weapon, just sending it out and pulling it back in, but still, "I think getting him his own once he's in the hero course would be a good idea. Maybe give him some extra training in other weapons. He's got close combat fighting, knives, and his bow down really well. Maybe teach him how to throw knives and whatever else he wants to learn." Hazashi thought for a moment before smirking. Leaving it up to him, he'll probably want to learn it all." Shouta smiled tiredly, but fondly. "You're right, but who are we to deny him?" Hazashi snuggled closer to Shouta, humming in agreement as he let his eyes slip closed. Izuku was rudely woken up by claws in his back as he yelped and jumped out of bed. He turned around to glare at the culprit, Mickey, sitting on Izuku's bed, licking his paw as if he hadn't just used it as a weapon. "You're a menace," Izuku muttered at the cat, who only paused in his licking for a moment to meet Izuku's eyes and then continued. "He may be a menace, but he's helpful when needing to wake someone up," Aizawa said from the doorframe he leaned against, smirking. "Come on, you're gonna be late for school." Izuku groaned. "I have to go to school. Aren't I doing an internship?" he whined. Aizawa pushed off the doorframe. "Yep, and it's not an official internship. Officially, you're merely..." Aizawa trailed off, searching for the right words. "I'm just living with my teachers for a week." Izuku deadpanned. "Totally not weird or anything." "Exactly." Aizawa then walked down the hall and Izuku followed, Mickey close on his heels. Yamada was heating up leftover breakfast and he greeted the two as he plated the rice. "Good morning, sleepyhead," he sang cheerily. "Morning." Aizawa and Izuku mumbled in unison. They looked at each other, Izuku glaring at the man who raised an amused eyebrow. Izuku would get the hero back for waking him up so rudely. Yamada chuckled nervously. "Wow, you two really are like Hazashi." Aizawa's voice held a warning and Yamada shut up immediately. Izuku looked between them cautiously, sensing the uncomfortable tension and getting anxious. Yamada set tea down for Izuku and gave him an apologetic smile. "Sorry, little listener, sometimes my mouth gets ahead of my mind." Izuku nodded, still confused, but he didn't want Yamada to feel bad because of him. "It's all right." Yamada returned to the kitchen and Aizawa followed, hugging him from behind and whispering something to him that Yamada nodded to. Aizawa gave Yamada a quick kiss and they shared a loving smile. Izuku enjoyed seeing their domestic moments, even if he wasn't a part of them. He didn't get to see it with his biological parents. His biological father was a shit human being in general, so he didn't treat Izuku or his mom well. The Nishimuras always seemed more focused on bringing Izuku, Monoma, and Akane down rather than their own relationship, and the Shinsus never shared more than holding hands in front of Shinsu and Izuku. After breakfast, Izuku, Yamada, and Aizawa all headed to UA. Yamada drove, and Izuku learned that Aizawa had his license. But he rarely drove due to his interesting technique, as Yamada had kindly put it. Walking the halls with the two of them felt weird but not bad. Izuku enjoyed the banter, even joining in when he felt like it. It felt almost natural. They split up at the staff room, Yamada and Aizawa needing to prep for their classes, so Izuku headed for the classroom, even though it was ridiculously early. Izuku expected to be the first one in the class, but oh, how wrong he was. Izuku entered the classroom and was immediately ambushed. He was met face to face with a scowling Shinsu. "Ah, Shinsu," Izuku started, his hand rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "Nope. You send me a text that you're interning with Eraserhead, and then what? You disappear." Shinsu's voice started to get louder as he continued. Thankfully, there wasn't anyone around that early to hear. Shinsu's face fell. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Izuku was stunned. There was so much going on, he didn't even think about how Shinsu would feel. It hadn't even been a full week since Izuku was in the infirmary after that, and then he just ghosts his best friend? "I'm sorry," Izuku spoke softly, his eyes on his shoes as his vision began to blur. Suddenly, Izuku was pulled into a tight hug. He was startled, but the touch didn't feel bad. Not that it ever did when it came to Shinsu and the few others Izuku trusted. "Sorry," he said again, though he wasn't sure if he was completely muffled by Shinsu's chest. Izuku let himself melt in the hug, its safety and warmth comforting, and listened to Shinsu's heartbeat. After a long minute, Shinsu broke the hug. "Sorry about that," Shinsu mumbled with his face bright red. Izuku giggled. "It's fine. It was nice." They walked to their desks and Izuku promised to tell Shinsu everything. Not everything. He'd keep the things secret that were meant to remain secret, like Aizawa and Yamada's marriage. "And you should see the cats," Izuku gushed, pulling his phone out. "They're so cute." Izuku showed Shinsu the pictures he had taken over the short while he had been at Aizawa's house, both cooing at how cute they were. "Send those to me," Shinsu demanded, and Izuku nodded enthusiastically. "Man, I want to come over to see them," he huffed. Izuku chuckled at him. "I mean, I could ask Aizawa." Shinsu's head shot up from where he was resting it on Izuku's desk. "Midoriya, I swear, I will do anything to meet them. Please," he practically begged, making Izuku's cheeks fill with warmth. Izuku muttered something about asking Aizawa as he sent the photos to Shinsu and willed his blush to go away. Too soon, Yamada entered the class, shooting Izuku a look and wiggling his eyebrows at the two boys, which only made Izuku's blush return with a vengeance. Before Yamada called for class to begin a few minutes later, he met Izuku's eyes again. "Midoriya, could you come here for a moment?" he called. Shinsu snickered softly, singing, "You're in trouble," and Izuku punched his arm as he walked to the front of the classroom. Yamada leaned down slightly and lowered his voice. "Hound Dog is waiting for you in his office. It's just by the infirmary," he told Izuku with a soft smile. Izuku smiled nervously back and thanked him as he left the class. Izuku had completely forgotten about Hound Dog and his promise to try and talk to him. His hands twitched at his sides as he followed the hall down to the infirmary. He found Hound Dog's office easily enough, but actually opening the door was difficult. Izuku took a deep breath and knocked. "Come in," he heard Hound Dog call from inside the room. Izuku opened the door and was surprised to see the interior. It was all warm colors and shelves of books, little knickknacks and fidgets placed on the desk in front of Hound Dog. The hero smiled and moved from behind the desk to the small area where there were a few different types of seats. There was a beanbag chair, a large comfy-looking chair, a love seat, and even a swivel desk chair. Izuku chose the large chair and flopped down on it. It was not just comfy-looking, he learned as he relaxed into the seat. "Good morning, Midoriya," Hound Dog greeted as he sat in the swivel desk chair across from Izuku. He nodded and Hound Dog pulled a notepad off of his desk. "I hope you don't mind if I take some notes. They're for me and only me. No one else will ever see them, and the same goes for what is said here. The only time I will ever tell anyone else is if I have reason to believe you might hurt yourself or others." Izuku nodded again and Hound Dog smiled. "All right, why don't we start with why you're here today?" Izuku swallowed thickly. He didn't think it'd be this difficult. He went to tell the hero, but the words were stuck in his throat, constricting and making it harder for him to breathe. Before Izuku was able to get sucked into a full-blown panic attack, Hound Dog's hand came into view, one of the fidgets in his hand. "Here, this might help to ground you," he said, and Izuku took it. It was some sort of cube, and when he examined it further, he realized it folded in on itself. Izuku was pretty sure it was an infinity cube, and folding it over and over certainly did help him. Izuku took another deep breath as he played with the cube and looked up at Hound Dog. "Well, Eraserhead found me on a roof." Hound Dog nodded, making a short note. "All right. Were you planning on jumping?" Izuku winced at the bluntness but shook his head. No, not really. I mean, I wasn't at first, I guess. I went because I wanted to pay my respects to the quirkless girl who killed herself. Izuku stumbled over the word. But being up there, my thoughts wandered, and they went. There, Hound Dog was taking notes while Izuku spoke. He looked up at Izuku when he had finished, and Izuku shifted a bit under his analytical gaze. He briefly wondered if that was what other people felt like when he analyzed them. And where is there? Hound Dog asked slowly. Izuku's breathing was shuddery as he did his best to keep it steady. Well, not great places. Like, J-jumping and stuff, he said lamely. Okay, can we talk about why you felt like that? Hound Dog folded his hands in front of himself. Izuku took a second and then nodded. He said he'd try, and he was going to. He had people who cared, people he would want to get help if they were having the same thoughts that he was having. After a long while, Izuku left Hound Dog's office feeling almost giddy. Talking about his past and things always left him with some sort of weird energy. Not that it felt bad, just weird. Hound Dog had given Izuku some things to work on and think about. Mostly tricks on how to stop self-deprecating thoughts before they get too far. The meeting had gone well and Izuku thought that it was definitely something he wouldn't mind doing again. He didn't tell Hound Dog everything, obviously. They only had an hour, so there was a lot they couldn't cover. Izuku also omitted a few things like what had actually almost sent him over the edge, literally and figuratively. He was too afraid that Hound Dog might tell Aizawa and Yamada about what All Might had said, and he didn't want to cause problems. Izuku paused his thoughts, realizing that was another thing that Hound Dog had asked him to just be more aware of so they could talk about it next time. He wasn't a burden. Or that was what Hound Dog had repeated any time Izuku said otherwise. Izuku was starting to see why he might need therapy more than he had originally thought. In the car on the way home, Yamada asked him how his day had gone. Well, I had my meeting with Hound Dog, Izuku started, knowing that's what both men probably wanted to know about. We ended up going an extra hour, but it was good. Aizawa turned in the passenger seat to look at Izuku. Oh, that's good. Did he give you some good advice? Izuku nodded with a soft smile. Yeah, I think so. A lot to think about, too. I just didn't realize a lot of my, issues. Aizawa nodded. That's okay. That's what Hound Dog is there for, to help you work through that stuff. He paused, opening his mouth a few times like he was going to say something before huffing a breath out. He smiled at Izuku. A soft one that he had only shown to Yamada, the cats, and Izuku. That's what we're here for, too. Izuku was a bit stunned at that but nodded anyway. His chest felt uncomfortably warm, and there was that stinging sensation in his nose that he got right before he started sobbing violently. Izuku sniffled hard to keep the tears at bay, at least until he was in his room and maybe a cat or three in his lap. Hasashi watched as Midoriya muttered something about homework before scooping up pickles and Mickey following curiously after, and retreated to his room. That's a little concerning, he said, turning to Shouta. His husband nodded, heaving a sigh. He's probably overwhelmed. Maybe I shouldn't have said that back in the car. Hasashi put a comforting hand on Shouta's shoulder. He talked about a lot today with Inui. I'll bet he's already on edge, but I don't think what you said was a bad thing. He just needs to process it in his own way. Shouta nodded again. Yeah, we still have to tell him about Tensei, though. I don't think he'd say no, but it'd be good to give him a heads up. At dinner, then. Or do you think we should push it off to tomorrow? Hasashi asked as he shimmied out of his jacket. Dinner, probably. The sooner the better. Hasashi nodded, and they both headed to their room to change into their civvies. Midoriya ended up coming out of his room, eyes red and swollen, just before dinner. Hasashi smiled warmly at him and told him dinner would be ready soon, and the little listener sat at the table, still holding pickles. So, kid, Shouta said as he began to serve the curry he had made. We were wondering if you'd be up to meeting a friend in a couple days. Midoriya perked up but looked apprehensive. Who? He asked slowly. Shouta smirked at the little listener. Ingenium. Midoriya's face lit up at the mention of the turbo hero. No way, he breathed. Wasn't he injured recently, though? Midoriya asked with a worried look. Hasashi nodded solemnly. Yeah, he was. He's unfortunately in a wheelchair now, he told Midoriya sadly. Midoriya paused for a long moment, and then he looked at Hasashi and Shouta with a small smile. I think I'd like to meet him. He's an amazing hero, and if he would, I would really like it if he signed my notebook. Hasashi had been allowed to see only a single page of Midoriya's famed notebook when the little listener had asked him to sign Hasashi's analysis. He had been stunned when he saw the page filled with theories and notes about Hasashi, things that were never made public and theories that were terrifyingly accurate, like the theory that Hasashi's quirk was exactly what it was called, voice. Most people assumed it simply amplified his voice, but his voice was his quirk. Hasashi had barely hesitated when he signed the book, smiling wide at the little listener. Hasashi wanted to cry. This poor boy who had been through so much himself still had so much kindness and concern for others. He hadn't said that Tensei used to be an amazing hero. He had called him an amazing hero, in the present tense. Tensei would probably fall for Midoriya within the first minute. Hisashi would have to make a bet with Shouta. Great. Tensei has been asking to meet you since he found out that I was on a vigilante case and he heard about you, Shouta told the little listener. Midoriya looked even more stunned. He wants to meet me. Hisashi chuckled at Midoriya's expression and tone. Of course, little listener, who wouldn't? Midoriya made a face. Well, who would? He interrupted himself and then shook his head, sending Hisashi and Shouta an apologetic smile. I'm excited, he said instead. Hisashi beamed at the boy. He was proud of him. Midoriya was already working hard to change his mindset, and it was just the first day. That wasn't easy. Oh, Hisashi exclaimed. We almost forgot, he said, looking over at Shouta, who was confused before realization hit him. Right, Shouta turned to Midoriya. We need to figure out a hero name for you. The poor little listener looked like he was having a whole existential crisis as soon as the words left Shouta's mouth. Can I take some time to figure it out? He asked quietly. Hisashi and Shouta shared a look. Of course, little listener, Shu can just keep calling you whatever he called you last night during patrol, but you will need to figure it out. Midoriya nodded. I'll let Shinsu know as well, he mumbled and then dug into his food, ending the conversation. Dinner was tense for a little while after, Hisashi freaking out the entire time until Shouta spoke up and asked more about Midoriya's day. Getting the fluffy boy to talk seemed to be the right move. Hisashi supposed he understood Midoriya's unwillingness to pick a hero name. He had a name already, but he couldn't use it. Hisashi had no doubt the little listener would come up with an amazing hero name. During lunch the next day, under their usual tree, Izuku and Shinsu ate and talked about Izuku's internship and life with Aizawa and Yamada. Izuku was interrupted while telling Shinsu about how he was going to see Ingenium by Izuku's phone buzzing. Izuku pulled out his phone and scowled at the ID in the text before smirking. Unknown, problem child. Meet me in Gym Gamma after school. Izuku. Oh, and why on earth would I do that? Unknown. Problem child. I will ban you from sleeping with any of the cats. Izuku. Oop. All right. You got me, but on one condition. Izuku waited for the reply, but it seemed to take forever. Unknown. What? Izuku. Can Shinsu come? Unknown. The purple one. Izuku. Is there another one? Unknown. Of course there is. There's the purple one, the yellow one, Takoyami, and the pink one, and of course the green one. Izuku, have you seriously been referring to me and my friends by colors, except for your own student? Again, Izuku had to wait a few minutes for a reply. Unknown. He can come, I guess. Izuku choked on his rice as he laughed. Shinsu looked slightly concerned as Izuku pounded on his chest to dislodge his food. Once he caught his breath, he turned to a wary Shinsu. You free after school? Hisashi checked the equipment for the 342nd time since he had gotten them out. Hisashi, they're fine, Shouta told him, pulling him over to the door so that they could appear intimidating. Everyone always thought it was Hisashi who was the dramatic one when in reality, it was Shouta. Shouta would deny it even in death, though. They waited until the doors creaked open and two heads poked inside. One of them lighting up when he saw Shouta and Hisashi inside. I didn't know Yamada-sensei would be here too, Midoriya exclaimed brightly. Of course, little listener, I'm pretty good at this stuff myself, you dig? He replied brightly. Midoriya nodded and entered, pulling along an apprehensive Shinsu. Hisashi tried to give the boy a reassuring smile, but the scowl on Hisashi's husband's face was plenty intimidating to the poor little listener. Right, we're going to do some training, Shouta told them, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Hisashi was pretty sure he heard Shinsu audibly gulp. You two are pretty much guaranteed a spot in the hero course, so you'll be playing catch up with the rest of the class. We can try and help you get as far as possible before your probable transfer. Midoriya nodded enthusiastically while Shinsu was much more subdued as he nodded and rubbed the back of his neck. Shouta turned to Hisashi. Okay, we'll start with some basic hand-to-hand to get a better idea of where you two are, Hisashi told the two of them. He had both of them go up against Hisashi and found that Midoriya was definitely much more advanced than Shinsu, but he could still improve. Hisashi made notes on where each could improve and thought about the best types of weapons for each to use. Shinsu would do well with some sort of voice modifier, maybe give him voice lessons to more effectively use his quirk. He was a bit behind Midoriya, with no weapon training, but that wasn't too difficult to rectify. As they took a short break, the two boys talked quietly until Shinsu said something and Midoriya stood up, making his way over to Shouta. Shinsu was snickering as Izuku marched up to Shouta. He doesn't think I can use your capture weapon, he stated simply. Shouta sighed and handed his scarf over. Midoriya scowled at the fabric as if it had insulted him and moved a safe distance away from the other three people. He took a deep breath as Hisashi held his own breath. Midoriya whipped out the capture scarf and flicked his wrist to pull it back in. He must have messed up the movement as the scarf sailed straight into his face with a satisfying slap. It was silent in the gym as the capture weapon slid off Midoriya's shocked face, and then Shinsu doubled over, holding his stomach as he laughed at his friend. Shinsu wiped a tear from his eye, looking at a pouting Midoriya. "Oh, come on, I thought you could do it," he teased and then fell back into laughter. Midoriya pouted further and stomped over to Shinsu, shoving the capture weapon in his face. "If you think it's so easy, why don't you try?" Shinsu glanced over at Shouta and he nodded his permission. Shinsu smirked at the green-haired boy and took the capture weapon from him. "Fine, and when I do it, you owe me." Midoriya made a face at Shinsu before going to stand next to Shouta and Hisashi. Shinsu examined the material, tugging on the ends, testing it. Finally, he turned and got into a sturdy position. Shinsu flicked out his wrist, the weapon responding by flinging outwards, and then again to bring the capture weapon back in. Midoriya was slack-jawed while Shouta was quite impressed. Hisashi was practically beaming at his student. Midoriya appeared to snap out of it as he stomped over to Shinsu. "How? I mean, that's not fair." Shinsu just chuckled at the shorter boy. "It's not that hard." Midoriya balked at Shinsu. The two boys continued to argue as Hisashi turned to Shouta. "What do you think?" Shouta blew out a harsh breath. "I think the kid definitely has potential," he said and then scowled at the two boys. "But I think he could stand to distance himself from Midoriya physically." Hisashi stifled a laugh. "Honestly, Shu, your dad is showing," he murmured so the boys wouldn't hear. Shouta grunted in acknowledgement and then broke up the fight that had started between Midoriya and Shinsu. They continued, Hisashi training with Shinsu and Midoriya with Shouta for another couple of hours until Shinsu got a message from his parents to come home. Izuku snickered at Monoma's texts of jealousy about getting to go to Hasu to visit Ingenia. Monoma was having a rough time interning with Midnight. She was apparently every bit sadistic as she appeared, although that seemed to only be true when they trained. When they weren't training, she was different. Monoma seemed to enjoy it, for the most part, even getting to visit Shimizu on one of his patrols since they were in the area. Izuku was happy for his brother. Even though they'd only known each other for a couple of months, they had gotten so close and attached to the other. Izuku couldn't imagine his life without him or Shinsu and his family. "Which one is suffering?" Aizawa asked from his seat facing Izuku's on the train. "Monoma. His internship is going even better than I predicted," Izuku replied with a sharp grin. Aizawa chuckled and Yamada seemed nervous. "You two scare me sometimes," the blonde hero admitted, scooting away from his husband. Izuku watched as the two heroes argued about whether Aizawa was actually terrifying. The train lurched to a stop, sending Izuku careening into Aizawa, who had his arms open, ready to catch him. They all stood up as an announcement was made for the passengers to stay calm and not to panic. They looked for danger when danger ripped right through the train car. Aizawa cursed, hand going to his capture weapon as a grotesque creature with an exposed brain and gray-blue skin ripped into the train, going after a hero who had been sent through the side of the train. Izuku was suddenly grateful for both heroes staying in their hero costumes and urging Izuku to make sure he had his weapons on him. "Midoriya, I want you to start evacuating citizens. Find a hero if you run into trouble. Call us if you need help," Aizawa told him seriously as both he and Yamada got into a fighting stance. Yamada took a deep breath and yelled at the monster, the sound waves hitting it hard and pushing it out of the train. Aizawa sent Izuku one last look before he jumped out of the train and after the monster, Yamada following close behind. Izuku watched them disappear into the city and he couldn't help the anxiety that ate at his heart. He was worried for them. He didn't want to lose his teachers. He didn't want his teachers to get hurt. Izuku moved through the cars, getting the people to follow him as he made sure everyone got off and directed him to a safe location after asking a hero where the evacuation point was. Izuku set out, running around and helping the odd citizen that wasn't sure where to go or needed help. He did his best to stay out of the way of the fighting and commotion so he wouldn't cause more trouble for the heroes while ignoring All Might's words that echoed in his ears. Izuku just worked harder to make sure everyone got out safe. He ran through the city, checking alleys in case there were some people who had yet to evacuate. Izuku came across an alley that at first glance just had 3 people in it that had yet to evacuate. If Izuku had looked closer before opening his mouth, he would have seen that it wasn't just 3 people, but Stain and 2 victims. "Hey," Izuku called from the entrance as he jogged closer in the dimly lit alley. "They're evacuating. You all need to." Izuku was cut off as a knife went whizzing straight for his face, and it would have hit had Izuku not had strong instincts and trained reflexes. Izuku sidestepped the projectile, watching as it lost momentum and dropped in the middle of the street outside the alley. "Well, that wasn't very nice," Izuku said, glaring at who he now saw was Stain. "Shit." Stain flicked out another knife, turning towards Izuku with a manic smile and bloodlust in his gaze. "You don't seem to be a random citizen, kid." Izuku deliberately slowed his breathing. He had to focus. The Ada kid from the festival was on the ground, appeared to be conscious. They'd have looked like he was in worse shape, his breathing shallow. Ignoring the ominous statement, Izuku looked back at Stain, meeting his gaze. He ignored the way his knees felt weak and the pure terror that flowed through his veins when he did. "Wow, so you're Stain?" he asked with excitement. Stain narrowed his eyes, keeping his knife raised and ready to be thrown at Izuku at a moment's notice. This was not where Izuku wanted to be. This was not something that he could deal with. He knew that Izuku could probably last for a little bit against him if he was able to analyze his fighting style beforehand, but he had nothing to go on. There are no video recordings of him, and there were 2 down victims who wouldn't be able to defend against Stain, so Izuku was on his own. He thought about reaching for his phone, but he couldn't risk Stain seeing. And Stain would, with the way he was watching Izuku. "And who are you? Are you another fake hero in training?" Stain spat. Izuku knew Stain's ideals well, understood and agreed with him to a minor extent. Most of Stain's ideology was nonsense and ridiculous notions of a perfect world that could literally never exist. "Nah, I'm just your average kid. I was just trying to evacuate people, but wow, to think I'd come across the Stain." Izuku laughed in disbelief, half to convince Stain and half because what the actual F was that situation. Stain looked unconvinced. "And what of it?" Izuku racked his brain. He was smart, or at least, that's what the people he was close to always told him. He had to think of something. There were 2 people's lives that hinged on his ability to get them to safety. The alley was far enough away from the main fighting that it'd be unlikely that any heroes would come out that far. Izuku was on his own until he could distract Stain enough. "Well, I mean, I'm a huge fan." Izuku relaxed his stance the best he could, trying to make it look like he wasn't ready to dodge the knife still poised to be thrown. "Like, all the stuff you say about fake heroes and stuff. Totally agree. I mean, look at like Endeavor." Izuku's voice wavered a little, but Stain didn't seem too focused on that. Stain looked surprised at Izuku's words. "Perfect. He could do this. Just a little more and he can contact Yamada and Aizawa, and then they'll find him and then they'll fight Stain and win because they were amazing heroes with awesome skills and the ability to deal with a situation like the one Izuku had found himself in." "How did he find himself here? What the F?" "You're definitely a strange one." Stain spoke carefully, eyes flicking over Izuku's relaxed form before sneering. "But you don't hide your weapons well enough." Izuku's breath hitched as Stain's knife sailed towards him and he dodged, not noticing the second knife that launched itself into the side of Izuku's thigh. And holy F, did that hurt, but he couldn't focus on that. No, he had more pressing matters, like the fact that Stain was lunging at Izuku, katana raised, and Izuku was already at a massive disadvantage. Wasn't this just dandy? Izuku glanced down at the knife sticking out of his thigh and gritted his teeth. He didn't want to risk taking it out and then bleeding out in the alley, but he was sure it was effing his muscles up the longer it stayed lodged in. Stain looked like he was having all too much fun chasing Izuku around the alley, trying to cut him up. The Ida kid kept saying something about how it was his fight and not Izuku's, but Izuku couldn't be bothered to actually listen to him. He was a little busy trying to not get sliced into sashimi. "I need to avenge my brother," Ada cried out, still unable to move, probably due to Stain's quirk. Izuku figured Ida was related to Ingenium, and he was clearly right. Izuku growled as he narrowly avoided another swipe of Stain's katana. "Shut up. If you haven't noticed." Izuku ducked. "I'm trying to save your life," he yelped and used his bow to deflect Stain's blade. "So shut the F up so we can both see your brother." Ida got the message finally, and Izuku was able to focus on dodging. Izuku barely noticed Ida's leg twitching, and he could only hope the hero student wouldn't do anything stupid. Of course, Izuku was proved wrong as Ida shouted and stood up. He lunged for Stain, who just clicked his tongue. Stain wasn't quite expecting a quick attack from the recently recovered Ida, so Ida's foot hit Stain's side hard, sending him into the wall of the alley. Stain didn't stay down for long because why would he? That would have meant Izuku got a break, which was clearly preposterous. Izuku tried to get in front of Stain to get his attention back on him, but the villain shoved Izuku to the side and stabbed at Ida, who dodged to the side, the blade glancing off his cheek, but it was enough to draw blood. Izuku was shocked and appalled when Stain brought his katana to his lips and licked it. Ida fell in a heap of armor. Stain turned to Izuku almost immediately, and they continued their previous fight. Izuku was panting, and he hadn't even gotten a chance to send a message to Yamada and Aizawa, cursing himself for getting thrown off guard by Ida, since that would have been the perfect distraction. Stain lunged for Izuku again, and he wanted to roll his eyes. It was getting really exhausting to continue to dance with Stain. Suddenly, it hit Izuku. And no, it wasn't Stain. Izuku twisted around him in time. "Hey, Siri." Izuku called loud enough that his phone should have responded where it sat in his pocket. Sure enough, he heard the chime that let him know Siri was listening. "Send location to Nightman," and Izuku parried Stain's blade. "Damon." There was a pause from Stain, confusion clear on his face. "Okay." Izuku could have cried at the sound of Siri's voice. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't have any time for anything other than dodging another swipe from Stain. But that time, Izuku wasn't fast enough. Izuku grit his teeth at the pain from the wound and did his best to keep the blade from going anywhere near Stain's mouth, as he assumed he had to consume the blood for his quirk to activate. Izuku managed to keep his blood from getting close enough for Stain to lick for a solid few minutes, until Stain lashed out with a kick from his spiked boots. Izuku jumped back to dodge the dangerous footwear, and then was promptly disgusted when Stain raised his katana again and licked the blood. and then Izuku's body dropped. Panic over his failure flooded his being, his heart hammering in his chest as he watched Stain from where he laid, unable to move. Izuku willed his fingers to move anything, but his body refused to listen. If he didn't, he'd be responsible for Native and Ida's deaths. I have to admit, Stain began, stepping closer to Izuku's limp body. You are a decent fighter, even able to keep up with me, with a knife in your thigh, no less. Izuku wanted to swing his bow at Stain's stupid, already disfigured face, but he couldn't. He couldn't do anything. You said you aren't a hero in training, but... Stain made a face. You might be able to become a true hero. Although you're quite crude, you might have room to grow. And wow, what a compliment. Izuku scoffed at Stain's hypocrisy. I have room to grow, but he doesn't. Izuku asked, eyes flicking to Ida momentarily. Stain looked behind him lazily. No, and how exactly do you judge that? Izuku asked, getting angry. Who was he to decide who was savable and who was a lost cause? It was bad enough he thought that killing heroes without even truly looking into their careers and not going after the ones who were clearly fake, but judging a child as irredeemable. It brought back memories of being surrounded and pushed around, of hot hands on his skin, burning him, of explosions and the smell of burnt flesh and hair. He hated it, and he couldn't understand how anyone could think of someone else that way. How could someone else decide if someone was worthless or hopeless? Stain was taken aback by Izuku's anger, as if it wasn't warranted or that he was surprised Izuku would get mad at him. It's obvious. Izuku growled at Stain's words. He acted as if he had the power to judge others when he barely saw a piece of the full picture. It was so incredibly dangerously egotistical, and Izuku's mind helpfully provided the image of a certain explosive blonde. With that, Stain turned to Ida, steps deliberate and echoing off the walls of the alley. Each step was like a physical blow to Izuku. He hadn't been enough. If he had thought of contacting Aizawa and Yamada through Siri earlier, or maybe if he was stronger, he could have saved Ida and Native. But he was weak, just like he was back then. He was going to have to watch him die. Stain lifted his sword above his head and brought it down. Shouta lowered another person down from the apartment building that had gone up in flames, thanks to Endeavor and his massive overkill. Hazashi stood at the bottom, calming the person and pointing to the first aid that was set up nearby so they could get checked out. Shouta swung down to the ground. That was the last one, he told Hazashi, who nodded. I hope the baby is okay. He whispered to Shouta as they moved on to help with the Naumus. As they ran, Shouta's phone vibrated. At first, he thought it was one of their friends asking if they were safe, and he ignored it. Then Hazashi brought out his phone, concern written on his face, and then he paled. Shoo, we have to go, Hazashi said, worrying Shouta because not only did Hazashi look like he saw a ghost, but he used Shouta's name while they were on duty. What's wrong? Shouta asked quickly. Hazashi met his gaze. I made sure my phone was on silent for everyone except the baby. Shouta fumbled for his phone and then his heart plummeted. It was just a location pin. Shouta was moving before he realized, Hazashi following as quickly as he could. But Shouta had the advantage of using his capture weapon to swing himself faster. He had to make it. Whatever was happening was bad. Shouta was following his phone, looking in the alleys as he got closer in case Midoriya was moving or the pin wasn't accurate. He couldn't take any chances. He heard voices ahead and he rushed into the alley. He saw Midoriya on the ground and Stain walking away from him, blood dripping from his katana, and then Shouta saw red. Stain raised his katana and swung down, but Shouta threw his capture weapon out, stopping Stain's blade. Stain whipped around, abandoning his katana and pulling out a knife and slashing at Shouta. He missed the first swipe, but Stain grabbed another knife with his other hand. He swung out the knife and Shouta blocked it from slicing up his face with his forearm. Stain brought the knife to his lips and Shouta activated his quirk on instinct, which seemed to be the right course of action as Stain frowned at Shouta. Eraser. Shouta didn't have to turn to know that his husband was standing at the end of the alley. Shouta kept his gaze on Stain as he flattened himself against the wall and covered his ears, in case Hazashi misaimed. Hazashi used his quirk on Stain, who was sorely unprepared and was knocked back and hit his head on the ground as he landed, swiftly knocking him out. After Shouta had restrained Stain, he had to make a difficult decision as he glanced between Midoriya and who he now saw was Ida and Native. Shouta clenched his hands into fists as he made his way to Ida and Native, checking pulses and asking them questions. He'd deal with why the his student was in Hasu in the first place later. Shouta did his best to ignore the distressed noises coming from Hazashi and something about a knife wound, tending to Ida and Native while they waited for the ambulances. Midoriya's paralysis seemed to wear off faster than Ida's. Native still unconscious, the kid mumbling theories about why he recovered faster. Midoriya hobbled, and that's when Shouta noticed the knife sticking out of his thigh. Midoriya just smiled sheepishly at his glare. They moved everyone out of the alley and to the street so that the ambulance and police would see them. It didn't take too long until there were sirens and lights flashing in the distance that got closer. Shouta handed a now conscious Stain off to the police as Hazashi was making sure that Ida, Native, and Midoriya got into the ambulances all right. Shouta was answering one of the officer's questions about the incident when he was suddenly shoved hard, and he found himself on the ground. Before he got up, he heard his husband's cry of Midoriya. Shouta jumped to his feet and saw one of the Namu that had been terrorizing the city with Midoriya trapped in its claws. Shouta felt like he couldn't breathe as he watched the kid struggle to get the thing to release him, its claws puncturing his abdomen. Midoriya met Shouta's eyes, and at that moment, it was as if everything was going in slow motion, Hisashi panicking whether he should attempt to use his quirk with the risk of hitting Midoriya. The officers calling for backup behind Shouta and Midoriya. Tears in his eyes as he said something that was impossible to hear, but Shouta was sure he could hear it. A call for help, something Shouta knew was difficult for the kid. Shouta lunged forward, lashing out his capture weapon, and once it had wrapped around the Namu's ankle, he pulled, the creature screeching as it was reeled in. Not my son. Once Shouta had reeled the Namu in enough, with the help of a few of the officers, he nodded to Hisashi, who took off running at the thing. He pulled out one of the knives he hid in his costume and cut ligaments until the Namu's claws fell limp, and it released Midoriya, who fell to the ground hard. The officers moved in on the Namu, restraints ready so Shouta could release the Namu from his capture weapon. More heroes arrived, answering the call for backup and help deal with the creature. Shouta rushed to Midoriya. The boy was being cradled by a seething Hisashi. His glare held fire and steel when he met Shouta's eyes. It wasn't a look Shouta was used to seeing on his normally composed husband. The Namu was going for you. Midoriya pushed you out of the way. Hisashi's voice wavered dangerously. His gaze softened as he focused back on the barely conscious Midoriya. They tried to take my husband only to nearly take my son. His voice impossibly quiet. Shouta almost thought he imagined it. The paramedics rushed in, lifting Midoriya on a stretcher and wheeled him to the ambulance. Hisashi and Shouta climbed into the vehicle wordlessly, none of the paramedics telling them they couldn't. The drive to the hospital was tense and filled with the soft groans of pain from Midoriya as the paramedics did what they could for his wounds. When they arrived at the hospital, Shouta and Hisashi were barred from following any further than the waiting room. They were directed to the chairs and handed a clipboard with papers to fill out. And how exactly were they supposed to do that? They filled out what they could, stating that they weren't his legal guardians and that they were just taking care of him for the week. The nurses were pleasant enough even as they pulled up his emergency contacts, who would no doubt be the Nishimuras. Wait, the situation is a bit delicate, Hisashi said quickly, hoping they'd understand. The nurses looked apprehensive, but they weren't dialing the number, so that seemed like a win. Would you mind if we just made a call? It's just to a detective in Musutafu. Hisashi smiled brightly. That seemed to do the trick, as they said they'd hold off on calling for now. Shouta brought out his phone and called Tsukachi, hoping he'd be able to do something for now. The detective picked up on the second ring. Eraser. Tsukachi. He nearly sighed in relief at the sound of the detective's voice. I need a favor. All right, what is it? Shouta paused. The image of Midoriya on the stretcher, multiple puncture wounds on his abdomen and the knife still stuck in his thigh, his freckles stark against his paling skin. Shade got hurt. There was silence on the other end, and then Tsukachi was moving. Where are you? Hasu. What the F are you doing in Hasu with Shade? Shouta winced as he regretted not informing the detective of his discovery. But he told himself he did it in order for Midoriya to trust him. Although apparently the same didn't go for Hisashi, who had accidentally told Tensei, which was what prompted their friend to request to meet the kid. Midoriya hadn't seemed to mind that he was going to be revealing his identity to Tensei. Although perhaps he hadn't thought about that. Well, he may have revealed his identity to me, and I took him on an unofficial internship, and we were on our way to meet up with Tensei when the attack happened, and he may have gotten himself caught up with Stain, and then a Namu tried to snatch him, and now we're at the hospital because he has some severe wounds. Shouta informed in one breath. Tsukachi blew out a harsh breath on the other end of the line. Holy shit, Eraser. I'm on my way. I'll be there in a few hours, tops. Why didn't you tell me? You would have wanted to talk to the kid, and talking to the police would have scared him off, and I haven't been able to bring up adoption yet, so I'm trying not to scare him, he told him honestly. Right, okay, so that means that he is, adoptable? Yes, he is, and if he will let me, I will be asking Nedzu to expedite the process. No doubt for a favor, but I have a pretty good idea of what that'll be. Shouta grumbled at the thought of having to introduce Midoriya to the rat bastard. Okay, so who is the kid? Tsukachi asked as casually as possible. Shouta paused, thinking, what are you going to do? Once I have the kid's identity. Yeah, Tsukachi paused and then sighed. Shouta could hear an engine in the background. Aizawa, I've been on this kid's case since the beginning, before even you. I may not be as close to him as you, but I care for him. If he's adoptable, he's probably not in a great situation. Not to mention, I'm assuming that's why you called me in the first place. Shouta had honestly forgotten why he had called. Yeah, we can't exactly have them calling his foster parents. The internship isn't official, and it could hurt his chances of getting into the hero course. I mean, you'd also get in a lot of trouble, Tsukachi helpfully pointed out. Shouta scoffed. Yeah, but the kid. Right, right. Okay, so I'll be there as soon as I can. If there are any issues, have them call me and I can tell them there's a case ongoing and you two are his temporary guardians. Shouta breathed a sigh of relief. Shouta paused. It felt like a breach of Midoriya's privacy, but he had to, didn't he? Tsukachi was trustworthy. But would Midoriya think the same? It's Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku, he told the detective finally. There was the clacking of keyboard keys and a grumbled, "Mind the road, Tamakawa." Shouta waited, holding his breath as if Tsukachi was going to sentence the kid even though he had said he wouldn't. Midoriya Izuku, he asked finally. Shouta furrowed his brow. Yes, that is what I said. No, I know. It's just, Tsukachi trailed off and Shouta sighed. Yes, he is quirkless, just another reason why you'd be unable to bring him in. Damn, this kid has quite the record, though. That caught Shouta's attention. Midoriya didn't exactly strike him as the type to get into trouble. Or get in trouble and then get caught, rather. Mostly at school. A few small skirmishes outside of school but nothing huge, Tsukachi assured. Right, well, just focus on getting here so they don't cause trouble for the kid. Shouta huffed as he was hit by a wave of exhaustion. Thank you, Tsukachi, he told the man who chuckled. You owe me, preferably a dinner with the kid once the paperwork for you three is done. Shouta nodded though Tsukachi couldn't see him. He'd like that. Shouta hung up and walked over to where Hisashi was sitting, his husband's knee bouncing non-stop. When Hisashi noticed Shouta walking over to him, he stood up. So, what did Tsukachi say? He asked hurriedly. Shouta wrapped him in a hug after seeing that they were the only ones in that particular waiting room. He's on his way, and we owe him a dinner after the paperwork for the kid is finished. Hisashi relaxed in Shouta's hold and nodded. That's good. Together, they sat down and waited. They waited for hours until a doctor walked into the waiting room and to them. Are you two here for Midoriya Izuku? The two men nodded. Great, I'm Dr. Ishikawa. Midoriya is in a stable condition and should make a full recovery with only some scarring. He's incredibly lucky, actually. The puncture wounds on his abdomen were quite deep but just barely missed all the major organs like the stomach and lungs. The knife in his thigh was especially deep, but we had someone with a muscle repair quirk who was able to patch that up fairly well. He should be able to walk on his left leg normally without crutches in a week, to be safe. His stomach will need some more time to heal, probably another week after he's off the crutches before he does anything too strenuous unless he has some healing sessions with someone with an appropriate quirk, the doctor told them. Thank you, can we see him? Hisashi asked. Not wasting any time. The doctor nodded. I'm pretty sure he was asking for you two to be there when he wakes up. It shouldn't be too much longer now. Izuku woke up feeling groggy and sore. His stomach hurt the most, and as he moved his hand to rub it, he noticed how numb his hand felt. He cracked his eyes open and immediately closed them with a hiss. He didn't remember the lights being that bright or leaving them on before bed. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw that he wasn't at Aizawa and Yamada's or the Nishimura's, but the hospital. His hand was numb because of the numbing gel they put on for the IV. Izuku slowly sat up, groaning as it hurt his stomach, but he didn't feel safe, and he wanted a better look where he was. It took a few minutes, but the events of the hours before came flooding back. The fight with Stain, and then thinking that he'd have to see Ida die in front of him, and then Aizawa and Yamada came and defeated Stain, and then the fear when that monster tried to attack Aizawa. Speaking of, where the hell were Aizawa and Yamada? Izuku twisted carefully, seeing a few other beds that appeared to be unoccupied, and then there were voices just outside as a doctor came in, Aizawa and Yamada following him closely. Izuku swallowed the one thing that came to mind in favor of smiling at them both. All three of them seemed surprised, probably that he was up already, but Aizawa and Yamada didn't waste time, rushing to his side and fussing over him, setting his pillows up behind him so he could sit up without straining himself, and bringing the water cup that sat on the side table to him. Hello, Midoriya. I'm Dr. Ishikawa. I'm just going to check your vitals now that you're awake, okay? Izuku nodded at the doctor as he checked the monitors and his blood pressure, writing all his results down on his chart before smiling and leaving. Don't do that ever again. Aizawa sounded more tired than ever and Izuku felt a little bad. Yamada looked near tears as he looked Izuku over again and again. I'm just so glad you're okay. The doctor said that you were lucky that nothing major was hit. Tsukachi is on his way here. That caught Izuku's attention, and the heart monitor began to beep rapidly. I talked to him. He's not going to do anything. He's only coming so that there are no negative repercussions like calling the Nishimuras. Izuku nodded, and then, as if on cue, the door was slammed open, a very disheveled detective entering the room. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on Izuku. He just smiled sheepishly at the detective as he marched over. Hello, detective. It's good to meet you. Finally, Izuku told him awkwardly. Sukachi examined Izuku from a distance, glancing at Aizawa for a moment. It really is him, isn't it? He asked. Aizawa nodded, something in his face that Izuku didn't recognize. Sukachi looked back at Izuku and smiled, taking a deep breath. Well, it's good to meet you, Midoriya Izuku. The four of them fell into easy conversation, avoiding any and all touchy subjects. Instead, they opted to talk mostly about Izuku and his schooling, about how well he had done in the festival and about his probable transfer. It wasn't too much longer until a nurse came in, telling everyone that visiting hours were over and they had to clear out. Izuku panicked slightly and Aizawa just told the nurse he'd be staying. When she tried to argue, Yamada and Sukachi told her it was useless and to just let him do what he was going to do. After many more nurses and 3 doctors, Aizawa was given the all-clear to stay. Izuku laid on his back, unable to shift his position due to his injuries. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. He kept shifting until Aizawa sighed. "You good, kid?" Izuku groaned softly. "I can't sleep like this." "All right." Izuku glanced at the man and briefly wondered how he could sleep in that uncomfortable plastic chair. "I have nothing to say to help." Izuku snorted at the man. "Well, if you weren't injured, I'd have you run laps until you were tired," Aizawa admitted. Izuku hummed. "Yeah, that'd be nice right about now." He thought for a moment, a small smile stretching on his face. "A cat would be nice too." Aizawa chuckled at him. "Won't argue with that." Izuku yawned and he felt Aizawa start carting a hand through his hair, which was just not fair. Izuku felt his eyes grow heavy and soon, sleep had taken him. Izuku stood in his classroom, but it wasn't his classroom. Not anymore at least. Looking down, he saw how much smaller he was. He wasn't supposed to be like this. He was supposed to be in the hospital with his teacher. He had to stop thinking of either man as more than that. "Oi, Deku." Izuku couldn't suppress the flinch at the name. It wasn't one he heard anymore, and he couldn't be more grateful. Hearing it again, Izuku felt his mouth go dry. He turned around, seeing a sneering Bakugo, his lackeys behind him snickering. Izuku opened his mouth to tell Bakugo off, but instead, a small, weak voice came out. "Hey, Kakakin." Izuku stuttered out involuntarily. Bakugo's sneer widened as he looked down at Izuku and clicked his tongue. "Seriously, shitty nerd, you'd think you'd learn your place eventually." Bakugo lunged at Izuku with a hand poised to attack and explosions popping in his palm, and then that hand had latched onto Izuku's upper arm. Izuku yelled, tears forming in his eyes as he tried to pry Bakugo's hand off of him, only managing to accomplish burning his hand as well. After what felt like an eternity, Bakugo left, throwing some insult at Izuku that he couldn't hear over the ringing in his ears as he cradled both his arms close to his chest. Izuku wanted to scream. It was like he was in the backseat, watching it all happen while someone else controlled his body. It was infuriating. His only solace in the fact that confirmed it wasn't real. He wasn't really back. He was just trapped in a nightmare. Izuku hoped he'd wake up soon. Izuku watched helplessly as he trudged back home. Only, he wasn't going the route he had taken for the last 3 years. No, he was heading to an apartment building he knew like the back of his hand. Izuku wanted to cry as he opened the door and was greeted by the tired smile of his mother. Izuku wanted to hug her close and not let go, never let go. Tell her how he had gotten into UA and about how he had people he could actually call his friends while looking her in the eyes instead of having to avert his gaze as he lied through his teeth. He wanted to tell her about the 2 men who cared for him so much he had to remind himself not to call them dad. He wanted to tell her about the cats and about Shinsu, who was probably the nicest person he had met, and how he was unfairly good looking. He wanted to tell her about Monoma and how he was Izuku's brother in everything but blood and legality. About Shimizu, who had looked after him since his mom left, and how she always made sure he was fed even if she was struggling to keep herself afloat. Izuku wanted to scream and cry, but it didn't happen. Instead, he smiled at his mom and greeted her, waving off her concern over his wounds, telling her that they had just gotten too rough when they were playing. Izuku's mom didn't look convinced, only sad. He knew that she knew. He knew that she had tried to go to his schools to complain, but nothing ever came of it. He knew she didn't believe him whenever he made excuses, but he also knew that she didn't know what to do. Neither did he. Inko gathered him in a hug, squeezing tightly as if she could take away all of his pain with that one hug. And maybe she could, if only a little. Izuku couldn't stop staring at his mother, alive, in front of him. He almost wanted to stay there with her. Almost. "Well, how about we make something special tonight?" Inko asked with a wet smile. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, that sounds nice." Inko paused. "I'll have to run to the grocery store really quick, if that's okay, Izu." Izuku didn't want to leave his mother, but Dream Him had other plans. "I'll just stay here. I should deal with these," Izuku said, holding up his burned arm and hand. Inko nodded and left. Izuku wanted to scream for her to stay, for her to not leave. As Izuku went to the bathroom to tend to his wounds, realization dawned on him. "No, please." He willed himself to wake up, trying to scream for someone in hopes that they'd hear. Izuku felt like he couldn't breathe as his ears began ringing. He watched helplessly as he got out his homework and sat in front of the television, switching it onto the news. Izuku prayed that maybe it'd be different. Maybe it wouldn't happen. And then it did. He watched in horror as his mother was taken hostage as she was on her way home with the groceries. He watched as the heroes stood around, doing nothing. He watched as the villain panicked and his hand that was around Inko's throat secreted some sort of viscous liquid. He watched as his mother screamed and the news station cut the feed. Izuku was in shock as his body began to shake. He didn't know how much time had passed until there was a knock on the door. He knew it was the police. He knew that they were going to give him their condolences and tell him not to worry as the villain was apprehended. Like that somehow made his mother's death acceptable. Izuku watched everything play out, and once his mind was finished torturing him, he slowly woke up. He woke up to Aizawa shaking him lightly, concern written all over his face as his lips moved, but Izuku couldn't hear anything. He felt the tears drying on his cheeks. He must have been crying in his sleep. His hearing returned, Aizawa's voice filling his ears. "That's it, kid. Come back to me. You're doing great," he coaxed Izuku gently. Izuku whined in the back of his throat, which felt raw like he had been screaming. Maybe he had been. Izuku's hand found Aizawa's sleeve, and he latched onto it like a lifeline. Aizawa looked down at his hand before moving ever so carefully on the bed, pulling Izuku into his arms. Izuku let him and curled up on the hero, ignoring the dull ache in his stomach at the movement. The pain in his chest was so much worse. Shouta had to take measured breaths to calm himself down. He had been startled awake by Midoriya's cries. The poor kid had tears streaming down his cheeks and he looked like he was in pain. Shouta felt like he had failed the kid. He was probably having a nightmare about Stain, or at least that's what Shouta assumed until he heard a whispered, "Mom." Shouta tried shaking the kid awake, calling out to him softly, trying not to wake Ida, who slept nearby. When the kid finally started to wake up, Shouta's heart nearly broke at the look in his kid's eyes. It was too close to how they had looked that day on the rooftop. Shouta wanted to hold his kid, and when Midoriya clutched his sleeve in a white-knuckled grip, Shouta took that as the go-ahead. He maneuvered Midoriya so that he was resting on Shouta, careful not to put too much pressure on his wounds. The kid curled up and Shouta waited until his breathing evened out. Even then, Shouta waited. He wasn't sure what for, but he'd protect him. God, he hoped Midoriya wanted to stay. Izuku woke up well rested, something that was suspicious for him. He never woke up feeling well rested. Cracking an eye open, Izuku looked for anything out of the ordinary and found that he was being held protectively in Aizawa's arms. Izuku's heart started racing and Aizawa's arms tightened in response to the monitor speeding up. "You awake?" Aizawa asked tiredly. Izuku sat up, wincing and holding his stomach. "Yeah, sorry," he mumbled, not meeting Aizawa's eyes. A hand landed on his head and Izuku peeked up at Aizawa. His eyes were soft as he looked at Izuku. "It's fine, kid." Aizawa checked his phone and then groaned. "Visiting hours start soon. It'll get pretty loud. Hazashi's been texting all night worried sick." Izuku nodded, feeling a bit guilty for worrying them, and stretched as much as he could in his injured state. "Is Tsukachi going to be there?" "No, he had to head back to Musutafu. He did make me promise a dinner with you, though," Aizawa told him with a small smile. Izuku snorted. "I think I can handle that, as long as he behaves," he said, and Aizawa nodded, understanding the underlying meaning. "Well, legally, there's not anything he can do, exactly," Aizawa pointed out. Izuku knew that, but that didn't stop his anxiety from telling him he'd get in trouble. A nurse came in to check Izuku and Ida's vitals, letting them know that breakfast would be brought in soon. Izuku thanked him as his stomach growled, reminding him he had skipped dinner the night before. Weird, almost like his body was getting used to regular meals. What a concept. The doctor from the day before, Ishikawa, came in to see how the two boys were doing and letting them know that they both had a few visitors who were anxious to see them. Izuku noticed then that Ida had been brought in from surgery sometime during the night. He hoped he hadn't been there, or at least was asleep for Izuku's nightmare. Aizawa seemed a bit torn between Izuku and Ida, not wanting to reveal Izuku and Aizawa's relationship, probably. Not that it hadn't been already, in some capacity, but they could hope. He ended up deciding to go to Ida to see how the other student was doing as the door was slammed open and Yamada rushed to Izuku's bedside, hands flailing, wanting to check Izuku over but unsure if touch was okay. Izuku appreciated it, but Yamada worried too much. Izuku put his hand on Yamada's forearm. "I'm okay, I promise," he told the man who stared at where Izuku had his hand on Yamada. The man then lunged at Izuku and hugged him tightly for a quick second before he released him. "You scared us, and not being able to stay was awful for my anxiety," Yamada huffed, falling into the uncomfortable plastic chair at Izuku's bedside with a dramatic huff. Izuku chuckled and noted how different Yamada looked with his hair down. He had abandoned the majority of his hero costume, simply wearing his pants and the plain white t-shirt he wore underneath his jacket. He looked mostly normal. They talked quietly, Yamada asking how the night went and Izuku avoiding answering properly. He mostly just didn't want to talk about the nightmare. He had somehow escaped having to talk to Aizawa about it. They were both distracted by the loud commotion coming from the other occupied bed. Yamada carefully pulled back the curtain that gave Izuku some semblance of privacy in the open room. Izuku saw who he was sure was Ingenium, doing his best to hold back his inner fanboy at the sight of the hero. Ingenium was accompanied by a couple that he assumed were his and Ida's parents. They were all fussing over the boy, much like how Yamada had. Yamada let the curtain fall back after catching Aizawa's exhausted expression, and they both waved as Aizawa stared impassively back. Yamada and Izuku chuckled at the man's constant tiredness, though Izuku did feel at least partly responsible for it this time. Yamada and Izuku sat in silence for a few minutes, letting the family have some time. The curtain opened to show Aizawa, and the man shuffled to Izuku's bed. Izuku giggled and scooted over carefully, making room for the hero to lay down. Izuku owed him after keeping him up all night with his nightmare. Aizawa laid down and closed his eyes. No words exchanged the entire time. Did he get any sleep? Yamada asked carefully, obviously knowing something was up. Izuku averted his gaze, watching his hands fidget in his lap. I don't think so. It's my fault, he told Yamada quietly. He was surprised when there was a heavy hand on his head that ruffled his hair softly. Izuku looked down and saw Aizawa with one eye open, a small smirk on his face. It's fine, kid, as long as you were okay. Izuku stared at the man for a long moment before looking up at Yamada, who smiled back and nodded, agreeing with Aizawa's statement. Izuku could feel his cheeks heating up, so he looked back down at his hands, focusing on touching each fingertip to his thumb. The Ida family quieted down. Izuku was pretty sure he had heard the parents say something about getting something to eat. The brothers' voices weren't anything more than soft murmurs until the older Ida exclaimed, "What? The kid who won the festival just showed up." The younger Ida shushed Ingenium, and they returned to their quiet conversation. Izuku was just about to drift off into sleep with Aizawa when someone spoke up, right outside the curtain. Knock, knock. It sounded like Ingenium. Izuku panicked, looking at Yamada and Aizawa, the latter waking up at the hero's voice. Yamada tried to give Izuku a reassuring smile as Aizawa sat up but stayed sitting on the bed. It's fine, Tensei, Aizawa answered for Izuku. Not that didn't make Izuku's heart plummet. He wasn't ready, he didn't even have his notebook. Aizawa had offered to carry it for Izuku before they had left. Izuku didn't have much time to panic as the curtain was ripped back, Ingenium sitting in a wheelchair with a shocked expression as he looked at Aizawa. His eyes flicked to Yamada, who gave him a smile and a wave, and then they landed on Izuku. He shifted awkwardly under the hero's gaze. No way, Ingenium breathed and then chuckled as he wheeled closer and held out his hand to Izuku. He probably knew Izuku was the kid who he was supposed to meet the day before after seeing him with Aizawa and Yamada. Ida Tensei. Tensei is fine, though, he said, smiling brightly. Izuku hesitated before taking the hero's hand and shaking it. Midoriya Izuku. I'm a big fan, he admitted without thinking about it. He blushed as Tensei laughed. Me too, I've heard loads about you. I'm glad to be able to finally meet you, Tensei told him. Izuku was stunned. The hero was so nice. Not that he hadn't expected him to be, but it was still a surprise for Izuku to come across genuine, nice people. Oh, by the way, congrats on winning the festival. You and that purple kid both stood out. Izuku's blush remained as he rubbed the back of his neck. Ah, thank you. Izuku was reminded of Shinsu and realized he'd be worried about Izuku since he hadn't messaged him since the day before and he won't show up to school. He made a note to ask for his phone later. He had to remember to deal with his probably fuming friends. Of course, it's not every year that someone transfers from Gen Ed to the Hero course, let alone 2 students. Hasn't been seen since Shouta's transfer, if I'm remembering correctly. Izuku nodded and then Tensei bowed his head, startling Izuku. Also, thank you for saving my brother. He told me that you accidentally stumbled across him in native and yet you still stood your ground against Stain. That was very heroic. Aizawa scoffed beside Izuku, sending a glare to Izuku. Stupid is more like it. Shoo, Yamada pleaded and Aizawa looked away. Izuku felt bad. He knew it had been dumb, but if he left, they would have died for sure. If he stayed and fought, there was at least a chance they'd survive. He didn't like the icky feeling he got from knowing he had disappointed Aizawa. It felt like he was going to be sick, bile crawling up his throat. He didn't like that feeling. Don't worry too much about him. He's been like that since high school. It's how he shows he cares. Tensei told Izuku conspiratorially, and it made Izuku feel marginally better. Tensei leaned back into his chair and proceeded to tell Izuku nearly every embarrassing thing from Aizawa's high school days as Aizawa hid himself in his scarf and grumbled about idiot friends. Izuku enjoyed the atmosphere as his teachers and Tensei joked with each other, including Izuku in their conversation. Izuku had no problems telling Tensei about Shinsu and Monoma, even telling him about how useless the Aizawa-Yamada couple was at cooking, recounting when he had made katsudon his first night. Tensei thoroughly enjoyed listening, and Izuku found it extremely easy to talk to the hero. It was easy, natural. Maybe it was because Tensei was such a nice person. The hero knew what to ask and what to stay away from, too, which made talking to him loads easier. Tensei's parents apologized for the intrusion as they poked their heads through the curtain, letting Tensei know that Ada was awake and had asked where he was. "Well, I guess I'll see you later, Squirt," Tensei said, ruffling Izuku's hair and rolling towards the other bed. Izuku watched him go until Yamada pulled the curtain shut again. Izuku looked between Yamada and Aizawa. He seemed nice. Izuku felt content, even if his stomach was aching dully from laughing and talking so much. "My notebook," Izuku remembered with a start. Aizawa chuckled softly. "Relax, you'll see him again. Think of this as a punishment." Izuku furrowed his brow. "Punishment for what?" Aizawa just stared at him. "For being stupid," he finally clarified. Izuku scoffed. "It wasn't my fault. I thought they were just some people who were maybe injured." Which they were, or hadn't heard about the evacuation. Izuku tried to reason desperately. That same sick feeling was returning. Aizawa grunted and made a face. "Then you should have checked the alley before entering." Izuku pouted but nodded his head. He swallowed down that sick feeling, willing it to go away. Aizawa wasn't even his teacher. Why did his opinion matter so much? Aizawa ruffled Izuku's hair again. "So, what are you going to do next time?" Izuku tried to pretend he wasn't leaning into the hand in his hair, but he knew he was failing. "Check the alley before entering," he muttered half-heartedly. Aizawa nodded. "Good. Now rest. You'll need your energy if you want to get out of here." Izuku did as he was told and sat back on the bed. Izuku forgot about the fact that Aizawa had said that he'd see Tensei again. "Can I have my phone?" Izuku asked. Aizawa nodded and handed it over. Izuku scrolled through the many notifications from his two friends. One of the messages from Shinsu caught his eye. It said that Yamada wasn't in class, so he was really worried. Izuku stared at the message, confused. Of course, Yamada wasn't in class. He was at the hospital with him. And then he realized. "Didn't you have class?" Izuku asked the two heroes. Yamada smiled at Izuku. "I contacted Nedzu that one of Shu's students were injured in a fight against Stain, and he told me he'd get someone to cover for both of us," he explained. Izuku nodded. He supposed that made sense. Izuku went back to his phone and messaging his friends back when someone else entered the room. Izuku was getting a bit annoyed with all the visitors. He had a feeling this one would be particularly annoying. Yamada peeked around the curtain and then looked back at Izuku, waiting for his permission to pull it back. Izuku nodded and was greeted by a man with a suit on and a hero that Izuku recognized as Manuel. Aizawa had gotten off the bed and was standing next to Yamada. Ada's family bowed and left the room. "Good afternoon." The dog-headed man greeted Ada and Izuku. Izuku had to fight to keep a straight face as the man woofed. "My name is Tsurugami Kenji, the chief of police. I'm here to talk to you about the Stain incident." Izuku gulped. If he got in trouble here, he might not be able to transfer. Although, what could they have charged him with? Stain attacked first. Izuku was simply acting out of self-defense, not to mention he didn't have a quirk, so they couldn't get him with a legal quirk, you see. "I'm sure you have an idea of why I'm here, so I'll skip the lecture. I'm sure you received enough of one," the police chief said, looking pointedly at Ada and Izuku. "Using your quirk without permission from your mentor is illegal. This will be put on your records and will likely have an effect on your ability to become a hero." Ada stiffened in his bed, but Izuku glared at the chief. "Excuse me," Izuku started, his voice sharp. Everyone in the room turned to Izuku. Usually, he would have been too nervous to say anything, but apparently, anger is a great motivator. Who would have thought? "I have a few things to say, if you don't mind," Izuku said with a smile, though his meaning was clear. He didn't care if anyone minded. He was going to say his piece. "First and foremost, I am quirkless," he said, shocking most of the room's occupants. "Therefore, I haven't broken any laws. Secondly, I was attacked first, which means I acted well within the law, only fighting back in self-defense. Thirdly, regarding Ida here," Izuku gestured to the other boy, "I'd like concrete proof that he even used his quirk. Sure, he was dumb to go after Stain, but I never saw him use his quirk." Izuku sent Ida a look that told him to keep his mouth shut, and the boy thankfully listened. Tsurugami looked at Aizawa and Yamada for help, but neither said anything. Finally, the chief sighed. "All right, well then, since you both acted within the law, there will be no repercussions. Not that I was going to force you to accept those particular consequences. I was just going to give you the choice between those consequences and not getting any credit for the altercation," he said bitterly with a woof at the end. Izuku held up a hand again. "I mean, I don't know about Ada, but I definitely don't need my name in the media. I would prefer to stay out of it." Actually, he told Tsurugami seriously. Aizawa sent him an approving look that made Izuku feel a lot better from the previous sickness. Tsurugami thought about Izuku's words for a moment before turning to Ida expectantly. Ida was silent for a moment before lowering his head. "I would also prefer to be excluded from the official statement. I know I was stupid to go after a serial killer like that, and I do not wish to taint my family name any further." Izuku felt sympathetic to the other boy. He had to watch his brother lose everything, and there was someone to blame for it, so why not blame them? Izuku knew he understood that feeling as he peeked over at Aizawa, seeing the scar that sat underneath his eye. A constant reminder that Izuku hadn't been there. Aizawa refused to tell Izuku anything, too, so even though he knew someone was to blame, he didn't know who it was. He knew it was the same person who broke into the school, though, thanks to Aizawa's disintegrated elbow. If Izuku knew who it was, would he go after him like Ida went after Stain? That wasn't even a question. Of course, he would. The bastard had hurt his, damn it. He really had to stop doing that. Neither of them was his father. Best not to get his hopes up. Surigami nodded with a defeated sigh. All right, officially, Present Mike and an unnamed hero will be the ones credited for fighting and taking Stain down. Your names and presence during the confrontation will be kept classified and won't be revealed to the media. Izuku nodded his approval, sending Ada a thumbs up when the boy glanced at him. The chief asked that Aizawa and Yamada follow him so they could give their statements, and the two men left with the chief. Manuel scolded Ada some more after the three others left. Manuel finally left to get orange juice for Ada, leaving the two boys alone. Midoriya, right? Ada asked after a moment. Izuku nodded and sent Ada a small smile. The other boy made Izuku nervous for some reason. Maybe it was the way he seemed too tight-laced, like if he knew any more about Izuku, he would reprimand him for eternity. Ada stood up and bowed deeply, mindful of his injured arms. I am very sorry that my actions caused you to get hurt as well. Izuku was a bit stunned. He had never had anyone apologize to him like that, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Ada, it's fine, really. I didn't even get hurt that bad. I was just lucky I could stall him long enough for Aizawa and Yamada to get there, Izuku said awkwardly. He wasn't used to people acting like that towards him, so he had no idea how to react. Ada stood back up and sat on his bed diagonal from Izuku's with a serious face, though that seemed to be how he looked most of the time. If I may ask, you seem to be close to Yamada and Aizawa-sensei, Ada said slowly. Izuku froze, trying to think of an excuse, but nothing believable came up. They take care of me, he answered, hoping that would suffice. Ada didn't seem to mind, just nodding his head. I see, thank you, Midoriya. Izuku hummed in acknowledgement. So, will you be transferring to the hero course? Ada asked, and Izuku relaxed. That was a much safer subject. Izuku nodded his head. That's the plan. Me and Shinsu transfer to the hero course together. I believe you both will make excellent heroes, Ada said with a smile before he looked a bit embarrassed. To be completely honest with you, I wasn't sure about either of you since you both appeared to use underhanded methods. But Aizawa-sensei explained to us that those types of actions can mean the difference between life and death. I hope I can learn to become a better hero with you both. He spoke almost robotically. Izuku had to stifle a laugh. Izuku smiled back at Ada. Sure, let's get along. Ada nodded, satisfied that he was able to speak his mind and tell Izuku his thoughts, although the other boy was wound tight. Izuku thought he would make a good friend if he didn't mind the whole quirkless situation. Izuku put the idea on the back burner for now as Monoma's voice filled his head, telling him not to waste time with those Wano losers. He missed his friends. It was that night that Izuku was released from the hospital and the three of them could head home. Izuku was informed that he was excused from classes for the rest of the week, and when he said he'd be fine to go, he got 2 sets of glares and conceded to stay home and watch the cats. He reasoned that he'd be able to write more notes in his notebooks with the free time. The first thing that Shouta did when he got to the school was march straight to the staff room and into Nedzu's office. The rat had the nerve to look like he had been expecting Shouta the whole time. Good morning, Shouta, he exclaimed cheerily, pushing a cup of steaming coffee to him. Please, sit. Shouta begrudgingly sat down and accepted the coffee. He took a sip, appreciating the rich flavor. Nedzu always seemed to brew the perfect tea and coffee, damn him. So, who is it? Shouta asked finally. Nedzu smiled, all teeth and maliciousness that was so far from the innocent way he said, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Shouta thought he might get whiplash. He scoffed. There was no way that the rat didn't know what he was talking about. The rat knew all. Shouta learned that the hard way. Many times. Who was in charge of the internships? How was Ida approved to go to Hasu? Shouta demanded. Nedzu placed his teacup on the desk in front of him. That is troubling. Unfortunately, the approval of internships was out of my hands. Shouta raised an eyebrow. He had a feeling he wasn't going to like where this was going. Shouta was very rarely wrong about his gut feelings. Who was in charge, then? Nedzu's grin turned predatory as his eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Funny you should ask. In fact, the person in charge of the internships was All Might himself. Shouta's blood boiled. All Might, of effing course. He was going to wring the man's neck once he found him. I must remind you of the Commission's restrictions. We cannot do anything without evidence. And the evidence, in this case, is circumstantial at best. It could easily be argued that All Might believed that Ida would be mature enough and act accordingly. Nedzu shook his head. Shouta knew this wasn't easy for the rat either. His powers were extremely limited. If he was human, he would have more freedom, but because he wasn't, Nenzu wasn't afforded the same rights. Stupid. He was clearly smarter than anyone with power in the commission. Shouta wanted to tear into All Might. The man deserved it from how he had been acting since the beginning of the year, favoring certain students, not being aware of his own limits, sending students off to places that were known to have a serial killer on the loose, whether they wanted revenge or not. No student should have been approved to go to Hasu, and yet Shouta could do nothing about it. He had no evidence that All Might had done it while being fully aware of the situation in Hasu. Shouta wouldn't be surprised if All Might had just approved everyone without even looking into the heroes they were choosing. The teachers were supposed to pay attention to who each student chose, asking for their reasoning and suggesting a different choice if there was someone better suited for them. It frustrated Shouta to no end, especially since it was a well-known fact amongst the hero community that All Might was quirkist, and with Midoriya transferring, Shouta couldn't help but worry. All Might's words were always very carefully spoken so that he could say that the person simply misinterpreted what he had said. Shouta thought of the sports festival, and the way Midoriya froze up on the stage, and the way the other students had looked appalled. Perhaps he should follow up with the other students if Midoriya wouldn't tell him. Well, Shouta, as much as I love our little talks, Nenzu interrupted Shouta's thoughts. I do need to work on some paperwork for a few transfers. Nenzu smiled as he pulled out 2 files, one thicker than Shouta's forearm and one that looked like it was practically empty. Shouta ignored Nenzu and his cryptic messages, grunting and leaving the office, rage still boiling just beneath the surface. Shouta was going to find something he could use to destroy him. A comment made to someone that there was no way anyone could misinterpret. A slip-up while teaching to at least stop him from being able to teach. The man didn't even have a license to teach. The commission just threw him at UA and told them to hire him as the heroics teacher. And what an amazing decision that had been. Shouta's class was now being targeted. They were learning slower than his previous classes because of All Might's shit teaching, if you could call it that, and he had kids being sent to internships where serial killers were known to be. Shouta would find something, if only so he couldn't teach alone. He didn't trust the man within 900 meters of his kid. Hazashi unlocked the door after reminding Shouta to pick up those chocolates Nimiri likes as a thank you for taking care of the cats while they were at Hasu. He felt a bit bad that Shouta had to deal with the train since Hazashi had taken the car with him when he left the school, but Shouta hadn't finished the work he needed to do, so he had to stay later. Hazashi found Midoriya sprawled out in the middle of the living room, his arms and legs splayed out, so he looked like a sea star. The cats meowed in greeting, not moving from where they were tucked into Midoriya's sides. Did you get a little bored, little listener? Hazashi asked, hiding his laughter. It's only been 1 day. Midoriya groaned as he glared straight up at the ceiling. Yes, and it's been utter hell. I've been so bored. I couldn't even talk to Shinsu or Monoma since they're both busy with their own things. The traitors. Midoriya scowled at the ceiling. Hazashi chuckled at the little listener as he helped him off the floor. All right, well, it was only for today at least. You'll be good to go back to school Monday. Izuku nodded, but his pout remained. His face went quickly blank in a way that worried Hazashi. Hey, little listener, you okay? Midoriya met Hazashi's eyes, and there was something a little desperate in them. Yeah, I just remembered I'm heading back to the Nishimura's tomorrow. Hazashi wanted so badly to say something, but Midoriya just walked quickly to his room and closed the door. That was a pretty clear sign to leave him be, but damn it, Hazashi wanted to call him his son. While the little listener was conscious enough to remember, Shouta arrived just before dinner time, bringing dinner with him. We're telling him tonight, yeah? Hazashi asked, not even trying to hide his own desperation. Shouta nodded, setting the food on the table. We can do it after dinner. Did something happen? Hazashi sighed. Well, not really. I just want him to stay. Shouta nodded and pulled Hazashi into a tight hug. I know, I feel the same, Hazashi. They set the table, a tense air settling over the apartment. They were both nervous. Hazashi thought he might have been more nervous than when he proposed to Shouta. Hazashi, deep breath, Shouta instructed, holding Hazashi's shoulders to help ground him. Hazashi took a few deep breaths and then opened his eyes. He hadn't even realized he closed them. Thanks, Shu. Shouta nodded and then turned to the hallway. What if he doesn't want to stay with us? What if he doesn't want to leave Monoma? Shouta turned back to Hazashi, a sharp grin on his face. Oh, that shouldn't be an issue. Shouta started down the hall and Hazashi felt a shiver go up his spine. Shouta had a plan that was good, wasn't it? Hazashi hoped it was. Hazashi sent a small prayer that this wouldn't blow up in their faces. Izuku sat in his dark room, feeling numb. He would have to leave. He didn't even know if he could come back, but probably not, right? Who would want Izuku coming around? No. People did want Izuku around, just like how Izuku wanted Shinsu and Monoma around. Izuku sighed and scrubbed his face with his hands. Being aware of your thoughts at all times was exhausting, and it felt like it wasn't helping. He still thought the same thoughts, and how was he supposed to gauge whether they were less frequent? There was a knock on Izuku's door, interrupting his thoughts. "Hey, kid, I brought takeout," Aizawa said from the other side of the door. When Izuku didn't respond, Aizawa knocked again, softer. "Come and eat, please, and wasn't that weird? Zashi and I have some things to talk to you about." Was that it? They were going to break the news to Izuku that they didn't want him coming around anymore. Izuku looked around at his room. No, not his room, not anymore. He'd be okay. It's not like he had a room before he came to Aizawa and Yamada's house. He'd miss the cats. Maybe they'd let him sleep with all three of them since it was his last night. Izuku heard Aizawa's footsteps retreating, and Izuku's heart settled a little. He pushed his emotions down. He couldn't let them know how much he would miss the apartment, the two men included. Izuku opened the door slowly, trying to savor as much of the apartment as he could. Maybe they'd ask him to leave after dinner. Izuku felt panic rising in him before stamping it down, forcing himself to numb everything. Izuku slid into the seat that he had thought had become his while he was staying with Yamada and Aizawa. There was a tense air between them all, and that definitely didn't help with Izuku's suspicions. A small part of him held on to the belief that he was wrong and that they weren't going to tell Izuku that he needed to leave. That small part of him couldn't come up with a valid reason for the talk they wanted to have, though, so Izuku ignored it. Might as well expect the disappointment. It'd hurt less. Probably. It was silent as Aizawa and Yamada served the food, making Izuku a plate when he didn't move to make his own. Once the food was in front of him, he poked at it, picking up one grain of rice at a time. He didn't notice the looks that were exchanged between the two men. "Midoriya," Aizawa said, getting his attention. Izuku braced himself for the rejection. We're adopting." Oh, they wanted advice. Izuku could do that. Izuku felt himself become lighter as the numbness receded. "That's great. If you need someone to babysit, I wouldn't mind," he told them, managing a small, genuine smile. The men looked at each other before looking back at Izuku with looks that pleaded him to understand. Understand what? Izuku wasn't sure. He only hoped it wasn't to understand that he wasn't needed anymore. "We're actually adopting someone older, so he wouldn't need a babysitter," Yamada said slowly. Izuku pushed down the feeling and thoughts that forced their way in. "That's even better. It's harder for older kids to get adopted. That's really cool of you guys. I'm sure he'll love you guys," he told them honestly, his chest hurting a tiny bit, but Izuku ignored it. He just hoped he wasn't getting thrown out. That's all that mattered. So what if they might be distracted by some other kid? That was fine, as long as he wasn't being abandoned. Hazashi looked a little hopeless for a moment before he smiled at Izuku again. "We're hoping he does, yes. We're also hoping he'll say yes." Izuku nodded. So, they were nervous that the kid might not want to. That didn't really make sense to Izuku, but he supposed that it might be something they would worry about. "I have no doubt he will. You guys will be great parents." "Damn it, problem child," Aizawa interrupted gently despite his words, surprising Izuku. "Will you let us adopt you?" What? Izuku's world was frozen. Or maybe that was just him. Midoriya. Yup, just him. They wanted to what? Why? Izuku couldn't understand. His whole life had been told that he was worthless, and no one would want him. Maybe they didn't want him, but felt they were somehow responsible for him because of the stain incident. That didn't even make sense to Izuku. He was just desperately searching for a reason why. What? He finally got out. He looked at Aizawa and Yamada. They both looked worried. Yamada smiled at him. "We want to adopt you, little listener." Izuku's brain shut down. Adopt him. They wanted to. But Izuku was. "Why?" Izuku asked, looking between them both. It doesn't matter. We want you just the same." Aizawa didn't even blink as he watched Izuku. Izuku's mind couldn't process what was happening. They wanted to adopt him. But what about? "Before you start worrying about other people, do you want to be adopted by us?" Aizawa asked slowly, making sure Izuku was paying attention to him and his words. When his words did register, Izuku nodded without even thinking. How many times had he called them both his dads before, if only in his mind? How many times had he felt like they would be amazing parents? How many times did he wish that they were his parents? Izuku's vision blurred, and before he knew it, Aizawa pushed Izuku's chair out so that both he and Yamada could crouch in front of him. "Midoriya, this isn't temporary, not if you don't want it to be. We care about you. We always have, little listener, before we knew you were, you," Hazashi said with a wide smile. Izuku couldn't hold it back anymore as he choked out a sob. The tears flowing freely as they both kept telling him how wanted he was. They had already done so much for him, and now they wanted to take the biggest step and adopt him. Knowing everything that they did, they still wanted him. Knowing how fed up he was, how broken, even if they didn't know why yet, they wanted him. They weren't abandoning him. But then Izuku would be abandoning Monoma. Izuku couldn't. He wanted to stay with them so badly. He adored the cats, and Aizawa and Yamada were both so kind to him. Why would he want to leave? And yet, "I can't," Izuku choked out. Yamada and Aizawa looked sympathetic. "I can't leave him there." Aizawa nodded like he had been expecting that. "Talk to him. Don't make a decision for him. We will wait for your answer. And even if you say no, you will always have a room here." Aizawa's voice held so much promise. Izuku fully sobbed. How did he get so lucky? Two absolutely amazing people wanted to adopt him, and even if he said no, they wanted him in their life still. Izuku had won the lottery. But first, he had to talk to Monoma. Izuku took deep breaths. He could do this. He just had to call Monoma and see if he was free to talk. And then he would tell him that Aizawa and Yamato wanted to adopt him, minus Yamato to keep their marriage secret. Izuku's hands shook violently as he scrolled to Monoma's contact. The phone rang 3 times before Monoma picked up. Hey, what's up? He greeted casually. His voice sounded tight, which worried Izuku. Maybe he should wait. What if training and patrol had been rough? And then Izuku asked him, hey, you mind if I just completely abandon you? What a shitty brother. Sorry, we can talk later. Izuku rushes to get it out before he starts crying again. No, what's up? Monoma asks again, a small sniffle following his question. Izuku bit his lip hard. He didn't want to do this. It would have been so much easier if he could just not leave Monoma in that house. Akane didn't have too much longer there. Plus she was treated a lot better than Monoma and Izuku, so he wasn't especially worried about her. But Monoma, if Izuku left, there would be no one to take the attention off of Monoma. Izuku knew what other people, the Nishimuras included, thought of his quirk. He couldn't risk something happening simply because Izuku wanted happiness. But he really did want to stay. So, Izuku tried to say it. He did, but the words were caught in his throat. It was like his throat was swelling, preventing Izuku from getting a breath in. He choked on air, coughing hard as Monoma asked what was wrong. After Izuku finished his coughing fit, he kept apologizing over and over. Hey, calm down, it's okay, Monoma soothed over the phone. I think I know what this is about. Izuku's heart skipped a beat and his breath caught in his throat. Why, you do? Yeah, I think, at least, Monoma chuckled, but it sounded wet. Midoriya, no, he paused. Izuku, go. What? Izuku's voice broke. Monoma couldn't be serious. He didn't actually know, did he? If he did, why would he be telling Izuku to go? No, that wasn't right. Of course, Monoma was telling him to go, and not because he was tired of Izuku. Monoma laughed, but Izuku could hear the tears. They want to adopt you, yeah? Izuku didn't answer, too stunned. Monoma knew. He knew they wanted to adopt him and that Aizawa was married. Izuku, I want you to be happy, and I know you'd be happy there. You belong with him. Izuku sobbed hard. Monoma let him cry. Izuku could hear the other boys' soft cries over the phone, which just made him feel worse. I can't, Nito, Izuku got out finally. He thought it'd be weird to call Nito by his first name, but it was surprisingly natural. He always found it easier to do with people he wasn't close to, but when he was close with someone, using their given name scared him. Izuku figured it had something to do with Bakugo and him being the last person he was close to that he used his given name, even if it was a nickname. I can't leave you. Nito laughed again. You won't be. Izuku was about to ask why, but Monoma was clearly prepared. Midnight offered to take me in. Apparently, Aizawa and Yamada knew you wouldn't want to leave me behind, and Kayama was looking to adopt already, so they suggested it at the beginning of the week. She said she'd see if I was a good fit. Lucky that I was already doing my internship with her. Nito sniffled hard and took a deep breath. It was a few hours ago now, but she explained everything to me. Izuku was stunned. He wouldn't be leaving Nito. It was okay if he accepted Aizawa and Yamada's proposal. Really, and Nito would be getting adopted too. They had talked about it before. Even though they hadn't lived together for very long, some nights, Nito would stay up with Izuku and talk. They'd talk about what they'd do if they were ever adopted. Their ideal parents, trying to one-up the other with their imaginary family. Izuku supposed they wouldn't have to one-up each other with imaginary families now. You won't be leaving me, and I won't be leaving you. Nito laughed. We'd be more like cousins, but that works too, don't you think? Izuku half laughed, half cried. I think I could handle that, he said softly. Yeah, to be honest, I mostly just want my own room. Nito started with a heavy sigh. Like, for real, you're the worst person I've ever shared a room with. Izuku laughed fully. Bullshit, I've heard your horror stories. I am a saint. Right, Nito drawled, and Izuku could hear the eye roll. They were both silent for a long moment. I'm happy, Izuku. I'm happy I was placed with the Nishimuras and that I met you, and that we've both found where we belong. Even if that means we won't be living together, you're dead wrong if you think you're escaping me. Izuku wanted to cry again but held it in. Yeah, he sniffed. Same goes for you. I'm persistent as F. How do you think it's going? You think he's gonna say yes? Hizashi bombarded Shouta with questions until Shouta sighed. Zashi, calm down. I have faith that he'll make the best choice. Hizashi nodded, stopping in his pacing to sit down next to Shouta on the couch and curl up into his side. I'm just worried. Shouta nodded. He wouldn't admit it, but he was a little worried. He talked to Nimari already, before he even got home, and she had said that her talk had gone well. Monoma seemed like he was on board with it. Shouta was just glad that Nimari had been thinking about adopting for a while, and he had a feeling that Monoma and her would get along like a house on fire. He was right, unfortunately. and he would have to suffer those consequences. But he would do so happily, as long as it meant he got his son. The sobs died down and there were words exchanged, too quiet for Shouta to eavesdrop. Both men relaxed when they heard the laughter. That had to be a good sign, right? The house went silent, everyone holding their breaths when Midoriya's door opened. Shouta and Hisashi tried to look normal, like they totally weren't waiting with bated breath for his decision. Midoriya shuffled into the living room, standing by the entrance to the hallway awkwardly. He lifted his head, looking at Shouta and Hisashi through his lashes. His eyes were swollen and red, but they had hope. Shouta opened his arms and Midoriya sprinted into them, dissolving into broken sobs as Shouta and Hisashi embraced him, whispering soothing words as he clutched Shouta's shirt with shaking hands. His voice was rough, evidence of all the crying he'd been doing, and Hisashi was quick to grab water for him, no doubt that he'd be dehydrated as well. When his cries became soft sniffles, he took the water from Hisashi with a whispered thank you. Midoriya pulled away from Shouta, wiping his eyes and composing himself. I talked to Nito, he said, and Shouta ignored the first-name basis. Honestly, it was about time. Midoriya and his friends were all socially challenged. It would be funny if the reasons weren't so sad. He told me about it. Midoriya looked up and met Shouta's eyes and then Hisashi's. He looked back down at the cup in his hands, furrowing his brows. Shouta didn't want to rush him, but damn it, it was killing him. If it's okay, my answer is ye. He didn't even get to finish before Hisashi nearly body-slammed into the poor kid and full-on cried. He held a very surprised Midoriya as he rubbed his face in the poor kid's curls. Shoo, Hisashi cried. We got the baby. Yes, Zashi, I see that. Now can you let Midoriya go? Shouta chuckled as Hisashi pouted but released the kid. The baby. Midoriya scrunched his nose at the name. Hisashi laughed. Yeah, you're our baby now and forever. Midoriya stared wide-eyed and then tears started streaming down his cheeks again. Hisashi made a distressed noise, looking back at Shouta for help. Shouta sighed and ruffled the kid's hair. Izuku. The kid looked up and Shouta smiled gently. Didn't that feel good? Saying his kid's name, and damn did it feel right. Welcome to the family, officially. Izuku's face twisted and then he lunged at Shouta, almost knocking him over. As he lunged, he managed to snag Hisashi's shirt and tugged him with Izuku, forcing a sort of group hug. And that's how they stayed for a while, just enjoying each other's presence and just being. Life was constant, it didn't stop. But there, in their little apartment, surrounded by family and cats and mismatched furniture, they could breathe. It was a while before Shouta noticed the even breaths Izuku was taking, and he glanced down at the boy. He was fast asleep and Shouta knew he'd be hurting tomorrow. They all would be. They had somehow ended up on the floor, arms and legs entangled. Shouta wouldn't trade it for the world. Shouta glanced up, meeting Hisashi's gaze as they smiled warmly at each other and held their son. God, their son. He was going to call Tsukachi before they went to bed. He didn't care that it was the detective's night off. He needed the paperwork for both boys to get done as soon as possible. Shouta tightened his arms around his family, something that if you had told 15-year-old Shouta, he would have scoffed and said that that wasn't logical. Only it was. It was the most logical thing. Falling in love with your best friend? Logical. Adopting the vigilante child that you met 3 years ago and got attached to? Definitely logical. Especially if the kid was half as amazing as Izuku. Let's get him to bed, Hisashi whispered with a hoarse voice. Izuku cried the most, but Hisashi was certainly a close second. Shouta nodded and they both stood up, carefully, as Shouta took the boy in his arms. They padded down the hall, the cats following close behind. Shouta laid Izuku down on his bed carefully, eyeing the cats as they all jumped up and settled around the sleeping boy. Shouta clicked his tongue. Traitors. Hisashi swatted his arm and rolled his eyes at him. The two men then left the room as silently as possible, closing the door without a sound and leaving the boy and cats to sleep. Izuku woke up achy again. His injured stomach was throbbing painfully as he groaned and leaned over to his bedside table for painkillers and water. As he sat up, he took notice of the 3 cats that all lazed on his bed. How had he made it to bed? Izuku carefully stretched and got up. His joints popped in a satisfying way as he groaned and walked out, cats trailing him. It was then that he noticed the hushed voices from the kitchen. Izuku rounded the corner and found Midnight talking to Aizawa, Yamada and Tsukachi. Nito sitting at the dining room table scrolling on his phone until he glanced up and saw Izuku. He stomped over to Izuku with a scowl on his face and then lifted Izuku's shirt, much to his surprise. What are you? I found out about what you did, was all Nito replied with, letting his shirt go. And that's right, Izuku forgot to tell him about Stain. Boops, that was dumb. Izuku felt ashamed and averted his gaze. He just woke up, couldn't Nito just? Nito pulled him into a hug. You tell me the next time you get into shit. I won't be there all the time anymore, but I'll be gray before graduation if you keep this up. Izuku chuckled and hugged Nito back. Yeah, I'll make sure to tell you, Izuku said in a whisper. Izuku walked with Nito to the table to sit down, introducing the cats along the way. Nito had a good laugh at the Aizawa Yamada's terrible naming ability. good to see you again, Midoriya, Tsukachi greeted, sitting down across from Izuku. Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, you too. Aizawa made his way over to Izuku with 2 mugs, setting one down in front of Izuku. He took a sip and was pleased that it was coffee. It was definitely a coffee morning. How Aizawa knew this, Izuku wasn't sure. Tsukachi's here to help out with the paperwork, Shouta explained. I contacted Nedzu last night. He got both adoptions approved. Shouta scowled at his coffee. Somehow, the words registered slowly for Izuku as his back became straighter. He looked next to him at Nito, who was grinning like a madman. It's official, he told Izuku. Took him long enough. Midnight scoffed as she stood next to Shouta, leaning on his head. Feels like forever since he's been moaning and groaning about his kid. Shouta scowled, ducking his head into his scarf, but not before Izuku spotted the faintest blush. Izuku turned to Tsukachi, who smiled. You've been through a lot, kid. He handed Izuku and Nito each a piece of paper. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the paper. Certificate of adoption, with his name and then Yamada and Aizawa's underneath his. Izuku looked up at Yamada and Aizawa, the former standing behind Aizawa and both wearing identical smiles. Thank you, he whispered. Hazashi was the first to break as he rounded the table and gathered Izuku in a hug. Izuku giggled and hugged him back after handing his certificate to Nito so it wouldn't get damaged. He supposed he'd have to get used to the physical affection. He was surprised that he was so okay with it. Maybe it was because he trusted them. Izuku realized something and turned to Aizawa seriously. Does this mean I have to change my last name? Aizawa shook his head. No, not if you don't want to. Izuku nodded. I don't. I'd like to keep it, if that's okay. Aizawa sent him a small smile. That works fine. Probably better for safety reasons. Izuku smiled brightly. He felt like he was on top of the world. Izuku took a picture with Nito, showing off their certificates that they both couldn't wait to show Shinsu. Izuku was excited. He missed the purple-haired troll doll. So much had happened since they had last seen each other. Izuku knew that he was probably worried sick, and he made a note to ask if he could see him later that day. Wow, his new family. Just the thought of it made Izuku feel giddy all over again. Breakfast was soon served to the larger-than-normal group. It was much rowdier than usual, but Izuku didn't mind it too much. It was kind of nice. He wouldn't mind having more meals like that, and maybe he would get to. This was his family now. Izuku was sure he'd never get tired of thinking about that. When everyone left, Izuku helped clean up before he tried to casually bring up telling Shinsu about their marriage. After getting the okay to tell Shinsu, he and Monoma decide to just send the picture. Green bean. Surprise. Troll doll. Are you serious? Copycat. Yep. Troll doll. I don't know how to react. Wait. Green bean. Here it comes. Troll doll. Eraserhead and Present Mike are married. Green bean. Yep. Troll doll. And they're your dads. Green bean. Huh. I guess so. Copycat. PFFFF. You forgot they're your dads now. Green bean. Whatever. Midnight's your mom now. Troll doll. I am in shock. Green bean. Lalala want me to come over. Copycat. Oh, I'm sure he does. Troll doll. Shut your trap. I will defenestrate you. And yes, that would be nice, Midoriya. Copycat. Lol, just cause Izu's not my brother anymore doesn't mean he's not my brother. Troll doll. That doesn't even make sense. I have no idea what to address first. Green bean. I'll be over soon. Shinsu. Nito, be nice. Troll doll. Monoma, don't say shit, or I'll brainwash you to propose to the Pomeranian. Copycat. Propose. A fight. Troll doll. Marriage. Copycat. Gasp. I would never say anything. I am shocked and appalled you think so low of me. Hitoshi rolled his eyes at Monoma's dramatics and tried to push the jealousy down. Monoma and Midoriya were calling each other by their first names. That was new. Hitoshi was fine with it. He just felt a bit left out. He was sure if he just said, "Hey, you guys can call me Hitoshi," they would. He was just too socially awkward to say it. Hitoshi shook his head. That wasn't even the most surprising thing in that whole interaction. Midoriya and Monoma were adopted, and by their teachers no less. Eraserhead and Present Mike were married. There were too many things to focus on. What's going on? Hitoshi's mom asked, worried. Hitoshi sighed. Midoriya is coming over. He has some news. Hiromi nodded, narrowing her eyes at her son from her spot on the floor where she was making some sort of 3D diagram of what looked like a plant cell for her class. Will he be here for dinner? Not sure, Hitoshi said and escaped to his room to get ready. Not that he had a lot to do. Just put on a slightly less worn sweater. When there was a knock on the door, Hitoshi rushed to open the door. Midoriya stood with a bright smile on his face. Hey, he said brightly. Hi, Hitoshi responded intelligently, shoving his blush down. They walked into the house, Hiromi poking her head out of the living room to say hi. Are you staying for dinner? She asked. Midoriya blushed slightly, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. No, not tonight. Maya, guardians don't want me to stay out too long. Hiromi looked concerned and Kiyoshi poked his head out of the living room as well. Is everything all right with them? Midoriya looked confused and then he turned to Hitoshi. You didn't tell them. Hitoshi just shrugged. I thought you might want to. Midoriya smiled and shook his head before turning towards Hitoshi's waiting parents. I was actually just adopted. They're teachers at UA. Hiromi's face lit up and she scooped Midoriya into a gentle hug. Oh, I'm so happy for you. They're good to you, yeah? Midoriya nodded. Everything I could ever ask for and more. Hiromi nodded back and Kiyoshi stepped closer. As long as they're good to you. Midoriya hummed and showed them some pictures of the cats, Hitoshi's parents cooing at them in the same way Hitoshi had. When Midoriya had finished showing them the pictures, Hiromi shooed them away so Hitoshi and Midoriya could spend time together. Once they were safely in Hitoshi's room, Hitoshi turned to the boy expectantly. So, he asked. So what? Midoriya replied innocently. So, how the F did this happen? Hitoshi asked more clearly. Midoriya looked down at his feet and sat on Hitoshi's bed, petting Mei as he did. It just happened. They asked me. I said no. They said to talk to Nito. Nito said that Auntie Nimari wanted to adopt him. Aizawa and Yamada made some calls. The next morning I was theirs. Hitoshi's head was spinning so he sat down in his desk chair. Holy shit. Yeah, Midoriya said as he nodded seriously. And you call everyone by their first names now? Midoriya blushed a little. Well, not everyone. That was obvious. Hitoshi was one of them. I don't call Aizawa and Yamada by their first names. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Yeah, you're not supposed to. Midoriya met his eyes and tilted his head in that cute way he did when he didn't understand. You're supposed to call them Dad. Midoriya's face went bright red, and he made a distressed noise as he put his head between his knees. Whoa, you good there, Green Bean? Hitoshi asked, worried he said something wrong. There have been so many times where I've called them that in my head and almost said it out loud. Midoriya whispered, not raising his head. Hitoshi chuckled. That's okay, isn't it? Hitoshi asked softly, wanting to pat Midoriya's fluffy hair. Hitoshi raised his hand to place it on the other boy's head when said boy's head shot up, startling Hitoshi. It is not okay. I mean, what if they don't like it? Midoriya started and fell into a mumbling fit. Hitoshi calmed himself down from his almost panic attack at nearly getting caught trying to ouch Midoriya's hair. Midoriya, it's okay. I'm sure they want you to, eventually. Just go at your own pace. They'll want that more than anything. Midoriya nodded, touching his fingertips together in that way he usually did when he got overwhelmed. Hitoshi had the sudden urge to hold his hands in his own. He shook his head of such thoughts. He didn't even know if the other boy felt the same. He had to stop thinking like that. Not until he knew how Midoriya felt, at least. Hitoshi was more sure since he became friends with Monoma that he wasn't mistaking his feelings for Midoriya. He definitely liked him. When it was time for Midoriya to head home, they stood in the front entrance as Midoriya got his shoes on. Kiyoshi came down the hall as casually as he could. You need a ride, kid. Midoriya smiled up at him. Nope, one of my guardians is coming. Hitoshi winced at the awkward way he kept calling them his guardians. He really needed to just call them his dads already. From what Hitoshi knew, Midoriya has. Kiyoshi nodded. All right, well, see you later. And then he proceeded to stand there awkwardly. Clearly, Hitoshi's father just wanted to get a look at Midoriya's guardians. Sure, bye, Shinsu, Midoriya said and waved as he opened the door. Outside, Hitoshi spotted Eraserhead getting out of a car as Midoriya said something about how he'd have to wear some extra protection because he's the one driving. Eraserhead rolled his eyes and ruffled Midoriya's hair. The short boy pushed his hands off, but there was a wide smile on his face the whole time. Midoriya climbed into the car as Eraserhead turned back to Hitoshi and his dad and sent them a small wave before getting in the car and driving away. He seems happy, Kiyoshi commented, and Hitoshi hummed an acknowledgement. He had to do something about the way he felt about the shorter boy. Monday was weird. Izuku, Yamada, and Aizawa drove to school, as usual, although there was a certain energy in the car, mostly coming from Yamada, but Izuku was almost afraid to ask. He went to his classroom, as usual, parting from Yamada and Aizawa at the staff room. Nothing had really changed since the previous week, even after his adoption. It was nice. It was normal. Or it was his new normal, and wasn't that cool? He had parents and cats in a room. That was his new normal. Izuku paused in his analysis on endeavor to think about that. He had 2 dads. He had a family. Nito was his cousin and he had an aunt and an uncle. What a concept. A hand slammed down on his desk and Izuku looked up to find Shinsu with a glint in his eye. Today's the day, he said in a manic tone. Izuku's eyes widened as he remembered. Today's the day, he echoed back in awe. In all the adoption excitement, he had forgotten about the transfers. Shinsu sat at his desk, a grin growing on his face. You excited? Izuku felt that buzzing energy underneath his skin grow. He understood why Yamada and Aizawa had an energy about them. I can't believe it's actually happening. To be honest, I never thought it'd happen. Shinsu nodded enthusiastically. Same. It's all thanks to you, too. So, thanks, Shinsu told Izuku with a smile. Izuku's heart skipped a beat at his smile, and he briefly thought he was dying. And then he thought if he was dying, he wouldn't mind going out because of Shinsu's smile. He was unfairly attractive after all. You okay? Shinsu asked after a moment, and Izuku realized he was staring. His face flushed violently as he sputtered for a moment. Izuku was spared from further embarrassment as their classmates began filtering in, some of them giving the two boys their congratulations again and wishing them good luck in the hero course. Izuku was once again surprised at their kindness. Though they may have not known that Izuku was quirkless, he hadn't been the kindest to them. He usually spent his time with Shinsu, ignoring their other classmates and doing their own thing because he was used to people either ignoring or bullying him, so it was an odd change. He wondered if things would be the same as they were in middle school in the hero course. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by Yamada walking into class with a wide smile as he started homeroom. It wasn't until the end of the day that the two boys were called to the office, keeping them on edge the entire day. Both of them had spent lunch with Nito talking about the hero course and making fun of Nito about how 1A would be better than 1B once they were transferred. Nito had been red in the face by the end of lunch, going over every reason why 1B was superior. Izuku and Shinsu both having to hold their stomachs in pain from their laughter. Nito had ended up laughing along with them and they barely finished their lunches on time. Midoriya, Shinsu, could you both come with me? Yamada called with a smile when their last period began. Some of the class sent them thumbs up as they made their way out. They followed Yamada, who was beaming and practically skipping down the hall, looking behind him at the two boys every so often. They made it to the office and Izuku was surprised to see not only Aizawa, but All Might waiting beside Nezu as well. Nezu's smile held something sharp that made Izuku's instincts scream for him to turn and run. Instead, Izuku focused on not beating the shit out of All Might. He glared at the man who shifted uncomfortably. Good. Izuku and Shinsu sat down in front of their principal's desk, Yamada going to stand next to Aizawa. Nezu folded his paws in front of him and beamed at the two boys. So, he started enthusiastically. You two are here about transferring to the hero course. Izuku and Shinsu exchanged excited glances. Yes, sir, they said in unison. Nezu nodded. Great, here's your transfer papers. Make sure to get them signed by your parent or guardian and back as soon as possible. He told them quickly, not wasting any time, handing them each a package of papers. All Might cleared his throat and Izuku could have sworn he saw an annoyed tick to Nezu's smile. My apologies, I forgot. There's only one spot open for you to transfer into. And unfortunately, Midoriya Izuku, you seem to have an extensive record, Nezu told them, and Izuku felt his heart sink. Aizawa and Yamada both looked almost as heartbroken as he felt, and Shinsu's back straightened. Izuku wanted to cry. He wouldn't. Not until he was home and surrounded by cats and dads, because that's what he needed. Shinsu was talking, but Izuku couldn't hear. There was only a very familiar ringing in his ears. Izuku looked around the office, a lost feeling settling over him, like he didn't understand what he was doing there, because he didn't. He felt numb and the tips of his fingers felt uncomfortably tingly. What had he been working so hard towards? The hero course. Why did he think he could ever become a hero? So many people had told him he couldn't. Even his own mother hadn't said he could. Only cried and apologized when he was diagnosed. He was just a useless Deku. No, Izuku refocused on the conversation going on around him. Shinsu was standing up, hands on Nezu's desk as the principal looked on passively. I understand why you're upset, Shinsu, but there's only one spot open. And with Midoriya's record, Nezu trailed off, smiling much too gleefully for the conversation they were having. Shinsu sat back down with his arms crossed as Yamada held Aizawa back from going after the folder that was sitting on Nezu's desk. Out of curiosity, Izuku moved forward in his seat and pulled the folder to him, opening it up. Inside, he found nearly every record and instance of bullying and abuse from his old schools, neatly tucked into that one overflowing manila folder. They all described Izuku as unruly and distracting and an instigator. It made Izuku's blood boil that those liars had written such utter bullshit about him. He looked up helplessly, meeting Yamada and Aizawa's eyes, pleading with them not to believe what was written. He had only just gotten them. He couldn't lose them simply because a whole teachers wrote lies about him. The two men looked pained at Izuku's helpless expression. Sir, if I may, Shinsu seized in his seat, grabbing everyone's attention. Nezu nodded his head. You may, he said, all too happy to give Shinsu the chance to speak up even after the other boy already got mad at the principal for the decision. I'd like to ask that you bring up Bakugo Katsuki's record. Nezu paused for a moment to smile as he reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a similar-looking file, except that it was significantly thinner than Izuku's. Shinsu's hands tightened on his arms, and Izuku had the urge to place his own hand over Shinsu's. He brushed off the sudden impulse and focused back on Nezu. Yamada-sensei, Shinsu said, getting Yamada's attention from where he was still holding Aizawa back. What kind of student would you say Midoriya is? Yamada seemed to catch on to what Shinsu was doing and stood up straighter, letting Aizawa go. Midoriya is an excellent student. His grades are always above average and he's quiet and doesn't disrupt class. He doesn't usually participate on his own, but when he's called on, he answers to the best of his ability. He doesn't make friends easily. Yamato looked apologetic at that, but Izuku understood he was simply being honest. But the friends he does make are all excellent students as well. Quality over quantity, as they say. Shinsu nodded approvingly before turning to Aizawa. And Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa turned fully to Shinsu. What kind of student would you describe Bakugo Katsuki as? Aizawa looked apprehensive, and Izuku was concerned there would be questions when he got home. He didn't think he could avoid telling them about that particular part of his past any longer. Bakugo is abrasive, disrupts class often, has a superiority complex, and starts fights too many times to count during a single period. Shinsu turned to Nedzu, his mouth set in a hard line. Now, which student do you think belongs to which file? He asked with a tilt of his head. Nedzu looked borderline manic as he smiled. Well, Shinsu, we don't have any proof of this, so unless you can produce something tangible within the next day, I'm afraid you'll be the only one offered a spot in the hero course, as there is only one spot available. The principal seemed to stress that there was only one spot available, and Izuku narrowed his eyes at him. Nedzu caught his gaze and smiled pleasantly back. Shinsu was the first to get up and walk away, not even waiting for Izuku. Izuku rushed to follow after Shinsu as he walked with purpose. Shouta was livid. He watched his son jump out of his seat and take off after a fuming Shinsu, and then he turned to Nedzu. You know, I have someone I'm gathering evidence against to expel, he accused the rat. Nedzu smiled back. But there is only one spot right now, Nedzu repeated. Shouta was getting really sick of hearing him repeat himself, but the rat was all too pleased with himself. The rat bastard knew that Shouta was just getting the evidence he needed before he could expel a certain perverted student. He would expel Bakugo first if he had something to use against the boy. As it stood, the commission would get involved and refuse to let Bakugo be expelled because he was such a promising young hero. Right, a promising hero. Definitely not a liability and dangerous due to his personality and unwillingness to cooperate with others. The meeting only solidified that Shouta wanted Bakugo out of his class, if he was involved in his son's previous abuse in any way. Is there something we should know about Izuku and Bakugo? Hisashi asked softly as he went to Shouta's side, placing a calming hand on his forearm. Nedzu sighed. I'm afraid I do not know. Lies. I have suspicions, but without just cause to investigate. My hands are tied. Nedzu shook his head. All Might took that moment as his cue to speak. I'm sorry, but isn't this for the best? Shouta felt his blood run cold in his veins. He vaguely felt Hisashi's hand tighten on his forearm, and then he felt the murderous energy radiating off of his husband and knew he had to push his own feelings aside for a moment before he'd be dealing with bailing his husband out of jail. Care to explain what exactly is for the best? Hisashi spoke in a calm tone. Shouta knew his husband was anything but calm. He tried to gently pull him out of the room, but Hisashi wasn't going to budge. All Might floundered for a moment. Well, I mean, he's quirkless, so... Hisashi's hand whipped towards All Might so fast, the number one hero flinched. Hisashi pointed at the man, taking measured breaths to try and calm himself, but Shouta knew he was about to blow. If I ever hear you or find out you said something to my son, I promise you, keeping your secrets will be the last of your worries, Hisashi threatened lowly. Shouta wasn't sure what secrets Hisashi was referring to. No doubt the number one hero had secrets, but Hisashi seemed to have an idea of what they were. All Might's eyes widened, and he looked afraid. Shouta would have laughed his ass off if he wasn't also trying to stop his husband from committing murder. He'd come back to the secret bit later. All Might didn't seem like he knew what to focus on, so he just sputtered for a moment before he managed a small, your son. Hisashi opened his mouth to say more, but Shouta knew it'd only dig the hole deeper, so he activated his quirk on him. Hisashi immediately whipped his head to Shouta, a furious look in his eye. Shouta suppressed a flinch at the look, pulling Hisashi out of the office. Shouta would have to apologize for that later. Hisashi almost instantly calmed down. As the door closed behind them, they heard Nedzu begin to explain the situation. Sorry, Hisashi started, but Shouta just shook his head, a small smirk forming on his lips. It's fine, if you didn't I would've. Hisashi huffed an amused breath and checked his phone when it vibrated. The baby's going to Shinsu's with Monoma, Hisashi reported, sending a reply to Izuku. Shouta tugged Hisashi away from Nedzu's office, knowing it would only be a matter of time before All Might would be leaving, and he'd like to keep Hisashi from being sent to Tartarus for the murder of the number one hero. They made their way to the underground lot, heading straight home. We're going to have to talk to Izuku tonight, Shouta said, glancing at Hisashi as they drove home. Hisashi nodded. I agree. I'd also like to know what was said during the sports festival. Shouta hummed in agreement, worrying about how they'd go about either task. Izuku hadn't told them anything about his past, and forcing him wouldn't be the best. But they needed to know. If it had anything to do with his safety, they had to push him just a little. Okay, so we're all good on the plan? Izuku asked, looking at Shinsu and then Nito. Both nodded seriously, and Izuku smiled maliciously. This would be the closest thing to revenge that he had ever gotten. Not that it didn't come with a cost, but so what? He could handle whatever was thrown at him now. He had friends and dads and a family. Izuku's phone buzzed, and he was surprised at how late it had gotten. Shit, Aizawa said he's coming to get me and Nito. He told the other two boys, and then he turned to Nito. He said he'll drop you off at Auntie Nimuri's. Nito looked at Izuku quizzically. Why do you call Nimuri that? But you won't call Yamada-sensei or Aizawa-sensei dad, or even their first name. You are legally their son. Izuku shrugged, his face flushing. Because it's easier to call people by their first names if I don't know them well enough. But if I know them and am close with them, it's harder. Izuku scowled down at his hands as he mumbled. Probably something to do with Bakugo. Nito nodded and then sighed. You should talk to Hound Dog about that. Izuku nodded back. He knew he should. He just wasn't ready to get into his past with Hound Dog yet. They worked on stuff more in the present. The hero never seemed to push Izuku any further than he was willing to go, which Izuku appreciated. Maybe it was time to dig his past up. Well, Shinsu said, standing up. Operation Pomeranian is a go. If all goes as it should, we'll be in the hero course before my birthday. Izuku's grin returned as Shinsu held out his hands, palms up. Izuku brought his hands down on Shinsu's as hard as he could, and then they repeated it, both of them turning to Nito, who rolled his eyes and held his hands out for them to repeat the action. It didn't take long for Aizawa to get to Shinsu's house, and when he did, Izuku could just feel the questions. He did his best to ignore it as he and Nito talked about random topics to pass the ride to Auntie Nimuri's. Izuku waved goodbye to Nito, and then spent the rest of the ride in heavy silence. He wasn't oblivious to the glances Aizawa kept giving him. When they entered the apartment, Izuku was pulled into a hug by Yamada, who muttered something about needing to recharge, so Izuku let him do as he pleased. When he finished, he held Izuku at arm's length and smiled nervously. Dinner should be done soon, he said, and then hurried Izuku to his room to change. When Izuku emerged, Aizawa and Yamada were talking in hushed voices before they noticed him and stopped. They ate dinner, that heavy, nervous energy remaining like a suffocating blanket. Izuku helped clean up afterwards, hoping they might go easy on him. As he finished drying and putting the last plate away, Yamada tugged on his sleeve and then motioned with his head to follow him. Izuku did, however hesitantly, to the living room where Aizawa was working on his laptop. When he saw Izuku and Yamada enter, he closed it and set it aside. Izuku, he said as Yamada sat down next to him. We wanted to ask you some questions. Izuku swallowed thickly. He knew it was coming, but he wasn't sure what they would ask about. Surely, they'd ask about Bakugo, but what would they do if Izuku told them? What could they do? Izuku nodded silently and sat down on the floor in front of the couch, facing the two men. Yamada and Aizawa exchanged a glance and then turned back to Izuku. We were wondering if you could tell us about what's gone on between you and Bakugo. We know that you two went to the same middle school. Yamada trailed off, giving Izuku the chance to speak. Izuku sighed and rubbed his hands together, looking at Pickles, who had come to lay next to his leg, for support. Short version, he's kinda been bullying me since we were toddlers. Yamada gasped softly and Aizawa straightened in his seat. What do you mean? I mean exactly that. After I was diagnosed, he took it upon himself to show me how little my life meant and spent the next decade making my life a living hell. He'd use his quirk on me. That's where I got some of my scars. Others are from some other classmates' quirks. The teachers didn't give a shit. Izuku gave a humorless laugh. Why would they? I was just the quirkless kid. What could I have done when no one believed me? Yamada put a hand to his mouth, his eyes shining with unshed tears. Anyway, that's pretty much it. He'd call me names and stuff too, but it'd always be me that was blamed for egging him and the others on, hence my record. Izuku lifted his gaze to the men, making eye contact. I never once attacked or fought back. If I had, it would have been worse. Aizawa's mouth was set in a hard line and tears were escaping Yamada's eyes. He is so expelled, Aizawa said, reaching for his laptop. Izuku panicked and stopped him. When Aizawa gave him a hard look, Izuku just sighed. Don't do anything. Principal Nedzu told us today. He doesn't have evidence. I doubt that you'd find anything going back to Aldera. Bakugo is their golden child. They'll do anything to protect him, even if that means erasing surveillance footage. Izuku told them. His teachers had told him that there was no evidence enough for him to get the message. He'd never be able to prove what he went through at Aldera. At Aizawa and Yamada's expressions, Izuku smirked. Besides, I have a plan. That got a wide smile from Yamada and a grin from Aizawa. Fine, we won't interfere, unless you need us to. Aizawa sighed and sat back on the couch. Izuku nodded thankfully. Don't worry, everyone who needs to be there will be there. Okay. Yamada clapped his hands together, snapping Izuku's attention back to the present. On to the next topic of discussion. Izuku tilted his head and both men looked even more nervous. All Might, Aizawa spoke slowly, and even just the man's name brought Izuku's blood to a boil. What exactly did he say to you? Izuku scoffed and crossed his arms in front of himself. Which time? He answered with a question. Aizawa and Yamada hadn't been expecting that as they paused. Let's start with the first time, Yamada said, trying to keep his smile on his face. Izuku sighed and closed his eyes. You cannot be a hero. Izuku repeated the exact words All Might had told him that day in the underpass. And then he left me, a child who was just attacked by a sludge villain and could have died if I had any sludge in my lungs, alone in an underpass. Then, he lost the villain that went on to attack Bakugo, who I ended up trying to save, and then All Might showed up again, almost injuring both of us, and I got reprimanded for interfering when no one else was doing anything. Izuku finished angrily. He opened his eyes when it was silent to find Aizawa and Yamada in varying states of anger and murderous intent. Aizawa met his gaze, and he took a deep breath, tapping out a rhythm on Yamada's knee for him to follow. And at the festival, Izuku looked down at Pickles, who purred next to him. Please, my boy, stop this fruitless attempt at becoming a hero. You'll only be a burden to others and put them in harm's way when they try to save you. You'll get in the way. You'll be as good as Dad. Izuku stared them in the eye, and I believed him. Hence why you found me on the roof a week later, he told Aizawa, and both men paled. It was silent for a long few minutes. I'm gonna kill him, Yamada said in a calm voice. Zashi, no. Aizawa placed a firm hand on his leg. We will. If you do it alone, you're more likely to miss something. 2 is better than 1. They nodded, and Izuku stared at them until he burst out laughing. You guys are weird, he got out between his chuckles. Aizawa and Yamada seemed to relax as they smiled down at him. Yeah, but you're stuck. Legally bound. I already framed the certificate and everything, Aizawa told him, pointing behind him where both Izuku's adoption certificate and Aizawa and Yamada's marriage certificate hung. Yamada leaned towards Izuku. He likes to remind you that you can't escape him. Izuku giggled, and Aizawa glared at his husband. Hazashi, my image, he chided him. Yamada shrugged his shoulders. Is already well and ruined. The two devolved into bickering as Izuku watched. He didn't think he'd ever get tired of watching that. They were his family. He would cherish and treasure each and every moment with them. Hazashi stared at Shouta with his arms crossed as his husband climbed into bed. Come on, Zashi, what's the issue now? Shouta drawled, laying down. Hazashi pouted and pushed the urge to stomp his foot like a child away. All might. Shouta sighed and nodded, turned in bed so he was facing Hazashi. I know. We'll talk to Nenzu tomorrow after Izuku's transfer is settled. That seems like just the evidence we need against All Might to at least suspend him from teaching for a while. The commission will be forced to if we kick up enough of a fuss. Hazashi nodded approvingly after a moment and slid into bed with Shouta. I can't believe he'd do that. And to Izuku, I mean, the baby is the sweetest thing ever. How could anyone treat him how he's been treated? Shouta glanced at Hazashi. You know as well as I do how they could treat him like that. Hazashi did. He knew how mean people could be. He had suffered because of them, much like Shouta had. Both of them had been shunned as villains for their quirks. Hazashi still sometimes felt the ache of the muzzle he had been forced to wear. It was why he spoke so softly now. He had trained himself so hard in order to control his quirk. Sorry, Shouta whispered, scooting closer to Hazashi, who just furrowed his brow in confusion. I used my quirk on you, Shouta said in a quiet voice. Hazashi felt bad, but Shouta knew how much he hated when he used his quirk on Hazashi. It took his ability to speak away, and left him just as he had been when he was muzzle. He hated it, and he hated being reminded of it. It's okay, Shu. Honestly, if you hadn't, I may have shouted the man to death. Hazashi chuckled, and Shouta nuzzled into his shoulder. I'm just worried about the baby. He's been going to school with his abuser and Asmite this whole time. Shouta choked on air when Hazashi referred to the #1 hero as Asmite. Yeah, that's why I'll get Bakugo out of my class and Izuku will be transferred in. I'll think of something. Shouta settled into the pillows and shut his eyes. Hazashi closed his own eyes and got comfortable. I have a feeling the baby has that taken care of. Izuku and Shinsu walked through the halls together, chatting about whatever came to mind. They were suddenly interrupted by a loud, Deku. Izuku forced his smirk down and turned to see Bakugo literally fuming. Oh, hi, Kaken, he replied brightly, smiling at the explosive blonde. The noise had attracted a few onlookers. A few hero students that Izuku recognized from the festival looked between Izuku and Bakugo with a mix of surprise, curiosity, worry, and confusion. Without delay, Bakugo blasted towards Izuku using his quirk, and Izuku rooted himself to his spot, shoving Shinsu out of the way. Izuku raised his arms to defend his face as Bakugo's palms reached out for him. He tried to ignore the memories that shoved their way to the surface, forcing Izuku to remember every burn, every punch, every hit that he had received from Bakugo in agonizing detail, momentarily stunning Izuku. He missed the hand that latched onto his shoulder and then exploded. Izuku hated the smell of charred skin and burnt hair. He had thought he had had enough to last 9 lives during middle school, but apparently not. His ears were ringing again, and his vision was spotty as he groaned and lifted himself off the ground. Shinsu was by his side, concern written all over his face, Nito on his other side trying to speak to Izuku. He tried to wave them off, but as the smoke cleared, he was met with a very dissatisfied Aizawa. Izuku averted his gaze. He knew Aizawa wouldn't have approved, which is why he neglected to tell him. Aizawa carefully lifted Izuku up, taking him from Shinsu and Nito. Izuku didn't bother to look for Bakugo, knowing he had to have been incapacitated by someone if he wasn't still attacking Izuku. Aizawa walked swiftly to the infirmary where Izuku's hearing began to return. As they walked, Aizawa didn't even look down at Izuku. "So, you gonna tell me what the hell that was?" Izuku smirked even as his shoulder ached. "You sure you wanna know? Don't you wanna keep your plausible deniability or something like that?" Aizawa sighed heavily but didn't ask any more. Izuku knew he wouldn't have gotten him in trouble even if he knew, but this way, at least Aizawa didn't have to lie about it. They had most of their bases covered, anyway. They made sure of that. They had Nito copy Shinsu's quirk, made sure people saw Shinsu with Izuku well before the attack while Nito slipped away from his class to coincidentally bump into Bakugo. Ask him a question. Suggest that he react a tad more violently to Izuku, and then Nito told Bakugo to forget the entire interaction while he made it back to class, completely unnoticed. And voila, instant evidence against Bakugo and why he shouldn't be in the hero course, after being healed as much as he could be by Recovery Girl. And a very stern talk from her and Aizawa. Nezu entered the room, a smile on his face. "Well, I have good news," Nezu began cheerily. "Fortunately, due to recent events, Bakugo Katsuki and Aldera will both be under investigation, and Bakugo will be removed from the hero course, possibly from UA, depending on the results of the investigation." Izuku couldn't help the lazy smirk that spread across his face even as Aizawa tapped him on the back of the head with a scowl. "You are so grounded." Izuku gawked up at the man. "You can't do that," he cried. Aizawa smirked down at Izuku. "Oh, I can't. Yeah, you're not my." Izuku stopped himself as his face flushed the color of his tie. Aizawa grinned and walked away without another word as Izuku tried to think of some excuse as to why he shouldn't be grounded. Izuku looked helplessly to Nezu. "Come on, you're the one who told me to do it," he whined, which caught Aizawa's attention, and the man did a full 180-degree turn. He did what now? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling like he was going to get scolded again, and from anyone else, he wouldn't care, but it was Aizawa. "Well, yesterday." Nezu didn't actually say it, but he heavily implied it. Izuku finished quickly. The principal's eyes gleamed with something Izuku couldn't place. "I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about," the principal said before he walked right out of the infirmary. Izuku only stared in shock. He had definitely told Izuku and Shinsu that if there was something to cause them to need to look into Bakugo's history, Izuku would have a spot in the hero course. How many times had the principal told them that there was only one spot? He couldn't have been more obvious in his intentions. "This is blasphemy," Izuku shouted at the principal. Aizawa hit a laugh in his capture weapon, but not fast enough that Izuku didn't catch it. Izuku turned his best puppy dog eyes on Aizawa. "Please, unground me." Aizawa looked like he was contemplating it for a moment, and then Recovery Girl reminded them both of her presence as she cleared her throat and gave Aizawa a dangerous look. "Nope." Izuku's shoulders slumped. It seemed the entire UA staff and his own guardian were against him. How tragic. After Shouta talked to Nezu about how Bakugo was being dealt with, Shouta dealt with his class. Everyone was in an uproar about Bakugo attacking Izuku, asking Shouta if it was some quirk. It was mostly the self-proclaimed Baka Squad who were upset by the incident. Shouta shut them up, telling them he would most likely be suspended for the rest of the week. But other than that, he had no other information. The class wasn't totally happy with his answer, but they knew better than to challenge Shouta. He worried how they would react to Izuku and Shinsu. He hoped he had taught them well enough that they wouldn't judge either of them and maybe even make friends with a few of them. Perhaps Shouta would change the seating arrangements so Izuku was sat near Takoyami, or Todoroki, or maybe Ajiro. They'd probably be good for him, quiet but good friends from what Shouta had observed. Shouta shoved the thought away. He couldn't give Izuku special treatment no matter how much he wanted to. It would ruin his image. It wasn't until lunch that Shouta got a chance to go to Nezu's office to speak with him about Bakugo and All Might. He went to see the rat after checking on Izuku, who was still fast asleep from Recovery Girl's quirk. Shouta was glad the kid was finally getting some sleep. He often saw Izuku's light on at night, and although it worried him, he wasn't sure how to go about talking to the kid about it. Shouta wasn't exactly the best example of a healthy sleep schedule, so trying to scold his kid would probably not go over well, especially not with Izuku. The kid could be snarky as hell when he wanted to be, and it tended to be with Shouta. He hoped the reason was that they've known each other for so long and the kid was comfortable with him. As Shouta approached the door, it opened before he could knock and Nezu sat inside, happily drinking his tea. "Shouta," the rat greeted. "Please, come in, sit down." He did just that and Nezu set his teacup down. "I am curious as to what this is about," he said, and Shouta was mildly surprised that Nezu didn't know. The rat seemed to always know what he wanted, sometimes before Shouta knew. It was freaky, and Shouta worried for the day Izuku and Nezu would meet. He was unfortunately sure that they would get on great and then the school, no, the world would be doomed. I'm here about what All Might said to my son, Shouta told him simply. Nezu hummed and nodded. I see, yes, it is very concerning. Shouta narrowed his eyes at the rat. You knew. Of course, the rat bastard knew. Shouta should have assumed as much. Nezu chuckled softly, taking a sip of his tea. I asked your students what was said just before internships. I meant to tell you, but I was unsure of the best way to go about it. That calmed Shouta's anger towards Nezu a bit. He knew Nezu still sometimes struggled with human things, and he had learnt that some things were hard for humans to hear, so he was just trying to find the best way to go about it. However, Shouta also knew that the rat was ridiculously smart, and it wouldn't have taken him too long to figure out an appropriate method to tell him. So, you know what he said at the festival? Shouta stated more than asked, but Nezu nodded anyway. But did you know that Izuku and All Might met before UA? Nezu perked up, that predatory gleam in his eye returning. Oh, did they? Now. By the end of the week, Izuku was nearly fully healed, just some bruises left over. He had so much pent-up energy that even Yamada couldn't keep up with him. Aizawa finally put his foot down and told Izuku that they would do weapons training if he sat still for 5 minutes. Little did Aizawa know, Izuku thrives on spite, so he was able to complete the task, even going an extra minute to be sure. Aizawa sighed and conceded, telling Izuku that they'd go to Gym Gamma after school the next day. After school the next day turned into an impromptu training session with Shinsu joining them as well. Izuku had asked Nito, but he declined, saying something about how Shinsu would be enough, whatever that was supposed to mean. The two boys met up with Yamada and Aizawa in the gym, the shorter teen vibrating with anticipation. He sprinted to Yamada where he stood next to multiple racks of weapons. Whoa, there, little listener, Yamada chuckled as he watched Izuku, who just grinned wider. Izuku's eyes scanned the different blades, boss, nunchucks, brass knuckles, and other weapons. His eye was caught by a chain. Izuku picked it up, weighing it in his hands and examining the weights that were attached to each end. For being a chain, Izuku was impressed with how quiet it was, even when he rattled it. Kusari Fundo, Aizawa supplied, and Izuku oohed at it. He liked the feel of it in his hands. It was similar to Aizawa's capture weapon, but it had a different weight and feel that just felt better. It felt right. He liked the cool metal against his skin, and the weight was almost comforting. It's quiet, perfect for underground work, plus it'd be good for both offensive attacks and capturing, Izuku said, running the chain through his hands. It was decently long, probably 2 meters. He'd have to see if he could get one longer, so it'd be more effective for capture and longer distance attacks. Izuku glanced up at Aizawa and smirked. Plus, it'd probably be easier than your weird scarf. Aizawa rolled his eyes, and Shinsu scoffed from where he was walking up to Izuku. You only say that because you can't use it, Shinsu teased him. Izuku placed a hand on his chest and stumbled backwards. I can't believe. How could you wound me like this? Izuku asked dramatically. Shinsu shoved Izuku and then he lunged to tackle the taller boy. The Kusari Fundo and other weapons were forgotten as Izuku threw a punch that Shinsu ducked under and tried to catch Izuku with a sharp uppercut. They devolved into a straight-up sparring match as Yamada and Aizawa just watched, amused by the boys' shenanigans. All right, Aizawa called out to the two of them after they had burnt off some energy. Let's focus back on task. Yeah? Izuku hopped up from where he had Shinsu pinned in a solid arm lock. I totally won, he said, giving Shinsu a hand up. Shinsu rolled his shoulder. Yeah, sure, that's only because you used dirty tricks. Izuku glanced behind him at Shinsu, smirking. All's fair in love and war. Shinsu's mouth opened and closed a few times, and Izuku thought he saw his already flushed cheeks grow darker. Izuku and Shinsu split off, Izuku going with Yamada to practice knife throwing and Shinsu with Aizawa to practice with his capture weapon. Izuku wouldn't admit it, but he was a little jealous of Shinsu and his inherent talent with the capture weapon. Izuku had considered using the same type of metal alloy scarf for his own hero suit, perhaps changing it to make it his own, but he was happier with the Kusari Fundo. It was close to Aizawa's capture weapon, but it wasn't it, it was Izuku's own. He liked the thought. After a couple of hours, the two switched, Shinsu working on voice techniques with Yamada and Izuku practicing movements for the Kusari Fundo. He liked the way it swung, the weights moving with Izuku's body like an extension of himself, unlike Aizawa's capture weapon that was more separate. Aizawa's capture weapon depended on very minute and specific movements to move the way the hero made it move, whereas the Kusari Fundo was much more primitive, for lack of a better term. Although, using the Kusari Fundo did mean that Izuku had to get better at analyzing his opponent. He wouldn't be able to change direction like he would have with the same type of scarf as Aizawa's, so he would have to work harder and smarter. By the time that Shinsu's parents texted him to come home for dinner, both boys were sufficiently tired but felt accomplished. Izuku felt like he was coming more into his own style, even getting close to tripping Aizawa up at one point, and Shinsu seemed to enjoy the voice work he and Yamada had done together. That brought up some fun ideas for Izuku and he couldn't wait. He had an idea for a support weapon that he'd have to talk to Yamada about that night. Hazashi and Izuku saw Shouta off as he left for patrol. Izuku a little begrudgingly since he was still grounded and wasn't allowed to go with Shouta on his patrol. Hazashi felt bad for the kid. He knew how much it sucked being stuck inside when all you had was excess energy. He just hoped Izuku didn't feel too suffocated after the door was closed and locked. Izuku turned expectantly to Hazashi. "Is there something you need, little listener?" Hazashi asked carefully. Half afraid he'd asked to follow Shouta out on patrol. "I was wondering if I could get your input on something," Izuku said softly, bringing out one of his notebooks from behind his back. Hazashi lit up, thankful it was something he could in fact do without incurring his husband's wrath. "Of course, let's take a look," he chirped, leading them both to the dining room table to sit down. Izuku set his notebook down, opening it up and flipping to the right page. He slid the notebook over to Hazashi and he scanned the rough sketch and notes written around the picture. It looked like some sort of support item, a respirator and a voice modulator. Why would Izuku need a voice modulator, especially one that seemed to have the capability to be adjusted to mimic other voices? As far as Hazashi knew, that wasn't what Izuku was going for Oh, it wasn't for Izuku. "This is for Shinsu," Hazashi asked, and Izuku nodded excitedly. "Do you think it'd work?" "I'm not the greatest with technology. I only have the basics down, so I'm not too confident it'd even work right, and it was just an idea I had after today's training." Hazashi put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, making him look up and meet Hazashi's gaze. "Izuku, this is great. This could be an amazing asset for Shinsu." Hazashi looked back down at the sketch, looking at the mechanics and frowning. "It needs work and a proper support technician to look at it. I can see a few things that'd need to be changed for it to work how you want it to, but overall, it should be possible. It'd be really cool, kind of like artificial vocal cords." Izuku beamed at Hazashi, and his chest filled with warmth at the sight of his son smiling so freely at him. "Yeah, I was thinking of making this and the sketch I have for his hero suit his birthday present, so I wanted you to take a look before I drew the final draft." Hazashi nodded and Izuku immediately got to work, hunching over his notebook and sketching lines for the voice modulator. Hazashi let him work, brewing some tea for Izuku to try and help him sleep. When Shouta got home early that morning, Hazashi was quick to wake himself up. "Shu, you wouldn't believe how smart the baby is," he yelled in a whisper. Shouta shook his head in amusement as he stepped into his ungodly pink sweats. "I'm not surprised, although I am pleasantly surprised that he didn't try anything or burn the flat down." Hazashi rolled his eyes. "No, he did not. He was the perfect angel." Shouta raised an eyebrow at that, clearly doubting Hazashi's words. "He was. We spent the rest of the night going over some plans he has for a support item for Shinsu. I think he has a notebook just for support items. It'd be worth it to have Majima look into it, see if there's anything doable." Shouta did look half impressed. "I can't say I'm overly surprised. His analysis is on par with professionals, and he's not even properly trained. I fear what he can do once he is, and he's got a smart mind. He latches onto things and doesn't leave them alone until he understands them in and out. It was the same when I first started training him." Shouta had a small smile on his face as he reminisced about when he and Izuku had first met. "You know, he used to carry around a bat." Shouta chuckled. Hazashi smiled fondly at his husband as he slid under the covers. "I know, it was half his size. You only ranted about it every night," Hazashi teased. Shouta huffed and laid his head down. "Well, he was a child out on the streets with no one watching his back and absolutely zero training. Sure, he had good instincts and a quick mind, but with no training, if he had come across the wrong person." Hazashi nodded, yawning. "I know, he could have gotten seriously hurt." Shouta was silent then, a contemplative look on his face. Hazashi pushed his own exhaustion aside in favor of his husband. "What's wrong?" Shouta was quiet for another moment, deciding whether or not to tell Hazashi. "You know the statistics for quirkless people." Hazashi wasn't sure he liked where this was going. "It's just, Nedzu told me that. Izuku, he had been suicide-baited by his entire class. Apparently, they'd leave spider lilies on his desk and Bakugo told him to kill himself on at least one occasion." Hazashi felt bile creeping up his throat at the thought of his son. "No, he was in bed, sleeping, and safe." "Shu," Hazashi hated how his voice wavered. "I understand, but he isn't. He didn't. He's strong, so incredibly strong. And now he's here, with us." Shouta nodded but still looked as unsure as Hazashi felt. "Come." Hazashi sat up in bed, taking Shouta's hand as he did. He guided them both out of bed into their son's door, carefully opening the door. Doing their best to avoid creaking it, they poked their heads in. They both breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of Izuku, wrapped in his blanket and both Pickles and Mickey at either side, blinking bright eyes at Hazashi and Shouta at the intrusion. Hazashi shut the door, his heart almost hurting with how much love it held for his little family. He met Shouta's gaze, and he knew his husband felt the same. They walked back to their room, hands intertwined, and Hazashi reveled in the familiar warmth. He had never pictured his life to be what it was 15 years ago. Yes, he knew he was going to be with Shouta, but it was different, and Hisashi couldn't have been happier. Over the weekend, the Shinsus held a celebration for Izuku and Shinsu since they would be officially transferred to Wana and would attend class on Monday in the hero course. Izuku had invited Shimizu as well as his parents, and Nito was going with Auntie Nimuri. It wasn't a huge party, but it felt warm, it felt like family. Yamada and Hiromi got along well, same with Aizawa and Kiyoshi. Shimizu and Auntie Nimuri seemed to get along well too, which was interesting and weird to see, but Izuku had a mission. Izuku glanced at Nito, meeting his gaze. Nito nodded and waved him off. Izuku grabbed Shinsu's wrist and his bag and slipped out of the living room, climbing up the stairs to Shinsu's room. Midoriya, what are you doing? Shinsu asked nervously as Izuku shut the door. Izuku grinned at Shinsu as he pulled out an envelope he had in his bag. Happy birthday. Open it. Izuku bounced on the balls of his feet. Shinsu was apprehensive, but he took the envelope. Izuku knew the other boy had told Izuku not to do anything. He had barely convinced his parents not to throw a giant party for his birthday. Izuku gestured for him to just get on with. Shinsu opened it and then his eyes widened as he read the notes next to the sketches. It's your birthday present. They're just ideas, but the support gear would be really useful with the exercises Yamada has you doing. The suit has some hidden pockets on the thighs as well as the utility belt for extra space. Holy shit, Shinsu breathed as he looked up from the papers. This is... Izuku suddenly got anxious. Was it bad? Did Shinsu already have an idea for his suit? Or maybe, do you not like it? Shinsu shook his head violently and Izuku was worried he'd give himself whiplash. No, I love it. It's amazing and really cool. I'm just in awe, he said, running a hand through his gravity-defying hair. Izuku settled his beating heart. Thank you, Shinsu said quietly, looking at Izuku with so much admiration that Izuku felt his cheeks heat up under his gaze. Izuku shuffled his feet. It's nothing, really. Shinsu shook his head and then they sat down on Shinsu's floor, going over his suit design and discussing the benefits and ways he could incorporate different fighting styles to suit his quirk. It didn't take long before Nito knocked on the door, joining them on the floor as they all began to discuss and exchange ideas for their hero suits. They came to talk about hero names, and that was when Shinsu had a bit of a revelation. I need a hero name. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, you do. Pretty sure we need them in by tomorrow. Shinsu looked slightly panicked before Izuku and Nito calmed him down. Don't worry, we'll help you. We can brainstorm some names now if you want. I don't think the adults will mind us disappearing for a while longer. Shinsu nodded and they set aside talks of hero suits for the moment, focusing on possible names for Shinsu. Izuku tried to think about Shinsu's hero persona. What he might want to portray to those he comes across, whether he might want to be a bit more eccentric like Yamada or more laid back and closer to his regular self like Aizawa. Or maybe a healthy mix of both, more like Auntie Nimuri. Okay, what about something from mythology? That's always cool. Izuku spoke his thoughts out loud, hoping it would spark something. Like, what about some kind of trickster or... No, Nito interrupted. Izuku turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Nito looked around awkwardly. I just think it wouldn't really suit him and what he's going for, he said lamely. Really? Izuku said slowly. He turned to Shinsu who looked confused. I don't know about you, Shinsu, but I smell a liar. Nito huffed and crossed his arms. Okay, so what? It's taken, move on. Izuku held up a hand. Hang on, what's taken? Nito glared at Izuku who just grinned. The other boy worked his jaw until he finally sighed. Fine, it's taken because my hero name may or may not be a trickster figure from a certain story. Izuku nodded after a moment. I mean, it suits you, actually. But what is it? He asked leaning towards Nito. Puck, he admitted in a mumble. From an English play, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Izuku burst out laughing at how Nito had worded it, Shinsu snickering along with him. Did you just imply that you didn't take the name from the most well-known playwright and probably ever? Izuku got out finally. Nito rolled his eyes and shoved Izuku over. Shut it. We're not here to make fun of my choice of hero name, he said turning to Shinsu who had kept silent during their exchange. We're here to make fun of Shinsu's choice of hero name. Izuku nodded as he sat back up. Right, my bad. Shinsu scoffed at the other two boys' antics and they all went back to brainstorming. After a few more minutes of contemplative silence, Nito snapped his fingers. I got it. Shinsu turned to him hopefully. Mindf. Shinsu's face immediately fell. Mindf. Nito nodded and Shinsu sighed. I refuse to make my hero name Mindf. Nito shrugged. I thought it was a good idea. Shinsu went to say something when Izuku held his hand up again, silencing him. No, let him speak. Shinsu turned to Izuku, looking betrayed, and Nito and Izuku laughed. If you guys aren't going to help then you're uninvited to my birthday party, Shinsu said, turning away from them, crossing his arms and pouting. Izuku would have laughed if he didn't feel bad for not taking Shinsu's hero name seriously. He knew Shinsu wasn't completely serious, but he immediately felt bad. Izuku had already had an idea for his hero name before, but for Shinsu, he wasn't even sure he'd make it into the hero course, so why bother getting his hopes up by coming up with a hero name? Izuku understood that all too well. So, he started to seriously consider names. He thought about the kind of hero Shinsu was planning on being, and then he remembered something that Yamada and he had discussed together. They had talked about how Shinsu's quirk would best be put to use and what kind of support gear would aid him best. Izuku lifted his eyes to Shinsu, who caught his gaze. What about my fluffy boys? I can't believe I'm losing you both, and Shouta of all people is stealing you. My own husband. The disrespect. The brutal betrayal. Azashi cried as he held Izuku and rubbed his face in his hair. Aizawa just rolled his eyes at his dramatic husband. You'll still have us for English, Yamada, Izuku reminded him as he patted his arm comfortingly. Azashi just whimpered and held Izuku tighter, and they walked awkwardly to the staff room to hand in his transfer papers to make it official. Once those were in, Izuku would be an official member of Class 1 with Shinsu. The three of them parted afterwards, Aizawa reminding Izuku about their hero names, and Izuku headed off to find Shinsu where he was waiting at the entrance of the school. Normally, they'd meet in the classroom, but both of them were too nervous to go into one yet. Also, Aizawa had told them to wait until the bell rang to enter. Izuku and Shinsu talked about what they thought the class might be like. They talked about who they remembered from the festival and quickly identified those that they wouldn't mind hanging out with, provided they aren't ostracized immediately. They both startled when the bell rang and then headed to their new class. They found the door and stood outside. It was just as intimidating as their first day in Gen Ed, maybe a bit more. You ready? Of course. Then go in. Fine, I will. Then do it. Izuku and Shinsu went back and forth as they stood outside their new classroom. Izuku was nervous, his hands twitching uncontrollably even as he touched his fingertips to one another to calm himself. Shinsu fell into a dramatic bow. Ladies first. Izuku gawked at him. You stole my line. Shinsu smirked as he stood back up and Izuku shrugged, his hand reaching for the door. That's fine. I get first pick for the seats. Shinsu tried to stop Izuku, but it was too late as he walked through the door and into the class. Instantly, the room fell silent as they entered. Aizawa stood at the podium, obviously waiting for the two boys to come in. And these are your two new classmates, he said in a bored tone, gesturing to Izuku and Shinsu. Introduce yourselves and then find your seats. Izuku took a quick breath and did his best to calm down. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I look forward to becoming a hero with you all, he said with a short bow. He hoped that was a good enough introduction. Izuku had only practiced it 1,000,000 times. Everyone then turned to Shinsu, who simply stared until he sighed heavily like he wanted to be anywhere else. He didn't say anything until Izuku nudged his arm lightly. Fine, I'm Shinsu Hitoshi. I'm not here to make friends. Damn it. They had rehearsed this and that was not what he was supposed to say. Izuku threw an elbow into Shinsu's stomach and the other boy doubled over. Wano was more than a bit stunned at their introductions as they just stared at the two boys. Izuku smiled brightly back at them. What he means to say is that he's shy and doesn't deal well with too many people, and neither do I, so please respect that, he said cheerily. With that, Izuku rushed to the two empty seats, conveniently placed one in front of the other. Izuku sat in the one in the front, Shinsu grumbling as he passed by about how Izuku got first pick in Gen Ed and now he was stealing seats again. Izuku just smirked at Shinsu. It was then that Izuku noticed the looks he was receiving, some curious and confused and others straight up offended. Izuku locked eyes with a particular redhead. Can I help you? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. Hiroshima looked surprised that Izuku spoke to him and looked around uncomfortably. Well, it's just that seat is already taken. Izuku furrowed his brow as he stood up and counted the students. When he counted exactly 20, including himself, he sat back down with a smile. Nope, there are exactly 20 students including me and Shinsu. That means that these seats are free. Hiroshima was about to reply when Aizawa called everyone's attention. Midoriya is correct. Bakugo has been removed from the hero course. That got a mix of reactions, a few students standing up and challenging Aizawa, who just raised a brow at them. Everyone calmed down quickly. It's none of your business, but due to recent investigations, Bakugo has been found to be unfit for the hero course. Again, that raised a commotion until Aizawa glared with his quirk activated. Aizawa sighed and got out his eye drops before turning back to the class. Alright, now that that's over with, on to the next order of business, exams. Izuku turned back to look at Shinsu, who had a similar face of horror. You only have a month to prepare, so use your time wisely. Izuku pushed his panic down and focused back on Aizawa, who met his gaze. He nodded subtly to Izuku, a silent message that he'd help him with training for the exam. Aizawa continued to talk about the exams and what the written portion would be on, Izuku zoning out. He'd hear about the exam in detail later. He could afford a bit of dissociation. He was too on edge being in a new classroom with new people who were potential threats. Izuku frowned. He probably shouldn't think about his classmates as threats, potential or otherwise. That couldn't be healthy. Izuku added that to the growing list of things to work on with Hound Dog. Good thing he had a meeting with him the next day. When the bell rang for lunch, Izuku turned to Shinsu but was interrupted before he could say anything by the door sliding open. Well, if it isn't 1A, Nito drawled, sneering at the class. Izuku rolled his eyes and grabbed his backpack, planning on heading out to their tree with Shinsu and Nito, since the boy decided to visit their class anyway. Yes, Nito, what a surprise. You came to 1A and the class is here, Izuku said sarcastically. The rest of the class was shocked and amused by the interaction as Nito tried to look offended. Whatever, I'm just here to get my brother, Nito grumbled. Izuku and Shinsu made their way to the door. Cousin, Nito, Izuku reminded with a smirk. They continued down the hall, Nito asking how their first day was going with the 1A losers. They headed to the cafeteria to grab their lunches and then go to their spot for lunch. However, they didn't expect to be interrupted by a small figure waving at them across the cafeteria. Hey, someone who Izuku recognized as Uraraka called out to him, her arms still in the air. Come sit with us. Izuku looked beside him at Shinsu and Nito. Think we can say we didn't see her? He asked just loud enough to be heard over the noise in the cafeteria. Shinsu snorted and shook his head. Nope. Oh shit, she's coming over here, he said, Izuku looking around for an escape, but he wasn't fast enough as Uraraka reached their small group. She smiled widely at them. You guys should come eat with us. Izuku smiled nervously as Uraraka grabbed a hold of his arm. Surely it couldn't be that bad. Right, I'm just saying, if we use succinylcholine, no one would know, Hazashi tried to reason with his husband. Shouta scoffed. You only want to use succinylcholine because it'll be more painful. While I would like the man to suffer before his inevitable death, I would also like to stay out of Tartarus. That's why we should just use potassium chloride because it mimics a heart attack. It'd be way less suspicious. Hazashi shook his head. I get that, but come on. The man deserves to suffer before his death. Shouta considered for a moment. I agree, but it's more logical to use potassium chloride. Hazashi was appalled his husband would think just because it would be slightly less suspicious to use a different poison, they shouldn't make the #1 hero suffer as much as possible. I disagree with both of you, Nedzu began, popping out of the vent and landing neatly on Shouta's desk. Both of your methods would leave an injection site, and if that is found, well, that'd be it. However, aconite can be absorbed into the skin or ingested and doesn't take much to achieve death. Nedzu smiled brightly at the two heroes. Shouta and Hazashi stared back, momentarily stunned at their boss. Shouta was the first to recover as he sighed and brought his jelly pouch to his lips. I mean, this is all well and good, but if they do a proper, in-depth autopsy, with at least one competent pathologist, it'd be over anyway, he said, leaning back in his chair. The three heroes nodded in thought before Nedzu put his paws together. I just came by to let you know that your dear son and his friend handed Nimari their hero names before class ended for lunch. Nedzu smiled, sipping on his tea. Hazashi nearly choked on his rice. He had totally forgotten about that. Izuku had been super secretive about his hero name. Hazashi was half worried he didn't have one picked out yet. He was a bit upset that he hadn't let Hazashi or Shouta help pick one out. But he trusted Izuku to pick a suitable name. Well, Hazashi asked impatiently. What is it? Nedzu tilted his head. Oh, you don't know. His smile grew into a grin. I'm afraid my age is getting to me. I seem to have forgotten. Nedzu sipped his tea and hopped off Shouta's desk, leaving Hazashi and Shouta to their thoughts after dropping that on their heads. Shouta and Hazashi sat in stunned silence until Hazashi broke it. How old is he? Izuku let himself be pulled towards the table Uraraka had been sitting at, trying his best not to make it obvious that he was very uncomfortable. He tried to lightly pull away from her grasp, but her grip on his arm was firm. It was clear she didn't mean for it to make Izuku uncomfortable, but he wasn't sure how to go about telling her. Had it been someone else who was feeling uncomfortable, he would have had no issues telling the person to back off, but when it came to himself, he just froze up. Hey, Izuku and Uraraka both turned to Shinsu as he set his hand over top of Uraraka's, gently prying her hand off of Izuku. He said, we don't deal well with other people. Uraraka looked like she was going to say something when she glanced between Izuku and Shinsu. Her face flushed slightly, and she turned to Izuku. I'm so sorry, I wasn't even thinking. I'll make sure I'm more aware from now on, I promise, she told Izuku, her eyebrows pinched in concern. Izuku felt uncomfortable having so much attention on him. Even the table Uraraka had taken them to was staring at them like they were going to start a fight. It's fine, Izuku waved it off, trying to keep his voice from wavering too much. He sent Uraraka a small smile and she looked relieved as they all took the free seats. Shinsu scowled and he set his tray down to the left of Izuku. It's not fine if it makes you uncomfortable, he grumbled and Izuku's smile widened. Yeah, I know, Izuku mumbled back. Shinsu sighed but sat close enough to Izuku that their arms were touching. It was a comforting warmth, and it made Izuku smile at the taller boy. Shinsu looked away, focusing on his food as the tips of his ears turned pink. After getting settled, Izuku could take a moment to survey his surroundings. He wasn't very happy that their table was situated nearly in the center of the cafeteria, making them easy targets for someone to sneak up on. There were too many people walking behind Izuku, too many unknown quirks and sounds all around him. He could feel his breathing begin to pick up as he tried to find other things to focus on. He tried to name all the things he could see that were blue, like Hound Dog had told him to do when he got overwhelmed. But he kept getting distracted, and that only frustrated him more. Izuku was starting to hyperventilate when a hand was placed on his knee. He looked up to who it was, finding Shinsu looking very concerned. "Hey, I can make an excuse and we can go if you want," he told Izuku. Izuku wasn't sure what to say. He was more distracted by Shinsu's eyes for some reason. When Izuku processed Shinsu's words, he swallowed and shook his head. "No, I can do this," he said, not sure if it was to convince Shinsu or himself. Izuku leaned to his left, Shinsu allowing him to use him to ground himself. Izuku took measured breaths, focusing on the pressure and warmth from his left side. He wondered why his heart was still beating so fast, but it didn't make him feel anxious like he was before. Izuku had noticed that would sometimes happen around Shinsu, but he wasn't sure why. Maybe he could ask Aizawa and Yamada or Recovery Girl. Izuku was pulled into a conversation with Uraraka and the other occupants at the table, a girl with a frog quirk, Ashido, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro. They asked Izuku questions, ones that were easy enough to answer until Kaminari practically leaned over the table. "So, what is your quirk?" he asked, and Izuku wasn't sure what to do. He panicked slightly when Shinsu leaned forward. "Don't you think that's a bit personal?" he asked, a smile on his face. Izuku was reminded of Aizawa whenever Shinsu smiled like that. It wasn't an expression of joy or happiness, not the regular kind, at least. Kaminari leaned back in his seat, furrowing his brows. "I don't really think so. Mine's electricity." "You don't have a physical quirk, though, do you?" he asked again. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, yeah, I guess so." Izuku stuffed some rice in his mouth so he wouldn't have to answer any more questions. Thankfully, he had Nito and Shinsu at his side, and they were more than willing to hijack the conversation. Izuku leaned appreciatively into Shinsu, feeling that same fluttery feeling in his heart. It was weird, but Izuku didn't particularly hate it. He just hoped it didn't mean he was dying. Izuku ignored his weird heart palpitations in favor of focusing on his classes. He wasn't surprised that they were all nearly the same as Gen Ed, bar the extra period every day reserved for hero-specific classes. He enjoyed them so far. It was interesting to learn about the ethics of heroics and the history of it all. It was more homework for Izuku, but that had never been an issue before. Shouta wanted to know. He was dying to know what Izuku had chosen for his hero name. The kid had kept it secret from both him and Hisashi, telling them that they'd find out later. Clearly, their coworkers and boss were against them as they refused to reveal anything. Shouta could just wait until the name was officially approved by Nimiri in order to see what it was, but he didn't really want to wait. Shouta was stuck. He didn't want to push Izuku, especially after they had pushed him when they confronted him about Bakugo and All Might, but he wasn't sure else to do. He supposed he could wait until the next day when the name would probably be approved, but Shouta had never been a very patient man when it came to these things. Shouta glanced at Izuku from where he sat on the couch. They were all in the living room after dinner, watching the news while Izuku sat on the floor and did his homework. Shouta wanted so badly to ask, but he wouldn't push much. "So, I heard you chose your hero name," he started with a light, casual tone. Izuku turned his head towards Shouta, raising an eyebrow at him. "Yeah, Shinsu and I had to submit them today since it was the last day," Izuku responded. How was Shouta supposed to ask? He had no idea. Instead, Shouta just hummed, going back to his laptop and lesson planning. Hisashi was giving him that look that said, "You absolute fool, you complete buffoon, do you not know how to communicate with you, son?" Shouta didn't end up asking Izuku what his hero name was, deciding to wait it out. It almost felt like Izuku didn't trust Shouta, but he knew that wasn't the case, not anymore. He only hoped that the kid would tell him himself. He didn't want to have to find out from someone else or by searching through his records. He wanted the kid's trust, so he'd wait. Probably, Shouta didn't end up waiting long, although he didn't find out how he wanted to. No, he overheard it. It was when he took the class to Gym Gamma for some sparring. Since All Might was suspended, he wanted a better idea of where the kids were in terms of ability and technique. He was disappointed but not surprised to see that they were quite behind his previous classes. Shouta waited in the gym for his class to finish changing. Izuku was predictably one of the first out, sending a nod Shouta's direction as he stood off to the side. As more students filled the gym, there were more than a couple that gravitated towards Izuku. He also noticed how Izuku seemed to be a lot more fidgety around Shinsu. He brushed it off, assuming that it was due to the other kids around him. Shouta's attention was caught when Uraraka asked excitedly, but interestingly enough, keeping a safe distance from Izuku. So, what are your guys' hero names? Shouta pointedly looked away from the small group, deliberately making himself seem more interested in the walls so it wasn't completely obvious how much he was eavesdropping on his son. Izuku chuckled nervously before Shinsu spoke up first. Mine's Mockingbird. Shouta was somewhat impressed with the name. It had almost nothing to do with Shinsu's quirk, and yet was a decent hero name considering the support item that Izuku had drawn up for him. It suited him. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with your quirk, Kirishima noted with a furrowed brow. Shinsu smirked. Exactly. What about you, Midoriya? Kaminari asked. Izuku looked slightly uncomfortable, inching his way towards Shinsu. Izuku mumbled something Shouta couldn't catch, but he didn't need to. Surprisingly, it was Todoroki who spoke up. Haze, because what happens when something is shaded? It becomes hazy. Haze also means confusion. Damn, his kid was smart. Shouta tried the name out, softly enough that even the more perceptive students wouldn't hear. He liked it. He'd have to tell Izuku later. Izuku nodded and Uraraka put a hand to her chin in thought. Does it have something to do with your quirk? Shouta saw the kid visibly blue screen and he knew he had to do something. It would come out sooner or later and Izuku needed to know that his classmates were there to support him, not time bombs waiting to blow up and hurt him. Midoriya, he called, getting his kid's attention. He hoped he was doing the right thing and wasn't about to scare the kid off. Izuku turned to him, looking a bit distressed. You and me. Shouta moved to the middle of the mats he set out for training. Izuku moved with him, giving Shouta a questioning glance. Shouta sent his kid a small smirk before lunging with a hand stretched out to catch Izuku's collar. The kid's eyes widened and then he ducked at the last second. Shouta caught the muttered curse directed at him and smiled wider. Come on, kid, show him what you got, he said, quiet enough for Izuku's ears but not enough for the rest of the class. Izuku's smile matched his as Izuku swung his leg for Shouta's head. He narrowly missed it, catching Izuku's leg with his capture weapon, swinging the kid and then letting him drop hard onto his back. Izuku didn't let it keep him down for long, even if he was a bit winded. Wow, Aizawa, that's some dirty fighting. You know I don't have anything on me, Izuku gasped out as he circled Shouta. Shouta scoffed and raised an eyebrow at Izuku's sleeved gym uniform, knowing that he had at least one hidden weapon. Izuku rolled his eyes and pulled out a throwing knife. Shouta heard gasps from the onlooking students but kept his focus on his son. Izuku whipped a knife at Shouta's head, missing by a few centimeters. Damn, I missed, Izuku said with a smirk, ignoring the murmuring of the crowd behind them. Shouta shook his head, pushing the pride he felt for his son down. He hadn't been practicing with throwing knives for very long, but once he had the basics down, he was quick to catch on. Their fight continued, only ending once Izuku was out of knives and Shouta had restrained him in his scarf. Yield? He asked his son, breathing heavily. Izuku struggled for another moment, Shouta tightening his capture weapon around Izuku. The kid coughed out a breath before letting out a strangled and very begrudging, yield. Shouta smirked but released him, lending him a hand up. Izuku brushed himself off and Shouta leaned down to his ear. They'll find out eventually. You've shown them what you can do, now tell them. Izuku looked apprehensive as he glanced between Shouta and the class but ultimately turned to the crowd. Shouta would be a liar if he didn't say that he was a bit nervous about how his class would react. He tried to teach them that no one was worth any less than others simply due to their quirk or any number of differences. But that didn't mean they all listened. I don't have a quirk. The class stared back in shock and Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself. But that doesn't make me any less than any of you. Shouta hid his smile behind his capture scarf. He was proud of his son. He did have to wrap his capture scarf around Minda to stop the small pervert from saying anything harmful against his son. But that wasn't something Shouta minded doing. The kid deserved to be in restraints the rest of his miserable life and Shouta had nearly enough evidence to expel him. Kirishima was the first to recover. That's so manly, dude. Izuku's posture relaxed from where he stood defensively, his face morphing from one of shock to a small smile. Shouta quieted the class down after they showed their support for Izuku. All right, we've still got claws. You'll be split up into partners depending on your level of skill and quirk. Shinsu, Midoriya, you two will be together. Shouta listed off the students, pairing them off with who they were best suited. Shouta noticed the blush decorating both boys' faces during their spars, both seeming distracted. He made a note to talk to Izuku about that. He didn't want him getting distracted during class, but he also didn't want to make him uncomfortable by pairing him off with someone he wasn't comfortable with. It wasn't until later that night, after Hisashi had gone off to the radio station, that Shouta found an opportunity to ask. Hey, Izuku, he started, getting the kid's attention. I was just wondering if there was something bothering you. You and Shinsu seemed a bit awkward during class. Izuku's cheeks flushed lightly as he avoided eye contact. Well, I'm not sure, Izuku said, his brows furrowing. Shouta waited patiently for Izuku to consider his words. I think I'm sick, maybe dying. Shouta raised an eyebrow at that. Dying? What makes you think so? Izuku fidgeted on the floor where he sat in front of the coffee table with his notebook out. I have these weird heart palpitations. Oh no, Shouta tried to think positively. Maybe there was something wrong with his heart and they could get it fixed with Recovery Girl. Maybe it wasn't what he feared it was. When does it happen? Shouta asked slowly. Izuku thought for a moment. Only really around Shinsu. Might be an effect of his quirk. Shouta sighed heavily. He did not want to have this conversation. It was too soon. He wasn't ready. Where was Hisashi when he needed him? Izuku, the kid turned to Shouta. I think you might have a crush. Izuku's eyes narrowed like he was trying to figure out the limit of infinity until his eyes widened. Oh, Shouta studied his son carefully. Oh, Izuku nodded, still looking off into the distance. I see. Shouta was about to ask Izuku if he was okay when the boy stood up and walked away, shutting his bedroom door behind him. Shouta worried momentarily until he heard a shrill, muffled screeching coming from Izuku's room, and he was glad the flat was soundproof. It wasn't long after that interaction that he heard the front door unlocked and Shouta was on his feet and rushing to Hisashi immediately. Hisashi, I found out his hero name and he's realized he has a crush on Shinsu, he told his husband frantically. Honestly, Shouta had no idea how to deal with the latter. The former, he was just thrilled about. Hisashi set his bag down and slipped his jacket off. Whoa, Shu, calm down. One at a time, what's going on with the baby? Shouta took a step back. I know his hero name. Hisashi's eyes widened in excitement, but before he could get too excited, Shouta continued. And he's realized he has feelings for Shinsu. Hisashi's face drained of color. Not the baby. Aizawa nodded, rolling his eyes at the dramatics that were sure to follow. Oh no, my baby, I'm gonna lose him. Hisashi, calm down. He's not getting married. As soon as the words left Shouta's mouth, his heart dropped. Izuku was too young. Maybe he should just tell the kid he's not allowed to date anyone. Hisashi was trying to calm himself down as he made his way to the dining room to sit down. Okay. What about his hero name? Shouta smiled. That was one thing he was excited about. It really was an excellent name for his son. He did tend to cause confusion and chaos wherever he went. Haze, Hisashi echoed, his face brightening a bit. I love it. It's perfect. Shouta nodded and he told Hisashi all about how Izuku stunned his class earlier with their spar and telling them about his quirklessness. Usually, Izuku prided himself on being intelligent and observant. However, Izuku had also never had friends before UA. When he thought about it, he did see Nito and Shinsu differently. Sure, he could admit that Nito was good looking, but he wouldn't get flustered around him like he did with Shinsu. Shinsu was just different. He was really kind and considerate, always aware of Izuku's feelings, and he was stupidly handsome. And his eyes were just incredible and Izuku could get lost in them, and his smile, and oh no. Izuku was so utterly F-ed. He liked one of his friends. What the F was he supposed to do? What was the procedure for things like this? Izuku had never really liked anyone. No one that he had the chance to pursue. Was he thinking about pursuing Shinsu? What if he ended up ruining their friendship? Izuku could feel himself spiraling, so he pulled out his phone. Broccoli. NEITO. ISTG. This is important. Code red. Code effing red. Copycat. WTF do you want now? Slow down. What's going on? Are you hurt? Broccoli. Well, no, not really, but it's important. Copycat. Alright. What's up? Broccoli. I think I like Shinsu. Nito typed for a while and then the three dots disappeared, only to reappear again. This repeated another 4 times. Copycat. Izuku. Izu, my brother. You magnificent idiot. Broccoli. Copycat. I can't. You're both idiots. I can't believe you. A probable genius only now realized that you have the biggest crush on your friend. Broccoli. Not helping. WTF do I do? Copycat. Dude, just tell him. Stop torturing me and just confess. Broccoli. Okay, great plan. I have no idea how to do that. Copycat. Okay. Why don't you confess after exams? We could all hang out after they're over and I can. I dunno. Excuse myself or say something came up. Broccoli. Okay, and then. Copycat. And then you kiss him. Dumbass. Izuku threw his phone and turned his head into his pillow, letting out an unholy screech. Nito was useless. He stayed like that for a long time, face down in his bed, his mind whirling with thoughts of Shinsu, and oh my god, he liked him. He wasn't sure how much time passed until there was a knock on the door. Izuku groaned at the sound, and Aizawa clearly took that as an affirmative to come in. Hey, he called softly, the bed dipping under his weight. Izuku felt a hand settle in his hair and sighed at the comforting touch. You know, I reacted the same way when I figured out that I liked Hisashi. Izuku peeked up at the man. Really? Aizawa nodded, a fond smile on his face. Yup, I was so confused. He was my first real friend too, so I hadn't noticed my feelings for a long time. I never admitted my feelings to anyone until after Hisashi confessed to me. Aizawa frowned and then tilted his head side to side. Sort of. It was complicated. Izuku sat up. Oh, Aizawa shook his head. Nope, not getting into that today. I was actually coming in here to tell you I'm leaving for patrol in a few minutes. If you're coming with, you'd better get ready. Izuku jumped off his bed, tearing his sweatshirt off and digging around to look for Aizawa's old hero suit. Patrol was pretty slow, Izuku mostly using the chance to distract himself from thoughts of Shinsu. Honestly, it was inconvenient. The other boy completely consumed his thoughts. Unless Izuku was doing something, his mind drifted off to Shinsu. Whether it was his low, smooth voice, or his soft, fluffy, gravity-defying hair, or his eyes that Izuku had a hard time looking away from, or Izuku was definitely in trouble. How was he supposed to act normal around Shinsu? How did he act before? Haze. Izuku turned his head, his new name catching his attention. Aizawa was staring at him from where he sat next to him on the building. You all right there, kid? Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath. Yeah, it's hard to come to terms with it. I mean, he's my best friend. And now, all of a sudden, I realized that. Izuku couldn't quite finish, but Aizawa nodded anyway. Yeah, it's not easy. Hisashi might be better to talk to about this. Honestly, I refused to admit my own feelings for a long time, even going as far as distancing myself from Hisashi for a time. Aizawa looked out at the lights decorating the night sky. That obviously didn't work out, and it only made it harder for both of us, so don't make the same mistakes, kid. Izuku nodded, looking at the sky as well. He couldn't make any promises that he wouldn't mess up, but he'd do his best. Hide his feelings. For now, maybe tell Shinsu when the time was right. He would just try to enjoy his time with the boy, regardless. Also, Aizawa continued, a smirk on his face. Your hero name. It's good. Izuku smiled back at Aizawa. Thanks, I didn't want to change it, not too much, at least. Shade will always be my first name, an important name. One that helped me find my family and guide me to where I am today, Izuku said softly. Aizawa nodded. I'm glad. It's important to remember where you came from. Izuku hummed and they sat in silence for a while longer, enjoying their break. It was starting to warm up, even at night. Summer was right around the corner. But before that, they had their exams. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.